Yesterday was a hot day, but it wasn't as hot as the cricketing action. We saw some incredible games, including the two-time champion Cyprus Mouflons notching 2 resounding victories against key rivals. And then, in the biggest highlight of the day, we had one of the most impressive golden ball finishes you will ever see, where Limassol Zelmi crushed Nicosia Fighter Hearts. What are we going to see today on this terrific Tuesday, as we'll have 5 different teams in action, and surely they'll all keep the drama going, right? Well, stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Well, our first match today is between Markhor and the Cyprus Mouflons. Both these teams have very, very healthy professional respect for one another. They both recognize one another as major contenders, and I think we're going to see some good, hard, clean cricket throughout this first match. Well, let's give you a quick weather update. We expect temperatures to be about 24 to 26 degrees Celsius throughout the day, clear blue skies just as yesterday, and of course humidity is going to be about 38% as we are close to the coast here in this village of Ipsanas. Anyway, without further ado, let's head over to match referee Stefan Gooch, who's alongside both the captains.
Okay, Mouflons to call.
Heads is the call.
It is tails. What do you want to do? Bowling. Okay. Good luck, guys. Cheers. Cheers, guys.
So we've spoken at length about the hot weather these last couple of days, but these two teams are really hot going into this game. We saw the Cyprus Mouflons get off to the perfect start in this tournament. They've had a couple of great wins against 2 very important rivals, the Sri Lankan Lions and the Limassol Zelmi. The most impressive thing about them has been their explosive batting. They've averaged a run rate of 14 in both their chases, and their skipper, Mohammad Hussain, led them so well yesterday in that second match with that absolutely sensational half century. And then, having a look at Markhor, the highlight for them has been their bowling in this incredible 3-game winning streak. They've managed to restrict their opponents to under 75 runs in all 3 of these games. And the key players for them, Waqas Akhtar and Ahmed, have been so good. Anyway, without further delay, let's head over to the commentary box where Rico Full will be joining you.
Hello, good morning and welcome, cricket lovers. It's good to be back, and it's good to be back with this contest as well. Markhor taking on Mouflons is the battle of the goats. Markhor, of course, is a well-known goat in Pakistan, and the Mouflon is a goat that can only be found here in Cyprus. Certainly looking forward to the action. Thank you very much to Nish for giving us all the info. Well, there you go. There's the goat right on cue. You can tell that Elvira is in the house. Well, there you go. Battle of the 2 goats. The goat from Pakistan versus the goat from here in Cyprus, the Mouflon. It's going to be a great contest. And this is the fantasy dashboard of the 2 teams. And of course, everybody's looking forward to seeing how Waqas Akhtar continues with the bat for Markhor. He's been in great form. And then right across the other side to the Mouflons, Mohammad Hussain was good yesterday with a fine half century. And Zishan Sawar as well with a good 36. What a day it was yesterday. It was we saw a hat-trick. And congratulations to Taswar Hussain. He, in the 9 balls he bowled, took 4 wickets, did not concede a single run. Congratulations to him from Markhor, and of course, also congratulations to Limassol Zelmi for finally resetting the golden ball clock to 0. And what a match that was, match number 41. Absolutely sensational. But all eyes on the action here today, where Markhor have got the first 2 matches. They take on the Mouflons in this one. And then we welcome back Limassol Zelmi, the golden ball heroes. But they did lose their last match quite badly, didn't they, to the Mouflons. So they're looking to bounce back. Ready for the action here. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to all the early birds on the chat. And what promises to be another very good day. Hello to Rob Thompson, who's saying hi to me, and also hi to Nish. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal. One to our family in the sub-Indian continent. that are joining us via FanCode as we get ready for the action. Temperatures once again will creep up to around about 27 degrees, and no sign of that wind that disrupted some of the matches of Group A. Group B being very high scoring. Interesting as well that the first day of Group B, of course, the teams batting first in all 5 matches were victorious. That changed slightly yesterday as we start with Solari with the first ball, and it's a big in-swinging full delivery with Sawa manages to get that on, plays it away. And of course, a very big welcome to the, while I was away, also changeover in the production crew. We have the Spice Girls with us. Not only is it hot and spicy in the middle, it's going to be hot and spicy in the production house as well. Alvera, Karina, and Maria in the house. Welcome to them, and also a big good morning to the Blue Crew as well, the European Cricket Network team, as well as our umpires. Sujith and Taranga are out there in the middle, with Abdul doing the third umpire duties, and of course Stefan Gooch keeping a watchful eye on all of them. This is hit high up in the air, but a nice shot to play in the power play with those men all inside the circle. That'll be cuatro carreras. Well, that's going to be a busy point over there. Where that ball ends up, that's the water point. I would imagine those bottles will be emptying pretty quickly. Muflons are up and running. 4 runs to start off with. A nice shot from Zishan Sawa. And I like the old style tops here from the Muflons. Nothing fancy. A splash of colour and a big number on the back. I like it. Opposed to the contrast of colours for Marco. This is a tremendous hit. There's a fielder back there, though, who does very well to keep his eye on it. Gets a bit fortunate with the bounce. I mean, those ones can quite easily just hit the deck and not come up at all. So get us an opportunity to see Mohammed Hussain, a man that works very hard for cricket here in Cyprus. He's part of the federation, looks after us well, and his good deeds rewarded him yesterday when he scored a fine half-century, 55 of 22 against Zalmi. And when they absolutely crushed Zalmi, chased the 102 required quite easy. And, well, just like that, that's how your fortunes turn in the European Cricket Network. What happened yesterday does not matter what happens today, because Mohammed Hussain, well, I hadn't even finished giving him all the accolades, goes first ball duck. So we're going to see Derek first thing this morning, and the reason is because of this. It's a full toss, which he just puts straight back into the bowler's hands. The bowler, well, he takes a couple of efforts, Solari, to take it, gets it under control, takes a catch, and they know this is a big one. Here it is again. It's just a gentle push really back to him. He doesn't try and hit this. I think he loses his footing. So it's going to be a for Hussain. Not for that man. Don't give him a duck before he even gets out there. The new batter, Mohammed Hussain, who's now sat down in the dugout. So Mohammed Hussain, 55 yesterday. Man in form goes first ball. That's how this European Cricket Network goes. There he is. Hello, Derek. Good morning to Derek as well. Nice to see Derek is back with us. And another man who's back with us, who's put in a great shift the 2 days that I've been off, is Nishay Bhatt. Nishay, good morning to you.
Very good morning to you as well. It's great to have you back here, and that is very well blocked by Ajaz to start off. And I mean, you're right at it, and the first thing in the morning, you get your first commentator's curse.
I hadn't even finished saying what a nice man he was, and he was already going on his way back. But no, in seriousness, Mohammed Hussain has looked after us so well, part of the federation here. His hospitality has been fantastic. But, well, he had a good night yesterday. Not so much today, but he will get a second chance. Well, this will help. This will be a minimo. And that's going to be 5 wides. Not a good delivery. Just loses control of that one slightly, the Solari. And he's certainly getting a lot of swing. But the wicketkeeper, Rusab Sher, had no chance to get to that.
Yeah, this is extremely wide and kind of spoils what's been a good over so far. But a very interesting tournament, though, you have to say, going back to Mohammed Hussain. He's had a couple of ducks in a half-century, so it's really been a tournament of extremes for him. Maybe he'll be due a 50 in the next one. As we just see, well, interestingly, they've decided to set a deep third man here in the power play and also a long off. As always, Solari, 1 ball left in the over. Let's see if he can close this one out strongly.
Yeah, that's better area. So you just get that loopy swing, and that's what Hussein couldn't deal with. He sort of came out to it, but he was off balance, so he wasn't able to get any really power in these hit, and just offered a straightforward catch back. So the end of the first over, it's a fairly decent start for Markhor. They've taken a wicket, but Mouflons, they have put 11 on the board. 11 for 1 at the end of the first.
As we can see, Markhor fancies a 6-run favorites against the Mouflons. The Mouflons expected to score just 88. I mean, they've been going along at an average run rate of 14, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast. So it would take quite a performance from these Markhor bowlers to achieve that, but we know they've restricted all their opponents to under 75 during the 3-game winning streak.
Well, this is hit pretty well. Shout to catch it, but nobody's catching this. You're going to have to pick it up from over the boundary rope. That's a really nice shot. Clean, crisp, 4 runs.
Yeah, a little bit of a loosener, though, you have to say, by the bowler coming in. They've been very tight so far, and Asif Mahmood, haven't seen him bowl much so far for Markhor, and maybe there's a reason why. Let's hope he improves throughout the rest of this over.
Yeah, Zishan's been in good form, hasn't he? We saw knocks off 27.5 century from him as well yesterday. He's looking to continue in good form, and that was a really nice shot. It was a bit over-pitched and just puts it away with ease.
Yeah, Zishan, he was really striking it absolutely cleanly yesterday. It was a great partner to Mohammad Hussein in that second game, but if there's one thing I think he's been, people have been critical of him for throughout his career, is he swipes across the line a bit too much.
This one has been hit beautifully, and it would go all the way. Manos arriba, Midro, porque eso es una exi. 6 runs.
Yeah, he tries to pull his length back a bit here after bowling a full toss. Still doesn't quite get that length right. He does so well there, server. I mean, look how strong a bottom hand he has. That's just a beautiful whip-like action.
Some thinking to do here for Mahmood. Better delivery, full, but the shot is as good because this time he gets it in that gap between the man who's at mid-off and cover. Nicely hit. Once again, good hitting in the power play.
Yeah, he's just one of those players where if he starts to settle in, you're in real trouble. You have to try to get him early when he's looking a little bit uncomfortable early in his innings, but not the case today. He's come right on top of this Markhor attack, and for the first time in 3 games, they're under a little bit of pressure.
Well, Jules is saying hello to everybody, wherever you're watching from around the world. Well, hello to you as well. Let us know where you're watching from. So everybody getting on the chat, give us a quick hello and tell us where you're watching from. Some of you, of course, we know, but anybody who's new, let us know. This is nicely played. You know, I'm really liking this shot. And maybe Zishan Sawa, as you said, maybe guilty in the past of maybe going across the line too much. What he's shown here, though, is that he can play shots on the leg side. He can play straight, which he's done a couple of times. Now, this one is just pure class and pure timing. Top draw.
Absolutely beautiful shot. And, I mean, we saw that yesterday in his first innings. He made just 1 run, and he got clean bowled, trying to swipe across the line to a left-hander. And clearly, his captain, Mohammad Hussein, very experienced operator, had a word with him and said, look, you're a talented cricketer. Back your technique. And I like what I've seen from him so far.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, also, I suppose he knows he's got to be good here because his partner yesterday, Hussein, has gone early without scoring. So it's very important, and he gets a good knock in here. We don't really know the full depth of the Mouflons. They lost 1 wicket in that win against Limassol Army, and they lost 5 against the Sri Lankan Lions. That's a really good delivery, and they're asking the question. And the umpire, quick shake of the head. And there was a slight noise, but I suspect this was more the bat hitting the ground. But what a great delivery this was to finish the over. And just have a look at this. Just gets the movement away very close. A great ball drawing the batter out. But unfortunately, Yasin Mahmood couldn't find the edge. He'll go for 18 of his first over. The score after 2, 29 for 1.
Yeah, good start here for the Cyprus Mouflons. And we know them as a side. I mean, we certainly saw this against the Sri Lankan Lions. They're just key to keep hitting and back the next batsman to continue scoring. As we take a look at the standings here, Markhor currently sitting pretty at the top. They're on a 3-game high with some terrific victories. And the Mouflons, they've had an outstanding start to the tournament, picking up 2 wins against 2 quality sides.
Shot and a great stop. Outstanding bit of cricket. Good batting. And a sensational stop from the fielder there. That is brilliantly done. I think that's a Waka's actor. What a stop this is.
I mean, this is what you want to see from your star player. You want to see him throwing his body on the line, really showing that commitment to help his side win. And it's moments like this that can really lift a team.
Yeah, that had 4 written all over it. Superb bit of fielding. This is well bowled. He just his length pretty well there, Solari, because I suppose he can be quite predictable if he's bowling the same all the time, which is just full and wanting the ball to swing in. This time, slightly shorter. Sort of throws the batter slightly, Sawa.
Yeah, that's the difference between T10 cricket and the longer format of the game. You've got to have a lot more variation.
This one's a little bit too wide, but they have got a fielder out there. It's good field set, actually. They push back Wakazakta to Zishan. He'll now come back in to Ijas, and they've also got longer on back as well. In fact, he goes back now. They say, no, you might as well stay out because of the shot that was played previously that Akhtar himself stopped. This is down the leg side. It won't be out. The batters toy about taking the leg wide, decide against it. So he really does angle this one in, but you can see he's getting a fair bit of movement, and the batter will feel disappointed that he doesn't get anything on this. I think he was trying to hit it too hard, really, as opposed to just get a little nudge on it. Good delivery, doesn't quite carry, but well stopped, and it's a good comeback.
Yeah, he's bowled superbly, hasn't he, in this latter stage of the over. Solari, and of course, we're joined by Bikash Trace in the chat. Big congratulations to you, Bikash. I have to say the Nicosia Tigers were terrific in Group A. They end up topping that group, and, well, you don't want to come in 4th place in this group and have to face them.
And finishes his spell well, Solari. He's caused issues with that pitched up delivery. That one sort of holds its pace a little bit. And that is the end of the over. It's interesting. I don't know if we get a chance to have a look at this cheeky little attempted stumping. Let's see this again. So it comes a long way out. Takes a while to get back. Just keep an eye on the bat, gets back. And he keeps it down on the deck as well. So not out, which is the correct call from the umpires. But worth a try from Rasam Shah. So end of 3 overs, 31 for 1.
Yeah, this has been a very even power play so far. And, of course, both these sides coming in with a great winning streak, so we expect it not to be too much of a difference between these sides. Hard to split them so far, and it's good to see that, you know, after the first 3 overs, there's very little to separate them.
Yeah, that was a terrific over. Just a couple of runs came from it, courtesy of some great fielding as well, you have to say. You saw that Okazakta certainly stopping one that was destined for 4. So power play now complete, and the field can be spread. More on that after this delivery. Gets played out to the offside, no runs. So they've opted to have standard field that we're used to seeing on T10, square leg back and mid-wicket and long on, long off on the boundary as well, and then a sweeper out on the off, which means that batters, if they want to get funky, can go behind because there's no protection either side of the wicketkeeper with both those men inside the 30-yard circle. Hussain, the bowler. And this has been launched, and, well, even though it's a fielder back there, he's going to do nothing about this because this goes all the way. Balle, 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 as once again, Zishan goes big.
That is a terrific shot. I mean, he's looking an absolute great touch out there. And Hussain, we know what a terrific day he had yesterday. He gave up just 1 boundary in the 2 matches he played. Had figures of 4 for 0 in his first match. Bit of a reality check from him here as this one goes across. Better line and length, and Zishan will miss that one.
And this man, of course, was the guy who bowled 9 deliveries, no runs, 4 wickets, finished the innings off in match number 38 yesterday against the Sri Lankan Lions. The Lions, we remember, went into that match against Mahal having won 3 of their matches on day 1 of Group B. But they had no answer to this guy. Well, but as we say, and the European Cricket Network, it doesn't mean to say that that's the way it will always be. His name will be up there and should be up there. We'll maybe get that updated for you straight away. But that's the hat-tricks we've had so far. But we do have one more to add on to that. And this man's name is on it.
And he just tries to come down the crease, but it's a good ball by Hussain. Bowls it full and wide. And a nice reaction. I like this little tit-for-tat between the batsman and the bowler.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. 4 for 0 in 9 deliveries yesterday. It was quite outstanding. It really was. And he did it in style, didn't he? The hat-trick with the corner and bowled as well. But at the moment, he's a little bit too leg side and goal! Yeah, he's right in the back of the net. And it also goes all the way as well. Manos arriba, arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es una 6 también. Well, that's the sort of action we like. You can get 2 games in one here in Cyprus. We got the cricket and we got the goals as well. Hussein, well, he looks a different bowler today. Maybe all the stardom has got to him. 13 of 5 deliveries. A ball to go in his spell. He's got to get it outside the off. He's been too much down the leg side.
15 minutes into the morning, and what a great Andres Cantor impression to start off. Let's see how Hussein ends the over.
This is a bit uppish, doesn't quite time it. Oh no! Oh no, please don't show it again. I think I made a boo-boo. Well, he certainly has. Asif Mahmood, well, you got to get your hands to this and you got to get something behind it. That's an absolute clanger.
That was a bit of a howler of an error, but I'm sure he feels he can do better than that. I mean, we've seen Marquardt. They set a very high standard for themselves so far in the field. That really isn't an example of how they usually behave. As we can see, this run rate, it's going along pretty nicely, and I think the game's just hanging in the balance. Marquardt probably want to get another wicket and try to break this partnership, but you don't feel like the Muflons have gone too far ahead. I just like the state of this game.
Yeah, I mean, little things like that, though, they hurt you, don't they, if you're a bowler? I mean, it's not been the best of overs there from Hussein anyway, but he's gone for 17. A man who, they couldn't score any runs of him yesterday. It's not the best of starts, but like you say, that's the way it goes. So bowler here now is Ahmed, who's coming on to bowl. Just setting his field. Important over this. The start of the 5th. It's where the Muflons, if they can, they like to be around about the 60 here and then have a good push on. Remember, they've got plenty of wickets in hand. So I think the batter looks like he wants to get rid of his helmet, so that will happen. So maybe a exchange for a helmet, for a cap maybe. No. Well, there we go. He does get a cap as well. So he's ready to go, ready to keep going. Of course, Zishan Sawa made a great start. He's on 40 of 17. ECS hasn't really got going as yet, but thing is, no issues. He's got, as long as he can keep giving the strike to Sawa at the moment, he's doing his job well. Second ECS. He's on strike for the start of this one. Gets beaten. Good bounce, good carry through from the bowler.
Yes, a terrific ball by Ahmed. As you can just see, look at that. Exactly as he said. Look at where the keeper takes that. That is a great bit of bounce. And, well, Ahmed, really important weapon for this Marquardt side. We know they've got a lot of good pacers, but having that leg spin variation is so important in T10 cricket, as this is just a single played out towards the fielder at deep point.
So strike back to Zishan. So battle of the 2 Zishans here. Zishan Ahmed bowling to Zishan Sawa. Sawa removes the lid. He's got a cap on and hoping to continue to make his way onto a well-deserved 50. Gets one pitched up, hits it well. It's a chance though. Oh, and it gets put down. It gets shelled by the fielder. It comes to him pretty hard and pretty quick, but he's disappointed. And that one could really cost him, and he's saying, yeah, it hits him on the chest. And I get the feeling that he didn't see too much of this. Just see this here. It does catch him on the chest. I think that's Zishan Ali that's out there. I'd be a bit disappointed he's not taken that.
Yeah, this is an enormous moment. I mean, Zishan has pretty much single-handedly led this Muflon's effort in the initial stage of the inning. So, oh my goodness, we almost see another misfield. And you have to say, just a little lack of concentration by Marquardt these last couple of overs. We've seen a couple of misfields.
4, so let's have a look. So where does this go? Well, I see the foot. It must have been, yeah, the foot. Great pickup by the umpires there. I think that might have been the scorers. Happens right in front of the scorers' tent. So that foot slides back while he's holding the ball and touches the rope. So 4 runs. And now he will be out, so no power in the shot. Ijas will go. after being, well, lucky with the boundary. He then has to depart, so he'll go for 6 of ball number 10. But the key man, though, Sawa, is still there.
Yeah, this is a nice bit of bowling here by Ahmed. You can see he's just trying to make some room to slap it away. Doesn't quite get hold of it, and it's a good caught and bowled. Nice catch there as Mouflons lose their 2nd wicket.
Yeah, this for me is still an important over. I think they've got 54 now for 2. There's a ball to go in this one. I think if they can get a boundary here, Mouflons will feel that they're in the driving seat in this one, looking to just get to that sort of 110, 120 score, maybe beyond. But certainly Group B, certainly on day 1, this was all about the batters, right?
Certainly was. I mean, the average runs in this group have been so much higher. I mean, we had a lot of talk about how there were some very explosive hitters in this group, and we've seen plenty of them so far. I mean, Kalugala, it's only been 5 matches for the Sri Lankan Lions so far, but he's already racing up the run scorers tally.
Yeah, good deep Sharma is new batter. That will come out to join Zishan. He'll be hoping he can give him some support. He's got a ball to face of Zishan Ahmed. It's high up in the air. Could be gone first ball. He will be gone first ball. And, well, Derek is going to be busy this morning. I hope, Derek, you've had a good bit of breakfast because you've got some work to do as we see 2 in 2. So just remember that when Zishan Ahmed comes back to bowl. But this is it here. He just plays all around it. It's the extra bounce that some of the spinners are getting. No mistakes from the fielder. So it's going to be another duck. So disappointment for Gurdeep Sharma. He'll go first ball. Golden duck. It's his 2nd one off the innings.
Yeah, real shame for him. And we saw how well he batted for the Cyprus Mouflons against the Sri Lankan Lions. He really helped them launch that recovery against the Sri Lankan Lions after not getting many runs from their openers. But at this stage, you have to feel for Zishan. He's just not getting the support he needs.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at the number of balls faced, he's faced only 18 deliveries. So we're getting up to the halfway mark. Well, Derek wants to say good morning again. Well, Derek thinks there could be another wicket coming there. Well, who knows? But we can tell you that there was the score 54 now for 3 at halfway point. So maybe with that wicket, you probably think Marco thinking perhaps they've evened things up in this contest. But I think while Sawa's there, I think you still have to say that the Mouflons probably going to score a big score. This is an important over. It's a Kamar that's coming on to bowl. Short, absolutely hammered, and the sound of that bat just sounds so great as this one is muscled for a big hit for 6. That one was brutal.
Yeah, it's slightly shorter delivery to start off, and you really can't give that to a batsman who's in such good form. That is a sweet, sweet strike. And we saw Zishan and Mohamed Hussain try to send a few balls to that football pitch yesterday, and that might be the case today as well.
Good morning to Keanu, and also Mayur Patel is back with us, and Mayur is keeping up the good work. Keanu loving Derek. We all love Derek. This one is another great shot, and it will go all the way. It's manos arriba from the arbitro. Just beautifully timed, hits the ball so cleanly, brings up his half century in just 20 deliveries. Ball badanya, apne Zishan Sawa nu apni half century puri kali. Very good knot from him, but he's got to keep going. I think he must feel that he's getting no support from any of the other batters. So a good score really at the moment depends on how well Sawa can keep going. 66 for 3, and Kamar has gone for 2 sixes of his first 2 deliveries.
This has been such a good half century, hasn't it? It's just been the way he's been hitting it so cleanly. Such a strong player with his bottom hand as he strikes this one down the long on. It's going to take a bit of fielding. Goes for some foot fielding, but it doesn't work this time around. And you can see a little cheeky smile there by Zishan Ahmed.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what you were talking about before, that sometimes he can be too predictable. He hits this ball from outside off, sort of to that boundary at the long on area, but you'd expect the fielder to do better there. Doesn't get to it. So 6, 6 and 4, and I tell you what, Zishan Sawa is certainly hungry for more. Better delivery, and Sawa puts his glove up and say, no, stay there to the new batter. Khan has joined him. That's Matab Khan. short. Not a good ball. It should be put away. It will be put away. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, and this one again too short. It hits sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai.
He's got his length slightly wrong this over, hasn't he, Kamar? He started off bowling a bit too short, attempted to correct his length and went a bit too full. Now he goes back a bit too short, so let's up on this final ball. He can get it right. We've seen this Markhor side, they've got two good weapons in these two leg spinners, one a wrist spinner and one a left arm slow bowler, so they need them to keep things tight in the power play. Not been the case so far today.
Yeah, good comeback. He finishes with a dot, but 22 come of the over. It's the first magical one. It's not what Markhor needed. I think that last over from Zishan Ahmed got them back in the match when he took, well, he gave away 6 runs and picked up 2 wickets from it. But this one has gone a bit pear-shaped. Let's see who comes on to bowl here now. I wonder if it will be Zishan Ahmed. I'll be surprised. In fact, I'm surprised that I know that Tasor Hussein's first over wasn't his best, but he's a wicket taker. I'm surprised it didn't go back to him and they did go for Mohamed Kamar, but he gets punished. And who do we have coming on to bowl here? Well, this is the hat trick, so it has been updated now, so you can see that Taswara Hussain of Markhor, his name is up there for that incredible bowling spell yesterday. No run scored of him in those 9 deliveries. Not the same, though, today. Looks a different player as he bowled just too many down the leg side. And just bear in mind that Zishan Ahmed is on a hat trick.
Yeah, we just saw Zishan have a long conversation with Kamar, a bit of leg spinner to leg spinner talk. Probably just trying to instruct him where to get his lines and lengths going, and hopefully we see a better second over from Kamar. He's certainly going to be a very important player for this Markhor side if they want to progress deep into this tournament.
Yeah, hat-trick ball then this one is. It took wickets of the last 2 in his first over. So Zishan Ahmed on a hat-trick. Can he have his name up there on the Hall of Fame as well? And bowling to Khan. Khan, it's his first ball, so he'll be shaking. It's right up there, and he's got it! He's another hat-trick! We see a second hat-trick in this series in Cyprus. Is right on the money. The batter, Metab Khan, plays all the way around it, and Zishan Ahmed picks up a hat-trick. Congratulations, Bob Badania. And there's another name to go on that Hall of Fame. The European Cricket Network, making players' dreams come true.
This is absolutely sensational. Hat-tricks in back-to-back day. Hopefully we see another golden ball finish today. The start to this group has been sensational. What a terrific ball there by Ahmed. He tosses it up, and the batsman, he just plays all around it. That was terrific. And look at the applause he's getting from his team. Well-deserved. This is some truly historic stuff.
Yeah, and Derek is having a field day because it's a hat-trick of golden ducks as well. It's right on the money. It's so well bowled. You know what I liked about the bowler there, Zishan Ahmed? He had a little practice before he bowled that ball, so he said, just I want to make sure it's on the money. Well, there he is. It's going to be another 3 golden ducks in the innings. You have to say, in terms of Mouflons, if it wasn't for Zishan Sawa, they'd be nowhere.
Maybe nowhere. I mean, Derek the Duck has had an incredibly busy morning back. And it's largely thanks to this man here, Zishan. He's been so good, hasn't he? And another new batsman coming in. Surely he won't make it 4-4.
Well, Salman is the new batter. Oh, look at the movement on this. Well, he's showing you his class here, the bowler, Zishan Ahmed. Now this time getting it to go the other way. So there we go, 2 hat-tricks in this European Cricket Series in Cyprus. Both of them players on the Markhor side. So it's Pakistani goats that are going at the moment. So this one rips and goes well as well. Now he's bowled those 2. What I like to see here now is one that's pitched right up. Well, Akram's eyes light up and he misses the straight one. Let's see if he goes for it. Oh, he just stops himself. Probably just rethought what he had planned. Akram under pressure, Salman Akram. It is the slightly fuller, asking the question, the wicketkeeper. The umpire not moved, but Rasab Sher liking what he's doing behind the stumps. Good work, nice and tidy.
And what I really love about Ahmed is he's really an old school leg spinner. We've seen a lot of leg spinners in modern limited overs cricket. They don't tend to turn the ball much. They ball faster, flatter, but not the case with Ahmed. He's showing that good old-fashioned leg spin bowling can still do the trick.
Gets back onto this, and I think reluctantly you're going to see Zishan Sawa get to the other end, because I think he knows he just got the one delivery to face here. What does he do? If I'm Sawa, I mean, bearing in mind this brilliant bit of bowling here from Zishan Ahmed, I would just take the single, get myself back on strike. I wouldn't do anything risky here. But so far, he hasn't shied away from anything, Sawa. So a big contest here. Contest of the two Zishans once more. And plays it pretty well, and the chase on for the fielder, but he will get there. Yeah, clever batting. He will get himself back on strike. End of the over. Another great bit of bowling from Zishan Ahmed. 3 for 8, 78 for 4, pardon me, the score at the end of 7.
This is an outstanding over, hasn't it been? And of course, with Zishan on strike to face the first ball of the next over, I wouldn't mind seeing Tasawwur Hussain brought back into the attack. That should be a good matchup. We saw Hussain. He was the other bowler to get a hat-trick yesterday, and I like my best bowler going up against Zishan, because if they somehow pick up his wicket, you really feel the Mouflons will be in massive, massive trouble. As we, of course, take a look at the Maximo power chart, the Cyprus Mouflons, no surprise, leading the way with 7.2 sixes per game. And that explains their average run rate in the first couple of matches of 14.
Yeah, and isn't it so interesting that even, this is what, day 3 of Group B, you can already see how the number of sixes you hit is very similar to where you are in those standings. This is hit too well for the fielder, who tries to stop it. Now, I don't know if this is a bit of a Tortuga bounce or it comes off his foot and flies to the boundary. But Zishan Sawa keeps on going. Just have a look at this. Yeah, I think he gets done by the bounce there. He's a bit unfortunate. But what an innings this is from Sawa. It's quite remarkable. When you take a look at the scorecard and see how all the other wickets have just crumbled around him, it's been a sensational knock, and he's single-handedly making sure that the Mouflons are getting to a score here. He moves to 68. He's happy to take the single here. Oh, well, he wants the non-striker to commit himself to, I don't think they would have crossed here anyway. That's a good call, I think, from Akram. Yeah, so he moves to 69. There's been 7 wides as well. So the other batters have hardly made any contribution at all. Akram, he has got off the mark. Let's see if he's now able to steady himself and play a few shots himself, just to take some of the pressure of Zishan Sawa. Yeah, the right idea, has a bit of a swing, makes no contact, bit of away movement there from Akhtar.
Yeah, just going back to that point, I mean, his batting partners so far have made as many runs as the extras, so this has really been a one-man show to start off for the Cyprus Mouflons.
Well, that'll help, and that's unfortunate, because while they've the last few overs they've kept the wides under control, but in fact it was the hero, the hat-trick taker of yesterday, Tasawwur Hussain, who had a few issues with his line today. All the other bowlers have been pretty good. This one's well played. He makes a bit of room for himself. I think he's just determined here just to get back onto ball and get Zishan Sawa back on strike. So Sawa, he was hoping that he can keep his highlight reel going here. It's been fantastic to watch so far. 69 of 27. Down the leg side, and this gets lofted away. It goes all the way. Nish, we have seen 2 hat-tricks. We have seen the golden ball. We've seen plenty of half-centuries. The 100 eludes us, and I'll just say, the way this guy is hitting, I know I'm going to barbecue him, but the 100 is definitely on if he can stay on strike.
We were agonizingly close to 100 on the first day of Group B action when Kalugala needed just 15 runs and then run himself out with some very casual running. I wouldn't be surprised if Zishan, though, takes a single on this ball. But he's hit it straight to a fielder, and looks like we've hexed him again. It's the second curse of the day, and Zishan, well, you just see a fuller ball, slightly better line and length here by Akhtar. He sends it straight to the fielder at long off. And boy, this has been a sensational innings, and big apologies to Zishan for hexing him.
You mentioned it last, so you're the one who cursed him, not me. Isn't it amazing how many times that happens? We've been quiet all the way through. You mentioned the century word, the C word, and what happens? He gets out, but look, what a knock it's been. I mean, he should be proud of his efforts. That's sensational. 75 of 29 deliveries. And all right, we'll both take the blame jointly. We mentioned the C word, and he goes. But the question is here now, with the score on 91 for 5. That was the end of the over as well. 12 balls to go. How many can they conjure up? I mean, they'd like to get another 20 on the board here, or at least 19 to take them to that 120 score. Question is, have they got it in them to do it?
They certainly have the power hitting. We saw Salman Akram yesterday hit a few good shots against the Sri Lankan Lions. Waqar Ali was sent to bat pretty high up in the order as well in that first match against the Lions, but he couldn't quite get it going. So they surely have the hitting prowess. I think they've just not demonstrated it so far in this innings.
Yeah, I mean, Sohail was the man who took the catch. So an important catch to take, because that could be the difference. Getting out Zishan Sawa off a 130 score compared to maybe a 110. Let's see. Well, he gives it a good swing. He's trying to get it in the gap. He will. So even though Zishan Sawa goes, the boundaries do continue. And Salman Akram, who after being on 2 of 6 deliveries, finds himself getting a boundary. Important boundary.
Important boundary, and only the second one hit by someone not named Zishan Sarwar so far this innings. It's just tells you how well he's played and how well he's guided his side, and the rest of his teammates now need to step up and get their team to around that 115 mark. That's ideally what the Muflons will be aiming for now.
This has been well struck as well. But fielders come in, they think about the 2. Well, one batter is committed to it. He might find himself in trouble. No, he won't, because the bowler can't pick up the delivery. But you've got to say that's on the fielder for me. The fielder doesn't look up, doesn't see the batter, or one batter at least, charging down to the non-strikers. And if the ball had been thrown to the keeper, you got your man.
And it's interesting, the captain now, he's come in to bowl himself, so he'll be the 7th bowler Markhor have used, and I would show a little bit more faith to some of the bowlers who've gone for a few runs. I think it was just Zishan's sensational batting that meant they had difficult first overs. Maybe against a new set of batsmen, they'll do better. Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, he's got good bowlers there, and we've seen so many times where we've sort of said, oh, I wouldn't really bring him back. But if you're a bowler, maybe you just got to tap one batter. When that batter is not in the equation, anything can change. But he backs himself to bowl it. He lets himself down with, first of all, there's a boundary that's come off it now, that wide. And they should be okay with time, unless he really gets the lurgies here. But kind of get a little bit fine. Well, big, huge swing from Ali, trying to get off the mark. Misses out. That's good areas, though, from the bowler, from the captain, Amir Sohail.
Yeah, maybe something to work on for them is also how long they take between overs. A bit too much discussion. We saw the fighters give up penalty runs in their first couple of matches because of the long debates they'd have between overs. So maybe, just maybe Markhor can clean that up, but you certainly know this is a good bowling attack.
Oh, this one has been absolutely thumped. That is a monster hit, and it goes all the way. It was right in the slot, but still needed to be put away. And well, look, he throws everything into that. Well, they say put your weight into the shot. Well, he certainly did, and he gets full reward.
Yeah, that is just a whack. That is such a brutal shot. And Amir Sohail, the captain, well, he might be wishing he didn't introduce himself if Waqar Ali is going to strike it like that.
What a way to bring up the 100 as well. And now he swings hard, and well, that's the way to do it. Swing hard, and if you get lucky, you'll get 4. And he does. Fortune does favor the brave.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder, though, why Amir Sohail is bowling that short and wide. You know, the best thing he can hope for is that he completely misses it, because if the batsman gets even a slight bit of bat on that, it's always going to race away for 4.
Yeah, so Waqar Ali is doing exactly what he's there to do. Waka, 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 and he's well, he's sending a few to the boundary. Last ball of the over is not a good one, and this will go all the way as well. This is probably the best shot off the lot. He hooks this for 6. Manos arriba, arbitro. And just like that, Amir Sohail, the captain's over, goes magical. He'll go for 22. And the score now, well, moves up to 113 for 5.
Yeah, that's such a great hook shot in those last 3 or 4 deliveries. We saw shots 360 degrees all over the park. Some nice hitting by Waqar Ali. And, of course, taking a look at this bowling card, the captain using 7 different bowlers. I would expect Hussein, though, to surely get a second over. He bowled a hat-trick yesterday. I don't think he should lose faith in him. And, of course, as we mentioned at the top of this broadcast, Markhor, for 3 straight games, restricted their opposition to under 75. So this is a good bowling attack, but sometimes you just have to give credit to the opposition for playing well.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, the Zishan Sawas not there was sensational, and he went after all the batters. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the bowling was bad. He was just on song. But with him out the equation, I think the captain quite easily could have gone to one of his more renowned bowlers. He chooses to go for himself, goes for 22. Wide. Akhtar comes back into the attack. Not a good shot from the batter here. Just gets a bit carried away. I think he knows it's the last over, tries to give himself too much room and ends up taking him away from the ball. Just needs to stand straight and get back onto it. Akram has hit the boundary himself, but really, you've got to try and get Ali back on strike. Hits this well and is not going to be stopped, or is it? Yeah, there is a sweeper, comes across, does well. And I think that's the right move as well from the batters. You can see Wakar Ali saying, no, I'll just stay here, thank you very much. So eyeing up the 120, 115 on the board, 5 wickets down, and 4 balls to come in the innings. Oh, that's a beaut, absolute beaut, the Yorker delivery. And yeah, Waqar Akhtar does enjoy it, and so he should. It's the perfect delivery to bowl there at the death. It's just on the money. That one is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball as he knocks the stumps over. Here we go, right up there. Jagdehwate.
What a sensational ball right through the gate. And look at that celebration after that. Arms in the air, pats himself on the chest, says this is all on me, and he's absolutely right. And you just take a look at Waqar Ali's expression after that wicket. He's in absolute anguish. But in all honesty, he's just got a sensational one.
Yeah, I suppose there's a bit of frustration from the batter as well, because he doesn't want to take the 2. And I think quite rightly he wants to go and stay on strike, because he's been the man who's been hitting well. And then he gets done by a good delivery. There's no doubt about it. Beautifully bowled. And well, now he does it again. Can you believe it? We have another opportunity of a hat-trick. And once again, it's Markhor. 2 in 2. Well, once you get your radar right, don't mess around with it. And this one is a horrible shot. Shot Maria Gunda. Bappers Agia Banda. Well, not a good look that for Gurwinder Singh. Well, we've seen 2 here already. 1 yesterday, 1 today. Zishan Ahmed already in this match has taken a hat-trick. And we saw Taswara Hussain take 1 yesterday for Markhor as well. Well, will it be a hat-trick or hat-tricks as Lukwinder Singh comes out to bat?
Yes, Lukwinder Singh, a very experienced operator for the Cyprus Mouflons. Oh boy, what a story would it be for Markhor to register 3 hat-tricks as a side in the space of a couple of days.
Also, 4 golden ducks. Anyway, here we go. Hat-trick delivery. Akhtar to Lukwinder. It's on the money. Oh, he gets a bit of bat onto this. And now, will they try and go for 2? They should, and they will. So, score 117 for 7. Very unlucky Akhtar there, I have to say. Lukwinder gets a bit of luck.
Yeah, just a little bit of an inside edge there for Lukwinder Singh. As we take a look at this one in slow motion, just see how close that was going on to hit the stumps. Just turns his bat a little bit there, Lukwinder Singh. And once again, right on the money, Waqar Akhtar. You have to say, these last 4 or 5 deliveries, he's been sensational with his bowling and a terrific, terrific example of how to bowl at the death.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. That was a beautiful bit of bowling. He ends up with 3 for 18. And they keep the score under the 120. So 118 it will be for 7. But that's a great over. And it's just unfortunate, really, for Markhor that 2 overs went magical in that one. We saw Mohammed Kamal went for 22 over number 6 and over number 9. It all happened in the 9th. Hussain Amir Sohail, the captain, went for 22. Let's have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, of course, it was the Zishan Servo story early. His captain couldn't follow up his half-century with another big knock this time around. He'd depart for a golden duck. That was a very well-taken catch by Awais Sulari. But Zishan, he would be completely undeterred by all the wickets tumbling around him. He showed his beautiful bottom hand, was slogging it cleanly. It's 7 4s of 7 6s. Good bit of fielding there by Waqar Akhtar. And even this man, who had an absolutely sensational day yesterday, Tasawwur Hussain, he wouldn't be safe. He'd go for 17 runs. And look at these fantastic shots. That was a very expensive drop, as of course Zishan was just 40 when that was put down.
Yeah, that was a big opportunity, and then in the same over you saw that with the fielder gets his footing wrong, and that was a bit of a disappointment with another batter going early, Sikandar Ijaz. But it was a funny old innings, and when you have a look at the scorecard, you'll see exactly why. Because if it wasn't for that marvellous knock for the man who's doing all the damage here with the big hitting, Zishan Sawa, the Muflons certainly would have been under a lot of pressure. Well, this man here enjoyed himself. We saw him take 2 wickets off ball in his first over, ball number 5 and 6, and then he came back to get a wicket off the very first delivery of his second and complete a hat-trick, and good celebrations that was for them. And well, we could have had another as well. So Marco certainly have got the bowlers to cause a few problems.
And then, of course, Zishan would be hexed when he was on 75, missed down a century. But then Waqar Ali, he came in and put in a very valuable contribution at the end. The only score of note outside of Zishan. And then Waqar Akhtar putting on a clinic on how to bowl in the final over.
Yeah, that's the way to bowl at the end. Get it full, get it straight, knock them over. And not the best of shots there, though, you got to say, but Gurinder Singh. And frustration, really, because they looked on, didn't they, to get at least to get the 120. But like I said at the time, getting that wicket as Zishan Sawa was critical, because if he was still there, certainly 130 plus score was on. So the scorecard, as I say, well, is going to have a bit of a funny look to it, because you're going to see one man who batted superbly, Sawa for 75. There he is, 75 and 29. And then you see 4 golden ducks among there as well. Well, one thing we always say, Nish, golden duck is good in one way. You're not chewing up too many deliveries.
No, you aren't. And of course, Derek had a very busy morning back. And you have to say, terrific stuff by Zishan. But then Waqar Ali at the end, that was such an important contribution by him, coming in, hitting 16 of just 5. And then we take a look at the bowlers from Marcor. The captain experimented a lot, used 7 different bowlers. We also saw Tasavar Hussain, who had a hat-trick yesterday. He wasn't safe today. The captain pulled him after just 1 over. And then, of course, for me, one of the standout performances outside of Awais Sulari has to be Waqar Akhtar. That death over was so important to peg back Muflons just when they were starting to get a little bit of momentum at the end.
Yeah, bowl very well, and also take nothing away from that spell from Zishan Ahmed. Just 8 runs conceded, and he picked up a hat-trick. So wonderful stuff. It means that the match number 43 pretty evenly poised, I think, because of the runs that we've seen being scored in Group B. I mean, 119 is definitely on.
Yeah, this should be a very interesting chase, as of course we've seen some of the Marcors' fantastic batting ability. And that man, Zishan Ahmed, who just took a hat-trick, I'm sure he'll be leading their chase in just a few moments' time, as we'll bring you the chase. Marcor need 119 runs of 10 overs.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the conclusion of match number 43. Very evenly poised. We've seen another hat-trick, which was great. So congratulations to Zishan Ahmed. And we saw some fine bowling from Wakas Akhtar as well, who also took a 3 for 3 for 18. But thanks to an incredible knock, really, from Zishan Sawa, the Muflons still to get to a good score, 118 they put on the board. But we've already seen that in Group B, that's not necessarily a match-winning score. So looking forward to seeing how the reply from Mahor goes in this, the battle of the two goats. Mahor, as we know, is the name of a goat that you find in Pakistan, and the Muflon is a goat that you only find in Cyprus. So the two teams taking on the names of two goats. It's a battle of the goats here, and really battle of the goats versus Derek, because Derek our duck has been pretty busy today as well. We've seen 4 golden ducks in that innings of the Muflons. So it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. Welcome back to everybody, and Rico Full here in the house with the European Cricket Network, and alongside me is Nish Bhatt. Nish, welcome back.
Thank you very much, and of course the Muflons will be hoping that Derek has a very busy innings over here as well. But I like how aggressive the Markhor side have been to start this innings off. They're sending 2 of their best batsmen right up top, Zishan Ahmed and Wakas Akhtar. They want both of them to really capitalize on this power play and try to get them in a position where they have 40 to 45 runs. As of course, once again, we're reminded that this is the battle of the goats. The Cyprus Muflon is there on your left, and you can see the Markhor on the right.
Yeah, I'm liking that, and liking that from our girls in production as well. The Spice Girls are with us. So Elvira, Karina, and Maria all doing a fantastic job, and looking forward to the action here. And I have to say, the Muflons are looking very bright in their orange tops as we get ready for this defence, or their defence of this score. 119 needed by Markhor for victory. Muflons, of course, have played 2 and won 2, so they're at the moment a team that have got a 100% record, but can they keep hold of it? You can see in the tops of Markhor, they do have a representation of the goat on their top in the front of their shirts. The umpires are ready for this one. A big shout out to the umpires, Sujit and Taranga, the men in black, and as thought for them as well, because when it gets hot, it must be hot when you're wearing black out there. So here we go. It's going to be Singh with the first delivery. Gurvinder Singh. It's nicely played away, but finds the fielder. So just have a quick check of this field. They have got a man back at mid-wicket already, so they're expecting a few shots across the line and then a sweep around on the offside, a sort of point sweep, if you like, is what they've gone with. Gurvinder, once again to Zishan Ahmed. First runs on the board, courtesy of a wide. There's probably a few batters that would like to see the early departure of Zishan Ahmed, the hat-trick man. Is opening up with Wakas Akhtar. So the 2 key bowlers, 2 bowlers that took a 3 for, are also doing the opening. Well, this is a Gandhi delivery, and it's going to take some stopping. A bit of glove on this, and it will still go all the way. So there's going to be a minimal, despite the efforts of Zishan Sawa, who, well, after he's it's a mammoth effort with the bat. He's having to dive around trying to stop those. Not a good ball from Gurvinder.
No, it certainly isn't. And one thing we know about Zishan Ahmed is he's a very, very classy cricketer. Already made 118 runs in his first 4 games. We've seen him stroke some very gorgeous-looking boundaries, so I expect to see some aesthetically pleasing shots early.
Better delivery, better area. And first runs of the bat as Ahmed just plays this down into a bit of space in the offside and is keen to get off the mark. So a chance for us to see Akhtar.
Yeah, we know Akhtar. He's a very experienced operator in the European Cricket Series. He's played for a number of different teams, but he's now here for Markhor. And we know what a good all-rounder he is. So we saw some of his ability with the ball. Now let's see him with the bat. Be a little bit disappointed with his start to this tournament. He's had 1 big score, but he'll want to kick on and add a few more.
Good full delivery. Gets it past one fielder, but not the sweeper. Nicely picked up there by Wakarali, doing the tidying up.
I think one thing we have seen with Akhtar is he's one of those batters who's just willing to bat till the end. He'll take his time early in the innings. This one is played away really, really nicely. Very good-looking shot by Zishan Ahmed. Picked up the length quickly and just swivels around and plays it behind square leg.
Yeah, lovely hook shot, isn't it? Just keeps his eye on it and gets the lovely little swivel. A little bit of the, what I call the MJ, oh, in that one, as he sends it to the boundary. So the first boundary of the innings. And very nicely played by Ahmed.
Certainly going back to the point about Akhtar, we saw this in the match Markhor played against the Nicosia Fighters. Akhtar was happy to go along at a run of ball when Ahmed was striking, and then he just picked up his strike rate later in the innings as this is a...
Oh, no. Well, this one is called a wide, so it's going to be another minimo. But how close was this to the helmet as well? It was pretty close to hitting that helmet, and I think a Tortuga bounce probably saves him. Look, it gets through the keeper. And watch this. Oh, so close. So close to hitting the lid, but that not the best of efforts there from Zishan Sawa. Really needs to get the legs together. So 10 in wides in this over. 17 off it. Still 2 balls to come. And this one has been clobbered. Well, that's a great hit. Gets smashed away for 4. So the over goes magical. It's the perfect start for McCall.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of good-looking back foot shots here early by Ahmed. He's picking up the length really quickly. And Gurwinder Singh, he might just have to change his plan a little bit.
Yeah, I get the feeling Gurwinder Singh is just wants to get this ball done and dusted with it. He hasn't really, apart from 2 deliveries that he's found on a good length, the others have been too short. And this one is another horrible one down the leg side. So his troubles continue, and not for the first time in this contest. Another bowler goes for 22. And the thing is, for Gurwinder, this over's not complete yet. High, but bounces before the fielder. They'll get a single. The over, an expensive one, comes to an end. 23 off it. That means it's 23 without loss after 1. So Markhor have made a perfect start and have already made a bit of a dent in the rate that they require. That rate now moves to under 11.
Fantastic start for Markhor, as he said, and I wouldn't mind seeing Bilal bowl the second over. We know he's a bit of a wild card. He can either absolutely nail his liner length or he can be extremely wayward, but he's one of those very exciting left-arm seamers we've seen so far here. Captain going for Lakhwinder Singh instead, and this is another really good move. Of course, we saw Lakhwinder Singh. He was on a hat-trick as well for the Muflons. Couldn't quite get the 3rd wicket, but we know him. He's a partnership-breaking bowler.
Yeah, I remember Lakhwinder from when I've been at it previously. He's a very, very sort of niggly bowler. He'll niggle away at you. He's got good variations, not particularly quick, but he's normally a good wicket-to-wicket bowler. And, starts well, just outside the off stump, and the batter drops the bat on it, but no run. They're still keeping that field very tight there out on the offside. That's where they wanted Gurwinder to be bowling, but Gurwinder just bowled too short. Lakhwinder starts well.
I can see again, might be a bit of an unassuming bowler, but that's where he can deceive you.
This one gets played out, and the fielder's not going to stop this. Just hits it so sweetly. And from the moment this comes off the bat, there's no doubt it's going all the way. Look, just a little bit too short. So Lakhwinder also finding out that if you get it short, you'll get put away. And, well, Zishan Ahmed, he's off and running, isn't he? There's something about the Zishans today that are putting on a good show. To the fielder, no run. Good comeback from Lakhwinder. Goes across the line, maybe gets a little bit lucky. Chances his arm, it's aerial, just gets it over the infielder, but they have got a sweeper back there now.
You can just see what Lackwinder's saying. We saw him go for a 4 off the second ball, but since then he's nailed his lines or lengths. He's been so accurate, as he always is.
This one's a little bit fuller, but no run, so gets away with that one. As he goes for, I think, the attempted Yorker, but just sprays it a little wide for the batter. Akhtar not able to make the most of it. He'd be disappointed he gets nothing from that. And it's a good finish to the over from Lacwinder. So as you said, the one boundary from it. But apart from that, he keeps it tidy. Only 5 of it. And 2 overs complete. 28 without loss.
Yeah, and I feel like this innings is just going to go this way. You're going to see a big Markhor over, and then just the Mouflons will pull them back. It should be only back and forth stuff with the momentum swinging either way. As we take a look at the standings, of course, Markhor currently leading the way, picking up 3 wins on the bounce. And then the Cyprus Mouflons, a sensational start to the tournament for them. They got 2 big wins against 2 of their bigger rivals, the Sri Lankan Lions and the Limassol Zalmi. So they're leading the little battle of this city of Limassol so far. And I think we're going to see Murtaza Yamin bowl here. So he's a good express-paced bowler. Likes to bowl on the power play as he gets the ball to just move away from the right-hander. And very surprisingly, we didn't see him bowl at all yesterday, but not too long before he's introduced into the attack today.
Yeah, Murtaz. No ball called here, and this is because of a fielding issue. I think they got 3 men back. Oh, that's a criminal. They've got square leg back, long on back, and a sweeper. So great call from the umpires. Nothing gets past our men in black. So yeah, that's glaring. And of course, the Mouflons don't help with their bright tops. It's pretty easy to pick up when they're in the wrong spot. And now they're debating who's going to come inside. And they go for the sweeper out on the offside. So free hit. And hits it well, will be caught, or it'll be dropped, but it doesn't matter. It wouldn't have been out. So no run, so gets away with it. Yeah, there's one thing I think when you can always blame the captain for that in the field, but I think as a bowler, you also want to check where the field is. A bit of blame for both, but it doesn't hurt them. High up in the air, and looks like it's going to just keep going, goes to the boundary. So it's a big swing from Zishan Ahmed, probably a bit frustrated. He wasn't able to get anything off the free hit, but this one comes off the edge of the bat, gets over all the fielders at the back and goes to the boundary. Lacwinder chasing it, but to no avail, 4 runs.
Yeah, you can see the bowler just sees him advancing down the crease, so he decides to dig it in short. An unfortunate top edge.
And now he's going to go in the same area. It's not a good delivery, and I have to say. It should have been punished, but that's not exactly where he's wanting this to go. It's down the leg side. He gets lucky, top of the bat, gets over. It's a nice shot of Lacwinder there. Once again, having to chase it. So 4 more back-to-back boundaries. And once again, a bowler guilty of being just a little bit too wayward and short.
I think with that kind of length, it wouldn't be such a bad idea to bring long on back in and then send a 3rd man out.
Oh, this is absolutely hammered. That is a biggie. That's the biggest of the day. That one is not coming back. It is big. It's a monster strike for 6.
Yeah, after a couple of streaky boundaries, we see him hit one absolutely cleanly right out of the screws, goes into the football pitch, and it's a good thing that a lot of people are enjoying a bit of an extended holiday here in Cyprus after the Easter weekend, so no football in action there right now.
Yes, good job. Jagsir Singh will have to go and fetch that one. Good morning to him as well. It's a man who's responsible for fighting off all the snakes as he retrieves the balls. And it's another one. Oh, no, it's missed by the keeper, but fortunately hasn't got the pace to go to the boundary. So it won't be a 5, but it will be 2. 2 more wides. Not a good start, and I'm just thinking that maybe the captain already here, Mohammed Hussain, is thinking, right, it's probably better off just taking the pace right off it and getting a bowler that can bowl just wicket to wicket. I'd expect Lacwinder to bowl again to try and get another tidy over in, but who else can come in? This is nicely played. He relies on his timing, and it's going to be 4 runs. Fielding the cautious, the kafi kitty, but chokka lag gaya. Both badhiya shots, beauty timing and placement, 4 runs.
Beautiful shot. We, of course, saw a little bit of brutality by Zishan Ahmed earlier this over. Now we see the class and touch by Waqas Akhtar. Perfect placement. He knows his fine leg is inside the ring, so he just works it away.
Yeah, Mutaz, though, he hasn't bowled one that challenge outside the off stump. And once again, he's on the stumps. This one, better delivery, though. At least he's fuller. It's not just straight, but these bowlers are not targeting those right channels. They're being too short and too predictable. As that over comes to an end, and that also goes magical. Well, 22 seems to be the number of the day. It's another over that goes for 22, and, well, what a power play. 50 on the board already.
And we did say right at the top of this broadcast, Markhor will be targeting 40 to 45 runs in the power play. They managed to get to 50, so they do exceed expectations. This is a terrific start for them, and the Mufflons are under some real pressure for the first time in a couple of games.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's a cracking start. But once again, though, very similar to the Mufflons' innings when they were having a knock. It's one batter, one Zishan. That seems to be doing all the work. Zishan Ahmed, 29 to 14. And, well, already putting his name forward as a player of the match performance. Akhtar on 6 or 5, but just playing the sporting role. Lakwinda does come back. And it's nicely played. Lovely one-hand pickup from the fielder, Wakar Ali. But decides not to have a shot. I would have had a throw here.
Yeah, of course, his captain, Mohammad Hussain, would be backing up as well. He's a very good fielder, so it's a single to start this over off for Lakhwinder Singh.
Yeah, but you can see Akhtar knowing his role, take the singles, get Ahmed back on strike. Ahmed, he wants to be devastating. This is such a good shot. It's not a bad ball at all. I mean, it's not even that short, but look how quick he's onto it. The perfect swing, the perfect contact, and for the batter, the perfect result, 6 more.
Both the Zishans we've seen today have such incredible bottom hands. Look at the strength, the power. And the captains decided to swap the two fielders who were fielding at cow corner and a more orthodox deep mid-wicket. Not sure a fielder could do too much about that.
This one goes the other way, just leans onto it, no run. But that's a better line, though, isn't it? Just get him playing outside the off. He's sort of player you don't want to give anything to him in that sort of the swing arc. Gets forced to play this one out, and you can almost see and sense from the Mufflons that every time it's just a single and you're taking Ahmed off strike, you're taking that. So now Akhtar, will he just be 2 balls to go? Will he try and do the same, or will he think, okay, with 2 balls to go, he'd rather try and play a shot of his own? No, he tries to paddle, so he wastes one there. Now this is one where you probably feel that Zishan doesn't want to Wakar to take a single. So Lakhwinder, by far the better bowler so far. Just 13 has come off his spell so far, high up in the air, and he looks like he's going to get a boundary. So that's a good shot, and that's good, clever cricket, smart cricket from Waqas Akhtar. He knows he doesn't really want to take a single. He doesn't want to take the strike away from his partner, Zishan Ahmed, so he goes for the shot himself and backs it. They've got wickets in hand, so when you've got to take an odd risk like that, it pays off, though, for him. 50, well, they go past the 50s now into the 60s. 62 it will be without loss after 4.
He has incredible match awareness, Waqas Akhtar. We saw this yesterday. He was ticking along at just about 120 for his strike rate when Zishan was striking it cleanly against the fighters. And then as soon as Zishan departed, he got in on the action. And I really like this move by the Mufflons. They've decided to bring Bilal in. This is the time to take a risk to try to dismiss Zishan Ahmed. You know, we've seen Bilal. I mean, when he gets it on the money, he's absolutely unplayable. So he's obviously a little bit inconsistent, but I think over time he'll develop into a better and better bowler. We've seen that with a few talents we see here in Cyprus. Very, very raw cricketer, you can see, but there's some good pace, some good bounce. He's got a beautiful run-up. Let's see how this battle fares. Where is he going to land this one?
This is a quick, sharp delivery from Mohammed Bilal. There's a few Mohammed Bilals that we come across on our travels. Of course, one that comes to mind immediately is Mohammed Bilal from Malta, who also is an exceptionally quick bowler. And, well, this could be Mohammed Bilal bowling here. He's got a similar action. Comes in with a bit of pace behind him. He's got a good long run up. And when I say that, I mean it's smooth. It's smooth, it's balanced. And he comes in, and like Mohamed Bilal, he's a left armer, and like him, he knocks the stumps over. That is a tremendous delivery. And it's nice to see a bowler bowling full, straight at the stumps, and that one knocks the timber over. So Waqas Akhtar will depart for 11 of 9 deliveries. What a great delivery this is.
Top delivery, and exactly where any left-arm quick bowler needs to land it. As we take a look at this side-on view, Waqas Akhtar waiting for the delivery, and completely misses, and it's gone on to crash into his leg stump. And this is what we said, they needed to go with Bilal. He can go for a few runs sometimes, but when he gets it on the money, he will get you a wicket, because breaking that partnership was essential.
Yeah, this, I mean, I've not seen him before, but just from those couple of deliveries, this boy should be getting a new ball. It's as simple as that. He's a left armer. He's going to create you problems anyway because of his angle. And looking at that delivery there, or looking at the start that he made, the first one was just too hot and spicy for the batter. That one is right on the money. He's going to cause some troubles. Yeah, I can understand it. I think a lot of left armers, when they start out, you know, they sometimes can be guilty of being a little bit too leg-sideish. But he's made the perfect start, and he gets the breakthrough. So that partnership was worth 63, but it is no more, as Amir Sohail, the captain, comes out at number 3.
Yeah, we saw the captain give him the first over against the Sri Lankan Lions, but he went for about 18 runs in that over, so he hasn't gone back to him since. Instead, he now prefers to use him in the power play when there's a little bit more protection, and maybe that's just what a younger bowler needs.
Oh, look at that. Perfect areas. And what I like about him as well is the follow-through. You know, no issues in getting in front of the umpire. He knows where he should be. He knows where he shouldn't be. And, yeah, already liking the look of this kid.
One thing, though, that he could certainly play a good role in is cleaning up the tail. We saw him come in that second match against the Limassol Zalmi, and nobody in the lower order could play him. He just started pitching it full and straight in that final over, and, well, they didn't even get close to it.
Great bowling. Doesn't have much of a clue at the moment, as Sohail. And I just get the feeling here, if I'm Bilal, then I'm going to use a little bit of my experience and knowledge to say this one has to be full on the stumps, because I think Amir Sohail, after 2 dot balls, is already thinking, I've got to get bat onto this. Only 1 run off 4 balls so far, 1 wicket. I think he's going for this no matter what. And I think if he can get this one on the stumps, he's got another opportunity for picking up another scalp. And this one goes up. Another one that goes in an area that the batter's not looking to go. Lakwinda does really well. Just watch this. He gets very lucky. If that is hitting the pads, he's gone. I reckon that is not pitching outside leg. And another one that gets the back off the bat and goes. But this time, at least Lakwinda is able to stop it.
And he does exactly what you suggested. Goes full and straight, but look at the amount of pace he has. He gets an inside edge, and it absolutely flies to Lakhwinder Singh, who has to do a terrific bit of fielding to deny Markor a boundary.
Well bowled, and this time you see even to Zishan Ahmed, who's out there, 37 to his name, and even he can't do anything about this. It's just the perfect length. It's quick, it's fast, the ball is coming up, he's not giving you any width. That's a tremendous over from Bilal, and all of a sudden we're seeing that we've got this guy here in Group B, and of course he's well, he's got his match, hasn't he, in Group A, when we saw that great bowling from Mohammed Hussain as well. I just do like that these young quick bowlers coming onto the scene as well. I know that around Europe there's seems to be a lot of focus on spin bowlers, but it's great to see a good fast bowler. As we have a look at boundary percentage versus non-boundary percentage.
Yeah, the Cyprus Muflons leading the way, unsurprisingly, in a side with 78% of their balls for a boundary. Aren't going to lose too many games. And unfortunately, you can see some of the sides with a lot lower boundary percentage, like the Nicosia Fighters, currently winless.
Yeah, I mean, it does make a huge difference, and I'm liking that graphic, and Ravi doing good work back at base, putting those together, but you can just see how the table toppers are the ones that are, you know, as we keep saying, the ones that are scoring the most boundaries. So I think that's certainly for this format, it's got to be go out there, hit boundaries, hit boundaries, get your percentage of boundaries up, and you'll do well in the standings. This one will be called a wide. It's a good stop from Zisan Sawa. He's standing up and gets his body, gets his gloves in the way of that one. And it is Gurdeep Sharma comes into the attack. Oh, that's a good delivery, and that's out. And that is so well bowled. I mean, it starts to move. That's clever bowling because the ball before goes down leg. And I think the batter is already thinking, Sohail, that he's going to play this towards leg. But he gets this to move away. Watch this. Moves away. Yeah, gets him right on the pad. The umpire has to decide if he's going to go on to hit. For me, that's clipping him off stump. Good decision. Amir Sohail makes one, but has to depart.
Yeah, struck him right in front. That's a smart delivery by Gurdeep Sharma. And we know he's a very, very clever bowler. Those tight lines and length, so he's not going to give away too many poor deliveries. And the captain has to depart, having made just one run. So Zishan Ahmed now has lost a couple of partners while being stranded at the other end. And the most important thing here is the Muflons are denying him the strike.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's following such a similar fashion to the innings of Muflons, where, of course, it was Zishan Sawa who was the man that was doing all the hitting, and nobody really providing him with too much support. It's almost identical at the moment, but that means that all these batters have to be aware of that and try to get him the strike. But this is a good start from Gurdeep Sharma. Unlike the length that he's bowling, he's getting the ball right up there. Siddiqui is the new bat. No run.
Yeah, because he just pulls his length back there, Gurdeep Sharma. And Bakar Siddiqui, we know he can strike it very, very cleanly in his... he's had a couple of innings so far with his strike rate above 250. He's not someone who's going to look around to hang around for too long. Takes one or two balls to get his eye in, and then he brings his old golf driver out and tees off.
Well, it's an interesting way to field as he takes the ball and then ends up leaning backwards, Wakarali, but he keeps it in his hands. Another dot. So we've seen some good overs being put together here. Winder's over number 4 went for 12, but after that, Bilal makes a good one. This one from Gurdeep Sharma looks pretty good. Fielder just lets this get away from him, but the batters are not able to capitalise, and they still are looking, but it ends up just being a single.
Not too bad an outcome considering Zishan Ahmed is back on strike, and I think the plan for him here really needs to be look to hit this one to the boundary and maybe try to take a single off the last ball.
Two to come in the over. Only 2 runs from it. 1 wicket already been picked up. So starting to put the squeeze on the Muflons here after Mahor got off to a really good start. Just changing his line around fairly constantly. Gurdeep Sharma now coming back over the wicket. And once again, good work from the keeper. Doesn't take it in his gloves, but pads are behind it, not letting the ball get through. And I think his presence there, just keeping the batters from coming out of their crease. So you'd want to come out to these, you want to meet these on the full, but just a little bit wary. Good deep. Can he finish the over well? Oh, he can. This is such a good delivery. It's almost a repeat of the one that rewarded him with a wicket first up. And just a little bit more width though, but once again, you see Zishan there, a bit more of a stopper than a catcher, but it doesn't matter. There's no runs. It's a very, very good over. Only 2 runs from it. So you can see that from the last 2 overs, only 4 runs have been scored, which is what leaves the score on 66 now for 2.
Yeah, we saw Marquardt going along at a run rate of above 16 in the first 3 overs, and they've really been slowed down. You have to say, credit to Lakhwinder Singh. He came in, he snuck in some quiet overs, and then Bilal getting that all-important wicket. We said they should bring him in to be that partnership-breaking bowler. He broke the partnership, and he put the brakes on Marquardt.
Surprised they're not going back to Bilal. I think this is the captain maybe just thinking, I'll keep Bilal for later. But, you know, you just saw good over there from Gurdeep Sharma as well. You could always say, I've still got Sharma who can bowl. I would have gone for Bilal straight away. I just want to keep things nice and tight, because you know that the batters are going to go after this bowler. They just will after those 2 quiet overs. Bilal is the one that I'd have bowling. So, right, okay, I know you've got to get going, We'll see what you can do against Bilal. They do go to Wakar Ali, though.
Of course, Wakar Ali, very experienced operator. He's played plenty of games for the Mouflons. We know him. He's got a whole load of variations up his sleeve.
This one is clubbed, but to the fielder who makes no mistakes. It's a very good catch taken. So Wakar Ali does come into the attack. They do go after him, but unfortunately they pick out the fielder, and that's a really nice, comfortable catch taken there by Mutab Khan. And they get the breakthrough. Siddiqui hasn't really been able to contribute too much, but he had to have a go. There's the catch is taken, but once again, the issue is Zishan Ahmed just not getting the strike.
I believe this is Zishan Ahmed who's been dismissed. So that is an absolutely monumental wicket. So this will really turn this game on its head because well, we know how Zishan was really leading the scoring for Markhor, and now, well, you feel the pressure is going to go on Abu Bakr Siddiqui. We know he's capable of clubbing a big one, but who's the one who's going to play a mature innings here through to the end? That run rate, meanwhile, has been climbing up. It's now gone over 14. It was just under 9.5 at the end of the power play, but now the Mouflons, as they so often do, they know how to close out games well, and that comes from all these big pressure situations they've been in over the years. A very experienced team, and they're showing they know how to win cricket matches.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is Zishan Ahmed that goes, so that's a big wicket and a good catch, important catch taken. You can see he was just getting frustrated, wasn't he? Not getting enough strike. This is well played out. Of course, confidence now will be flowing through the Mouflons because the only man that's been able to contribute with the bat so far is on his way back. As we see that Zishan Ali gets off the mark of his very first ball.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to pull mid-wicket in. Actually, they've just sent him back now, so instead they're going to bring Lakhwinder Singh, who was out at third man, back into the ring.
Oh, that's well bowled. It's a slower delivery. It's a good fielding position there. We've seen that position used a number of occasions. Some good catches being taken there, but that slower delivery just manages to get a bat onto it. So good bit of bowling here from Wakar Ali. So the captain obviously backing his bowl as well, and the last 3 overs so far have been so good for the Mouflons. This one's hit high in the air. It's another opportunity, and it's been taken. Well, this is a case of the ball hitting the hands, the ball going up and kissing the fielder back on the, I think he's kissed him on the nose, and then dropping back into the hands of Gurdeep Sharma. Gets a little bit lucky, and that ball gets a little bit too close for comfort to his nasal area. But the catch is taken. It's a second wicket that goes, and the big man, Siddiqui, has to depart.
They've just caused wickets to tumble over here, the Cyprus Mouflons, right when Markhor had started well. 3 quick wickets, and they're under serious pressure now, Markhor. Where are they going to find the batsman who can go at his run rate of 15 for these remaining 20 balls? It's going to be really tough now. And the Mouflons, well, they just know how to win. They stay so calm despite that difficult start.
Yeah, nice catch taken. Got to get your best fielders in the right places, and that's what the Mouflons are doing. The captaincy has been good. They haven't panicked. As a new bat comes in, he's got a lot of work to do. That rate now, by the way, has accelerated in the period of something like 14 deliveries. It's gone from 10 to 16, and that's all credit to the bowling. Started off by Mohammed Bilal, who bowled beautifully. Gurdeep Sharma backed him up as well, and now Wakar Ali doing the same. And with 3 overs to go, those 3 bowlers will bowl their second without fail. Ali to the new man, and goes down the leg side. He'd be a little bit disappointed to waste a ball on the new batter. 2 for 2 he was. It'd be 2 for 3 now with that wide, with still a ball to go. But it goes right across his stumps. There's a batter here. You just get the feeling that if Rasib Shah gets one straight delivery, he'll play all round it. Let's see. It goes short. Goes for the power shot. It's another opportunity, and it's been snapped up. It's the 3rd wicket in the over. And amazingly, Wakar Ali will finish with figures of 3 for 3 in that over. It's a shorter delivery. You can see Shah's eyes light up. but he hits it straight to the fielder, and he's going to go for a duck. So Derek had a little bit of a break in this inning so far, but he's going to be called upon because Rasib will go for a duck.
Massive turnaround for the Cyprus Mufflons. Just 7 runs of the last 3 overs, and they've taken 5 wickets. This is a sensational spell. As we, of course, take a look at the fantasy dashboard, Markhor are going to have to somehow recover from this absolute collapse in the middle of the innings and come back to face Limassol Zelmi, who, of course, we saw involved in that thrilling golden ball finish against the Nicosia Fighters. They would then, unfortunately, lose their game against the Cyprus Mufflons. But, of course, as you can see, the big stars for them, Salman Khan, he was so good with the bat yesterday, batting so deep in his crease and just slogging ball after ball after ball towards mid-wicket for a 6.
Sharma holds on to another catch. This time, no issues. And this one will probably just drop short of Sharma this time. It comes through. So a good bit of pressure being applied here. And Markhor, the thing was though, I mean, they were well on top, weren't they? At the halfway point as well when they lost the first wicket in over 5. There was still some 10, 15 runs ahead of where they need to be, but how quickly things have changed. This one, well, that's good work from the batter. Quite happy to take the wide there, Kamar, who's the new batter that comes in.
And, of course, a good point made here. The Mufflons are a champion team. Completely agree with that, of course. They're the 2-time champions, 3-time finalists. They just find ways to win games. As this is a good ball, just going away by Gurdeep Sharma. They'll be a little bit disappointed. They've given up a needless bonus run here to Markhor.
The rate, it's always at that point of what we say no return. Some good hits will help, and that is one of them. That is tremendously well struck. That will go all the way and crash into the European cricket banner there, along with the federation's logo. Big hit. So this is what they need. It wasn't the best of deliveries, actually, from Gurdeep. He's let himself down a little bit, but nonetheless, been smashed away. He'll come back over the wicket. Keeps changing. Can't make up his mind which way he wants to come. Now back over, which I think suits him much better. They think about the run. But Zishan, once again, though he doesn't take it clean in his gloves, he's gets body behind it, makes a stop. Well struck and acrobatic. Oh, how about that for a bit of work from the fielder? Unfortunately, he's nowhere near the ball, but it looked good on camera. I wonder if we can see this again, Elvera. Watch this. It's a dive, and, well, the dive was good, but the landing was superb. 10 out of 10 for the landing, but a pretty good shot as well. 4 more runs.
Perfect front roll, as Waqar Ali shows us. He's not only a good bowler, but he's also fantastic at gymnastics.
Oh, that was superb, wasn't it? He's got springy steps. Well, I suppose they are the goats. That's what you expect goats to be able to do. To bounce around and jump around and always, no matter where they are, always land on their feet. It's a lovely shot. Okay, goes for it, but this time just doesn't get his feet to go across. So over comes to an end. It's a fine spell, despite a few boundaries in that one from Sharma. He's picked up 1 for 15, and the score moves to 82 for 5 at the end of 8.
We, of course, take a look at the graph and notice a major collapse for Markhor's net run rate right after that big wicket, which Bilal took of Waqas Akhtar, was just gone down and down and down. Wickets have fallen every over, and, well, it's going to be tough to see how they're going to launch a recovery in this final stage of the innings.
Yeah, it's going to be tough indeed. Just keeping an eye on, I mean, it shouldn't be an issue. 3 minutes to go to bowl this over in, and it gets played away. They think again about converting the 1 into 2. That's what they've got to try and do here. That rate is just hovering at the point of no return. They really do need, I mean, we've seen today already on a number of occasions, 22 coming off an over. They could do with that here now. And well, it's not going to happen as Wakarali picks up wicket number 4. 4 for 4 now. It's been quite incredible. And I know we've seen a few fourfers in this series. We've seen 2 hat-tricks as well. Well, maybe we're going to see a 5-fer, and this could be the first. And, this is such a good delivery, right on the money. Knocks the stumps over. Really well bowled.
Top delivery, just gets it on, gets that leg stump Yorker, and wickets are tumbling really quickly here for Mark Hoare. They're just fizzling out at the end after a terrific start. And this is what the Cyprus Mouflons do so often. I mean, we saw them do this to the Sri Lankan Lions in that first match. The Lions, they got off to a flyer of a start. They were going at 15 or 16 and over, thanks to Kalugala and Roshan Sivardhana. But then after that, the Mouflons had them going at a run rate of just 7 for the last 6 overs of the innings. And boy, they're doing even better here against Mark Hoare.
Yeah, it's all changed at 1 over, wasn't it? Mohammed Bilal, the 1 over, picked up that wicket, and after that, they just haven't been able to get going again. And this one is very close to getting it through the gap. They'll take the single, so Solari gets off the mark.
Of course, 2.5 minutes left to bowl these 4 deliveries. He should be fine, but just speculating, one reason that we might not see, we might only see Bilal using the final over is because he takes a lot longer to bowl his overs.
In the air, chance, and there you go. We have the first 5-wicket haul in this series as well. Very well bowled for Waqar Ali. And it seems like every time they get a run from him, he then comes back with a wicket. That's the way it's been. 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4, and now 5 for 5. Sensational bit of bowling. And good catch, safe hands there from Salman Akram to get him that wicket. And Nadeem Kamar ends up victim number 5. So we see a Michelle Pfeiffer here in Cyprus.
Very good bowling by Waqar Ali. He's put a clinic on how to bowl in the T10 cricket, varying his lines and lengths really well, varying his pace as well, just making it hard for the batsman to face him. As we take a look at 2023's Hall of Fame with 5-wicket hauls. Let's add the 3rd name from Cyprus.
Yeah, another name going up on that board, Umar Tariq. Remember, that was 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings he took. Xavier Thomas back there in Malta, 5 for 5. And now, well, matching those figures, Waqar Ali 5 for 5. And you know what? With 2 balls to go, it wouldn't surprise me if he picks up another. So this innings in tatters now, 84 for 7. As a new bat comes to take guard. And no doubt that once again, Waqar Ali will be right on the money. Bit shorter this time, played out, no run. Last ball of his spell, what a spell it's been. In fact, the last, ever since over number 5, I mean, what have we seen? Hardly any runs at all. The bowlers have been superb. Only that last one, really, from Gurdeep Sharma was a little bit expensive. And he goes for a bit of a, I have to say, quite a rank, slower ball, really. But still no damage done. They don't get any runs off him. I think it was just about saying, well, you know what? I'm just going to put it up there, see if you go for it. The batter does, but it doesn't get him anything. Great spell of bowling. We see a 5-wicket haul there from Waqar Ali to add to hat-tricks that we've already seen today. So very well bowled. And the Mouflons are really, well, close to making it now. 3 on the spin for them. As after 9 overs, it is 84 for 7.
You can see the bowling card here for the Mouflons. Apart from a couple of bowlers who went for runs in the power play, it's been a stellar effort since by the Mouflons. Just 20 runs off the last 4 overs. As we can see Bilal now coming in to bowl this final over. Once again, the captain using him in this role late in the innings. And boy, if he just pitches it on the stumps, there's no way any of these batsmen will be able to touch him.
Well, this one is high and just out of the reach of the man Waqar Ali, who's got 5 to his name already. And if there was anybody who's going to catch this, it's him, because everything's gone his way. But this one just evading him. So they'll get a single. So Mahmood Bilal looking to see if he can pick up another. And well, this has been pretty well struck to the fielder, so Mahmood will get off the mark. Hands the strike back to Solari. Well, Solari, I'm not sure how keen he was to get back on strike.
Certainly, we're reaching at this stage now. We can pretty much hand this victory to the Mouflons, but it's not just the fact that they've won 3 straight games, it's who they've beaten. They've beaten all the major contenders to start off.
This one has been well played, actually. It's I don't know how much of it he knew. I know I heard you talking about this yesterday, but you know, you've got to, gentlemen, with bowlers like this coming at you at pace, you've got to wear helmets. I mean, he's out there without a helmet. For me, I'm sorry, it might sound harsh, but it's foolish. You know, this guy's got some pace, and you saw him play that one. All right, he gets bad onto it, but you can see, I think that was more luck than anything else. Solari gets a boundary. Bilal, though, won't like it. Goes for a Yorker, but gets it too full. But they've got a nice field set to remember. They've got that man nice and straight. That's the other thing that Mouflons have done well in this. They know this ground. They know it well. They've been here before. As you said, they're a championship side. They get the field right.
Very, very tactically adept team, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see who can actually knock them off their perch, because these 3 wins against 3 quality sides have been absolutely resounding.
Catch, gone. Quick delivery, a big swing, backing away, gets a slot of edges. And Zishan Sawa, well, I've said he hasn't taken too many clean, but you can see that when he needs to, he takes it safe in his gloves. And Mohammed Bilal, well, congratulations, he picked up his second. And again, showing his pace and showing how he's a threat to a lot of batters.
Yes, a terrific delivery just outside the off stump, and a well-taken catch by Zishan Sarar going to his right. And wickets continue to tumble for Mark Hoare. We're going to fall well behind this target in the end. And they've just been brought back down to earth after that terrific 3-game winning streak. So a little bit of head scratching for them. Of course, they don't have too much time to recover. They'll be right back out there in just about 19 minutes time to face the Zelmi.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed one day, Mark Hoare. And you said it, don't forget, they were a team that yesterday started the day brilliantly with that win over the Sri Lankan Lions, who on day 1 of Group B were undefeated in 3. And then they completed a good win over the Nicosia Fighters. So come into this with in good form, but unfortunately, well, Mouflons have just been too strong for them. They managed to get those extra runs with the bat late on. And then, well, here, when they were under pressure, it was this bowler that came in and caused all the trouble. And then, well, he lets himself down dramatically here. Just look at the field that's been set. And we can maybe have a look at that again. And then I think he just fires his way down the leg side. And the field, well, you can see the men of orange, or everybody on the offside. They've got, look at the slips in place. And then, well, what does he go and do? He bowls a horrendous delivery. So you see, we can have a quick view of this field before Bilal comes in. Yeah, there you go. That's the field. So all the bodies in that area. Only one man on the leg side, and he's sort of that fly slip. Let's see. Well, once again, it's on the leg side. There's nobody here. There's going to be 4 runs to finish. So Mohammed Bilal, he wanted an attacking field set that looked good on camera. Might have looked good on camera, but you've got to bowl to it. And he hasn't bowled to it. And this one is whacked away for a boundary. I make that it, to be honest. And the umpires have surely got to call it. Yeah, they do now. That is the end of the match. And it will finish, well, at least they will get to 100. And that is some consolation. They'll finish on 102. And I suppose getting close is important. It sort of helps your net rate slightly. But in fairness, I think they've been outplayed in this one by the Mouflons. Only the opener, Zishan Ahmed, gave them a little bit of hope with some good hitting at the beginning, as we see in the power play. But once that first wicket went, it was all downhill from there on in.
It really was, and it was Mohammed Bilal who turned things around. He got that important wicket of Waqas Akhtar to break that good opening stand of 63 runs, which, of course, the main contributor to that was Ahmed. As we take a look at some of these nice shots he hit, striking it cleanly. And Waqas Akhtar, he played a decent sidekicks role. He was just looking to keep the dot balls to an absolute minimum. And then this was a game-changing moment.
Yeah, great delivery. Quick, fast, gets it through the defences of Akhtar. And then I thought this was a great bit of bowling also. I really liked that over. And just knew when to use the right bowlers. Gurdeep Sharma, he was then followed by Wakar Ali. Wakar Ali, of course, he bowled 2 sensational overs and he picked up 5 wickets. But that was a wicket that they needed, that one of Zishan Ahmed. And once he departed, then really it was just all one-way traffic. It was all about the bowlers and the catching. And some good catches taken there by Gurdeep Sharma, who backed up his bowling with some good catching. But this man was just sensational, Wakar Ali. And just on the money all the time. And I'm pretty sure that when you take 5 wickets, you should probably maybe go on and pick up the player of the match performance as well. There was a few contenders, but let's wait and see what they do indeed decide. And this was a good wicket towards the end from the fast bowler Bilal. But he let himself down, didn't he, when he could have made a nice moment for the camera with that field that was set. Everybody on the offside, I think 4 or 5 slips. And he fired one down the leg side for 5 wide, and then the last ball hit for 4, which allowed Makor to get to the 100. But as we see there from the scorecard, only Zishan Ahmed really getting things going for Makor.
Yeah, the Zishan Ali had a no score of note as well. Made just 12 runs. Waqas Akhtar tried to support Zishan Ahmed, but unfortunately just not enough runs scored by Makor, who seemed to lose their way in the middle of the game as the Muflons did a terrific job to clamp down. And you have to say at the end of the game, that was slightly rubbing salt in their wounds. As we, of course, take a look at the bowling figures for the Muflons. And again, outside of a couple of bowlers who bowled in the power play and went for a few runs, it was a really, really good performance. And Wakar Ali, that is a sensational performance. The first fifer of this tournament, and only slight cause of concern for the Muflons will be the 23 runs of extras.
Yeah, I mean, also, Lakwinder Singh, I don't want to make reference to him. When the game was tough at the beginning, he bowled 2 pretty decent overs there, though he didn't get too much. Now, Gurdeep Sharma let himself down with his second over per bowl really well. And Mohammed Bilal there right towards the end, 5 wides and 4 runs of his the last 2 balls that he bowled. So that meant that 20 runs came up there. But he bowled really, really quick and fast. He's going to cause a lot of trouble for a lot of batters. But well done to Wakar Ali, who picks up 5 wickets, and he'll have his name in the Hall of Fame as well. So congratulations to the Muflons. But Makor, well, they're going to have to improve pretty quickly. Remember, they're back on in about 15 minutes' time when they take on Limassol Zalmi. Zalmi looking to bounce back. I mean, they were the victors of the Golden Ball yesterday, but then they fell to the Muflons, and they're looking to bounce back with a bang as well. So join me, Rico Full and Nishpat, when we return in under 15 minutes time for the start of match number 44.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Lovers getting ready for the second match of the day, where it's going to be an interesting one with Limassol Army coming back into the frame. And Marco, well, they lost that one despite the hat-trick from this man next to me, Zishan Ahmed. Zishan, congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir.
One thing, get a hat-trick, but you don't win the match. So that's got to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot for me.
Did you know you won a hat-trick? Because you had...
Nobody knows, I just play my good cricket, that's all. And I get my results, it's going on my side. So I'm happy with that.
Well, congratulations. You have a hat-trick. It's great. You get your name in the Hall of Fame. Next match coming up. After losing that one, you're playing Limassol Zalmi. Confident?
Confidence. Full of confidence.
Well, that's great to hear. Well, folks, let's go out to the middle. The two captains today with Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, ready for match number 2 of the day.
Okay, Limassol Zalmi the call. Tails is called. It is tails. You're going to batting? Okay, very good. Have a good game, guys. All the very best. All right, so Limassol Zalmi have won the toss and they're having a bat. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico and Nish.
Thank you very much, Stefan, as we take a beautiful look at this Ipsanos cricket ground. What a gorgeous drone shot of where we'll be playing our cricket. Of course, Markhor, a bit of a rough start to the day for them. They start off with a loss, as of course we take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Zishan Ahmed leading the way for Markhor, the hat-trick hero who we just had a chance to hear. Very brief and precise with his answers. Boy, I think he's going to have a big role in this game as well. And then, of course, the Limassol Zalmi. Salman Khan leading the way for them. We saw how good he was yesterday. And it was absolutely unstoppable. He had that strategy of just going very deep in his crease and looking to whip everything away towards the leg side. Very Joss Butler-esque, may I say. And let's see how they do here. The Zalmi, of course, we know both these sides were handed defeats by the Mouflons in their last couple of games, as this is a wide one to start off. And I think he may just have run out the batsman on a wide. That's certainly what they think. And we'll take another look at this one on the replay. This would be a huge wicket, though, if Jawad Shah has just had a little bit of a slip of concentration here. The Zalmi seemed absolutely convinced. Let's take a look at this angle. And oh, Shah, he doesn't even bother going back. It's a very late return of his bat. And this is going to be a very tight one. Let's see what happens here. Has he slid his back on time? Has that bat been grounded? I think it's touch and go, but he just about survived here. Boy, that's a little bit of a slip of concentration for Jawad Shah. Don't think he'll want to be that close. And we know what a terrific batsman he is. He's just got to lock in a little bit. But you have to say full credit to Rusub Sher. We've already sung his praises these first few days of Group B action. And he demonstrates why there. So let's see if this is the first legal delivery. It's a nice looking drive by Shah, who gets off the mark after a little bit of a scare. And it's going to be Umar Shah on strike. Of course, Umar Shah out there with a floppy hat. So far in Markhor's first couple of matches, Umar Shah has been happy to play an anchor role. Just look to keep dot balls to a minimum. This one's played away well by Umar Shah. And you can see what the bowler's trying to do there. It's a good idea. Sulari looking to follow him. But Shah just gets enough bat onto it and works it away. He beats the only fielder there. Maybe we could have seen a slightly better fielding effort by the fielder on the leg side, but you have to say it was a well-struck shot. So the first boundary of the innings for the Limassol Zalmi. And he just blocks this one, Shah. It's a good ball. Fuller delivery, angling into the stumps. Of course, Markhor looking to rebound after that tough defeat to the Mouflons. We saw their bowlers go for plenty of runs in that first innings, and they'll just look to tighten the screws again, as you can see Umar Shah very eager to get off strike. He doesn't like playing a couple of dot balls in a row, does he? We saw him take some very risky singles against the Nicosia Fighters, but he was very fortunate not to get run out. We know he's going to do that. He's going to give you a chance running between the wickets. The Zalmi do take risky singles very frequently, and we saw them give up plenty of runouts yesterday. And you can just see he's adjusting his straps on his pad. Hopefully he's got them right now so we can see the 5th ball of the over. Yeah, this one's gone wide down the leg side. So Solari, you can see what he's trying to do. He just wants to get that ball around hip height, but doesn't quite hit it over here. Yeah, this is a very poor full toss in all honesty. And oh, once again, direct hit. Shah might have been in trouble. And oh, that's a poor bit of backing up out in the deep. He's going to be really disappointed with himself there. Mohamed Kamar, he knows he can do better than that. As we just take a look at the height on this delivery. It was a rank full toss, and I don't know why he's played such a defensive stroke to that. No question there that that's a legal delivery, of course. Both the Shahs quite tall players. And really, he should have been smacking that away as hard as possible rather than looking to play such a defensive shot. Oh, you know, he's a good hitter of the ball, Umar Shah. We've seen him hit some very good-looking boundaries. I think he just needs to back his boundary hitting abilities a little bit more. I think he might be a bit too conservative at times. He walks down the wicket, knocks away a single. As the calls of easy around the field as Limassol Zalmi are 10 for no loss at the end of the first over, and Umar Shah will keep strike. As, of course, take a look at the bat versus ball wall. Markhor fancied as 11-run favorites. Of course, they are now 3-2 rather than 3-1 after that defeat earlier against the Mouflons. So they'll be looking to rebound, whereas Limassol Zalmi, they were humbled by the Mouflons as well. That one was quite a drubbing we saw, where Mohamed Hussein, the captain, just drubbed them all over the park. They, of course, their first win was a quite sensational one against the Nicosia Fighters, winning it on that absolutely thrilling golden ball to watch. We had so much fun yesterday watching that game. Truly one of the great games we have seen here on the European Cricket Network. As Mahmood is going to come in to bowl the second over. Yeah, it looks like we're just about ready to start. They've taken their time to get their fielding absolutely precise here, the Zalmi. Beg your pardon, the Markhor. Now this one's struck hard towards long off. It's going to take a bit of fielding. And you can see Amir Sohail, the captain, he put in a good effort. He slightly overruns it. And that's why it goes for a 4. And again, we can see Umar Shah is a very good cricketer, and it's taken an awful bounce as well. Very nasty bounce. But the captain, though, you have to say, does slightly overrun. He's trying to reach back behind. Although, in all honesty, if he probably maintained his position, he would have got a hard smack to his face. So I guess all's well that ends well, at least in terms of his health. Yeah, this one's nudged away by Shah. This is the kind of cricket he looks to play. And we're going to see Jawad face his second ball. Of course, we know what a scary start he had to this innings. And let's see now, of course, well, they're going to have a slightly different field for Jawad Shah. They know he's very good at hitting it towards mid-wicket, so they've brought Point back into the ring and put a deep mid-wicket out. And he goes for the drive there, and once again the wicketkeeper just teasing Jawad Shah. Shah this time makes sure he's got his foot planted firmly back inside the crease. Oh, it's a terrific ball. That is a brilliant ball. Just straightens, doesn't it? Beautiful delivery, and I think Jawad Shah, just got to say, I've got a really good one there. It's a good thing I haven't got an edge onto that. And he takes the pace off the ball there, Mahmood. So very, very good over so far. He has recovered well after that first delivery, which Shah struck for a boundary. And again, top stuff. A fantastic over for Mahmood, who gives up just 5 runs. As it's a good start here for Markhor, rebounding well after that loss. As, of course, we come to the end of the second over. It's a good chance to introduce ourselves once again. I'm Nish Butt, and joined in the commentary box by Rico Full.
Good to be back and looking forward to this contest. Looking forward to see how Limassol Zalmi bounce back. And this is where they are at the moment in 5th. Got that one win to their name, but get the opportunity to get right up there and take 4th spot over from Black Caps, who we won't see today. Zalmi, of course, were victorious yesterday against the Nicosia Fighters. And it was the golden ball that did it. The Fighters won't know how they lost that match, but they did on the golden ball. And it was that direct hit from the man who was the villain, who became the hero. Well, what a match it was. But then it took a lot out of them because they weren't able to get the performance in against the Mufflons, who won easily, chasing 102 for victory, doing it with 9 wickets and 19 balls to go. So looking to bounce back strong here. And a bit of a misfield, as this one will be 2 runs.
Yeah, you can see he just charges at that ball really hard, Zishan Ali. God, it just slips underneath him. So, and once again, I would say the second misfield so far from Marcor. I have to say they've been a little bit disappointing in the field so far today. We saw them leak a few runs needlessly against the Mufflons. They put down some catches as well, particularly that one of Zishan Sarwar, which they had to pay for. He goes for the big swing here, Shah, but that's going to take a top edge. So a fortuitous boundary here for the Limassol Zalmi. They desperately need these runs, though.
Yeah, it's head up in the air, swings hard, and not for the first time. The ball makes its way down to the boundary. And that's what you got to do, though. You got to be brave. You got to throw the bat at things. Zalmi move to 17.
Yeah, this is a great ball in response, and I have to say, really been impressed by the lines and lengths Marcor have bowled early. They've not been scared to pitch it up in and around the off stump.
Yeah, good delivery, but once again, they're not sure what the wicketkeeper Zafi is doing here. He's throwing the ball back, attempting to get it back to the bowler right over his head. And really, the batters were inclined to take a run if they wanted to. I see the question side on. The umpire doesn't seem to react. I mean, he's running, but once again, I mean, no real proper technique with the run. He's running with the bat sort of in the air. So we may get to see this side on as well. And just see this, just when he's running in. I don't think doesn't look to me like he slid the bat in. The bat is short, and I think he does get there in the end, doesn't he? But certainly need to be a little bit quicker when they're running between the wickets.
We mentioned this right at the start of the match. They're very risky with their running, and we saw them get run out numerous times yesterday in the 2 games they played. Just need to stick to some of the fundamentals, ground your bat well. Oh, this is a slower full toss, but it's aimed at his pad, so Jawad Shah will happily score his first boundary after struggling a bit at the start of his innings. This one just straying way too far down the leg side.
Yeah, attempted slow ball, ends up being a full toss, and Jawad Shah, credit to him, doesn't try and hit it too hard. He just uses the pace of the ball and his timing to send it to the boundary. So, yeah, he'll be pleased to get his first. The 2 Shahs are going pretty well at the moment.
This one's another lowish full toss, but he's managed to find the fielder there, so Shah will be a little bit disappointed he's missed out on that one.
Yeah, more than a little, I think, Nish. I mean, it's not a good delivery, and he just tries to get a bit more contact on this one rather than the ball before, which he just placed. But straight to the fielder, no runs. Power play complete, 26 without loss.
And you have to say a good power play for Marcor. I mean, considering they haven't taken a wicket, they'll be very pleased that the Zalmi have made only 26 runs. Interesting approach by Jawad Shah. I mean, we saw him yesterday. He came out first ball, looked to absolutely hammer everything. But he was a little bit disappointed. He couldn't kick on with any of those starts. Got a couple of 15-plus scores, hit some nice-looking boundaries. But I think today he's trying to hang in there as long as possible.
A little bit of discussion between the bowler and his fielders, and looks like the umpire's in conversation about something as well. Not sure what it may be, but discussion between the umpire and the captain, Amir Sohail. So, not sure what the issue is here. So, certainly something going on. As umpire Taranga and Sajith were in conversation with the captain.
I'm just having a look at Ahmed because I saw the umpire have a word with him, and he's just sent Ahmed away. We just see him trudge off the field.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is here. Whether he's saying he's injured, he's going off for a reason. Now, I think the umpire's probably explained to him there. Well, okay, if he goes off, and bear in mind that if he does come back, how long he'll have to wait, if he's going to have a bowl, etc., etc. I know Stefan Gooch is going over there and having a chat with him as well. So, well, if there's any more updates on that, we'll let you know. Back to the action.
I've just been looking at Ahmed very intently. Of course, if they lose him in this match, Markhor, that would be a devastating blow. And he just pointed to his shoulder when our very own match referee Stefan Gooch went to speak with him.
Yeah, I've just seen him with the corner of my eye. He's taking his shirt off, and he looks like he's laying down and doing all kinds of stretches. And I don't know whether he's put some of that magic spray on there or not, as this one gets worked away to the leg side boundary. Just a single taken.
And you have to say, Mahmoud coming back so far this over, doing the same job he did in the first. I think he's bowled really well, hasn't he? I like the way both these two bowlers have bowled first up for the Zelmi. This is the response we wanted to see from them after that defeat against the Muflons. But on the other hand, let's see if we see a bit more positivity here from Jawad Shah. That is a terrific ball, absolutely terrific ball. And in the end, that's the only shot Jawad Shah can play to it.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, isn't it? It's just in the block hole. And Jawad just plods the bat down onto it. So, yeah, he's made a bit of a slow start here, really. Maybe cautious, perhaps. A little bit concerned that there's the batting depth is not as strong as he'd like it to be. So he's decided to be a bit cautious, but not on that one as he goes down the ground. But once again, doesn't get his feet in the right position.
Yeah, this one's just about manages to nudge it away, but he's going to be aided by a slight misfield again. A few too many of these by Markhor in these first couple of games, but they won't pay for that one as it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, the batters, one of them sees the potential for a second, but unfortunately, you can see Umar Shah doesn't. So only just ends up being a single. And I think when you're not flowing with the bat, when boundaries aren't coming quickly, you've got to take whatever you can. So a few times they've missed these opportunities to convert ones into twos.
This one just opens up the offside. It's a beautiful looking shot there by Umar Shah. And it's very interesting that today he's really playing that aggressor's role with Jawad slightly struggling, moves to the leg side and carves it through point. Gorgeous shot.
Yeah, very good shot. Risky shot because he shows all of his stumps and the rest. But the bowler really needed there to execute a Yorker, wasn't able to. Played into the trap that was set by the batter. So they do get a boundary to finish the over. So 4 overs complete, 32 without loss. And you're absolutely right. No, that is no wickets there. I think Mark will be quite happy with the way this is going at the moment.
Yeah, they need to pick up the run rate. We know that Shah is a really, really good batsman. I mean, we saw his strike rates yesterday, always above 150. And it just looks a little off color today. I think he's been a bit stunned by some of the very good bowling by Markhor. We have to give tons of credit to them as in comes Hussain. And oh, he just tries to run that down the third man, but he gives a catch to the keeper. Terrific bit of bowling and some terrific wicket keeping. That is sensational stuff by Rusab Sher. We've been singing his praises in these early games from Markhor, and he shows us why. Top catch.
Yeah, this is a really good catch. Look, he tries to dab it, but he gets it too close to the keeper. The keeper still, Rusab Sher, had a lot to do. He does well, takes the catch. Beautifully done, good bit of action, well captured by our partners here, Spring Productions. Great work on the camera as well. And all smiles on the faces of Markhor as they do get the first wicket.
And this really isn't too bad a wicket to lose, in all honesty, for Limassol Zelmi. Shah never quite got going, and they need someone to come here and just up the ante, get this run rate going. It's simply not something they would desire to be going at just above 7.5 overs as we're into the 5th over of the innings. And we're going to see Ur Rahman. Didn't see him feature in any of yesterday's action. So a big chance for him with the bat in hand.
Yeah, and a good comeback also from Tasawir Hassan, the man who took the amazing hat-trick yesterday. They couldn't score a run off him, could they, when he bowled his 9 deliveries, picked up 4 wickets. Was that all sorts in the first match where he went for 17 in 1 over, but he's come back well with a wicket the very first delivery.
This is very, very well bowled by Hussein first up, and it's just been incredible how every single Marquardt bowler has just come in and hit their lines and lengths perfectly. This is a sensational response after going for quite a few runs against the Mouflons. They're really focused, and you like to see this from a side. They've not dropped their heads after that loss. They've just come in absolutely focused at their task in hand. And this one's slightly fuller and wider. It's going to go out to the fielder at long on, so just a single here for Rahman. Once again, another terrific over for Hussein. Just 1 run off these first 3 balls.
Yeah, he's bowling well, and it looks like all of a sudden he's got his line better. That over that he bowled earlier today, it was just everything was short down leg side, but he's getting this really to go right across. Once again, fuller delivery, and you can see that's a good ball to bowl to someone like Umar Shah. He likes to give himself room down the leg side. Look where he's going there, even when he's practicing. So if you literally follow him, if you get the ball on his legs, then he's not able to play that shot. So it'd be interesting if he now goes the other way and tries to pull and hook.
Sadie looks to advance down the crease, and you can see the bowler just pushing it wider after he sees that. So again, very good reactions here by the bowler. So far, they've been completely on top of the Zalmi.
Yeah, I'm liking it. It's sensible. They're even though they haven't picked up too many wickets, just that one that we just saw at the beginning of that over, they've kept things nice and tidy. Oh, this one could be close, you know. Well, it's more than close. The finger up in the air. The Jak de Fatte, well, a double Jak de Fatte celebration. Well, why not? Because there's 2 wickets in there as well. He's back, folks. The man with the mean arm, with the great bit of bowling you saw yesterday, picked up 4 wickets, no runs conceded. And then look, I like the way he does a little swivel of the hips as well when he does the Jak de Fatte celebration. 2 wickets in the over. And just like that, Limassol Zalmi, they're really struggling. 34 for 2 at the halfway point. As we take the opportunity to welcome you to our comedy position and say hello to everybody.
Yeah, very good morning to all of you, wherever you're joining us from around the world. And we have to say, what a terrific start here by Marquardt. They're rebounding well after that loss.
Yeah.
As you just mentioned, Hussein, he's right back on the money. And we told you, don't be too concerned by that one expensive over he had this morning. He's a very classy player.
He's a good player, yeah. I mean, I must admit, that first over he bowled, I was a little bit surprised. He was down the leg side, he was short, and he went for 17. But this is what he's all about, getting the ball right up there. Hey, look, I want to say a massive big thank you to you for holding the fort for 2 days. Did a great job. And, well, I was away and we got a golden ball. So, and you dealt with that really well yourself. And, of course, you saw the first hat-trick here in Cyprus as well. So the golden ball, well, we'll see the numbers on that has gone back. Reset the counter, you did. And the question is, though, are we going to see another here? And I reckon we are. I reckon in this group already going to be some close matches. And when I think the top 4 from Group A and B come together on Saturday as well, I think the competition is going to be so close. And there's going to be some really close matches again.
No, I'm really looking forward to this. And, of course, the biggest theme we've seen so far this in this group is just the fact that the runs are flowing a lot more freely. There's some quality batsmen in both these sides. And suddenly,
yeah,
some of the action has just been really fun to watch.
I'm still waiting, and I know it will come. I'm waiting for the century. I'm pretty sure we're going to see the century yourself. So golden ball, hat-tricks, century on the way as well, for sure. I can feel it. And I think already we've seen some good batters in this group. You saw that there was, I mean, you saw the 85 yesterday. We saw 75 earlier today from Zishan Sawa. So it's definitely on the cards as we return back to the action.
Absolutely, and I think a good little bit of thing to discuss on the chat would be, who do you think is going to make the first century? I'm still keeping my money on Kalugala. I think he narrowly missed out on one, but he might get one. And that guy right there on your screen, Salman Khan, he has to be up there as a favorite to get the first century. I mean, he was so good yesterday, wasn't he? And so far this series, we've seen a lot of batsmen. They tend to advance down the crease to try to hit the ball on the half volley. What he does is he goes deep in his crease and then looks to strike it as he starts off with a single, and another minor misfield here by Marquardt. And this one's going to race away for a 4, so very disappointing. And Marquardt, they just let themselves down a little bit with some of these errors.
Yeah, it was a gentle push, really, wasn't it? And you can see the fielder there not really getting down, not really committed enough, really, to get his body behind it. And as a result of that, it goes to the boundary. Sheer timing. It's really a nice start, you have to say, from Salman Khan.
Yeah, you do have to say, though, it's just leaking some needless runs, Markhor, in these first couple of games. I think got to step up their fielding. And this is a good ball by Waqas Akhtar, right in the channel, nice and full. And I've got to say, Waqas Akhtar, he's really got his lines and lengths spot on. He's been bowling quite full. And this is going to be an interesting battle between him and Salman Khan. Khan looked almost unstoppable yesterday. And this one's just tucked away by Khan. And I don't think he'll come back for a second. No, it's just a single. Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, tidy little batter, isn't he? I remember he made 63 or 23 against the Nicosia Fighters in that Golden Ball victory. And then in the loss to the Mouflons, he was the only batter, really. He made 35 or 15. So he plays well. I like the way that he's prepared to work around in his crease as well. So he will come forward, but he will go back as well. You just get the feeling that this partnership could be pretty key. Remember yesterday, and against the Mouflons, it was he and Umar Khan that really gave them a start. But then they just fizzled away, really, when they should have gone on to score more than the 101 that they did.
Yeah, the one feature of his innings was that he was smacking good balls for a 6. As it just pulls his length back here, Waqas Akhtar. It was really tremendous to watch because I don't think at times the fighters got too much wrong. They would aim for a Yorker, he'd just take a step back and whack it for a 6 through mid-wicket.
Yeah, good little battle here. Akhtar, we know he's a good bowler. Gets the ball in the right areas. That was the end of the over as well. So still that acceleration, not quite coming, even though they did pick up that one boundary. It's 41 for 2. So I suppose if you go at 10 and over from here on in, you get to that sort of 100 a score between 101 and 105. If you get a bit of acceleration, you can get to the 115. But I think they'll know that is probably not enough. I think 120. You got to say, I mean, what are you thinking in this group? I think 115, 120 is sort of par score here.
And that's what we thought would be the par score at the start of this tournament. Group
Yeah.
A was a bit of an exception, really, to the rule. This one's played away, just strays onto the pads a bit too much, and a nice shot by Umar Shah, which goes all the way, and they desperately needed that 6. Markhor, we've just seen a bit of a slowdown in the scoring, and Shah, well, he's going to have to be the one who'd kick on with Salman Khan.
Yeah, better that from Shah, because this time he's not walking away. He actually stays still, whereas before, perhaps early on in the innings, he would have actually walked into that and not be able to get there. He stands still and he dispatches it. So not the best of delivery from Hassan. This is what he did in the match earlier today. So he's got to get this back outside the off peg.
Yeah, he just tries to move to the leg side again. Probably wants to strike it towards the offside, but Hussein does really well, just follows him, man. They're sticking to what's worked for them, not deterred by the fact that one ball went for a 6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get this ball right into the pads. And it will be a different approach to Khan, and he gets away with this one, just keeping it inside the line. So gets the dot ball in there.
Yeah, you can see Markhor watching the games yesterday very closely. They know exactly where to avoid bowling to Khan, so going wider here, Hussein. Smart thinking. Yeah, this one, he just tries to crab Khan for room. This one's popped up in the air, and I think it's going to land just in front of the bowler. He might have misjudged it a little bit, though, because you can see there was a slight hesitation before he went for the catch.
Yeah, I think he does well to find it. He realizes where it's his catch. He gets there, but you're right. I think he needs to take it, and yeah, he misses it. It's a missed opportunity, you have to say. That goes down as a chance, and an important one, really, to remove Salman early.
Oh, and this is some really good bit of ingenuity by Umar Shah. Terrific shot. Just picks one up that's pitching outside the leg stump and reverse sweeps it away towards third man. Top cricketing shot.
Oh, great shot. Well, we know there's plenty of beaches here in Cyprus. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket is the order of the day. Beautifully played. Showtime here at the Ipswich Cricket Ground. This one, well, I think this is okay with height because he comes charging down. It's worth seeing again, but very cleverly played by Shah. It's a really good innings. He's already showed that he can play shots all around the ground. Look, he knows this is high, but rather than swing, because he's running to it, he hasn't got time to react. He just guides it away and gets another boundary. So the acceleration that they wanted has started, and it came courtesy of Hussain.
And they really needed that over, of course. The overs before that, going for just 15 runs, the 3 overs preceding that one. So they really needed to get 16 of that one from Tasavar Hussain. You can see that projected score, just 81. It's not a position a team that's only lost 2 wickets wants to be in. So they need to really desperately try to get to that triple digits mark somehow.
Yeah, they do, and that over is just what they need. You've got 2 batters there that can do it. I'm liking what Umar Shah is trying to do. And Salman Khan has been pegged back a little bit for the moment, but I'm pretty sure if he gets a bad delivery or 2, he'll be up and running as well. Oh, well, this is, if that hits, it would have been out. And now, well, it looks like they're going to get 2 from nothing because that fielder, you can't blame the fielder there. He's so far back. He's got a long way to come back up. Hesitation. They do eventually go, but you can see I don't think he's going to be in the picture. Yeah, would have been long gone.
Yeah, once again, risky running by the Limassol Zalmi. This has been a feature of their style of cricket. And this one's just dabbed away by Salman Khan. Once again, a little bit of miscommunication. Khan tells Umar Shah, stay right where you are. Umar Shah ignores him, and he gets back on strike. So they do get the single somehow. But you've got to say, this is really, really poor communication.
Well, there's no point telling him when he's halfway down the track. Umar Shah is saying, come on, it's an easy single. And though, in fairness, Umar Shah probably a lot taller and a lot quicker between the wickets. Goes for the big hit, misses out on it. And wicket-keeper just lobs it back to the bowler.
Yeah, we can see the shot that Umar Shah was rehearsing. But if you could just go back to trying to hit it behind point on the offside, he'd be better served, especially the deliveries that are that wide. You can see third man is inside the ring. And so is point, so there'll be no protection if you can beat just a couple of those fielders. This time you can see it just goes across his stumps rather than opening up room to play through the offside, and he gets a single.
Yeah, he's probably quite a difficult batter to bowl at because early on he was moving down the leg side and playing out the off, and then you thought, well, maybe that's his trigger movement. Then he started standing still and actually playing some lovely shots, and now he's going the other way. So he's not focused on just playing one way. He is able to, as I said before, play to all parts of the ground. Oh, well, this is everything, including the kitchen sink, and he's froze himself off balance. He's trying to send it to the moon, but misses out on it completely.
Yeah, this is a rare occasion we've seen Salman Khan off balance in these first 3 matches as Zalmi have played, and I really like how Markhor are bowling wider to him. They were watching the games yesterday very closely, as we can see, and it just takes some pace off that one, Sohail, and pulls the length back, and another stellar over. So the Zalmi, they managed to get that good 17 run over, but once again, Markhor come back and sneak in a very quiet over. So the Zalmi are only 61 for 2 at the 8 over mark.
Yeah, good over that from Sohail. He would have been, Sohail rather, he would have been a little bit concerned coming back. Remember, the one over he bowled in the last match went magical, but he comes and he nails a good and only, as you said there, 4 runs from it. And it just means that the start, or the acceleration that came the over before, has been put to a halt. So 12 deliveries to go, and at this moment in time, even the 100 doesn't look on. So they really have had the staggers here. And the thing is, what will worry Zalmi is they've got plenty of wickets in hand. So you'd be questioning why the batters haven't either got going or got out of the way. And certainly Salman Khan, with he's going less than run a ball. He's the guilty man at the moment.
Once again, we can see Umar Shah trying to be a little bit innovative, and he's going to get a little bit of luck over there, as that's going to go away for 4.
I like it, though. You know, he knows that the field is set. He goes down. He gets the contact he wants. It's a lovely shot. He's well executed, and he gets the right results. I'm liking it. So showtime here at the Ipswich House Cricket Ground. And, well, Shah, it looks like he's on cue of bringing up a very good half-century. No shortage of trying from him. I mean, his strike rate's not bad. Unfortunately, though, he's not had too much help from the other batters, and Salman Khan particularly really needs to cut loose in the last remaining deliveries.
This one is just a very, very good ball by Waqas Akhtar, and Shah. Well, they didn't run the first single particularly hard, and then you could see Shah, he was just considering a second run, but he needed to be faster out of the blocks. But it's been a real difference today. I mean, yesterday we saw Shah, his strike rate was never really above 125, but today he's taken on that aggressor's role with both Salman Khan and Jawad Shah taking a little too long to settle in, as this is a good ball by Waqas Akhtar, full and just outside the off stump. And again, you can see they really studied Salman Khan yesterday.
Yeah, but I mean, where's he trying to play this? Look at where he ends up, and you just question, what's he trying to do with this delivery? Just watch how he ends up. I mean, he's not using his feet at all. You need to be coming down and driving that ball. This time he takes one hand completely off. It takes a single, but singles at the moment are a win-win, aren't they, for Markhor?
I mean, Salman Khan looks such a different cricketer today. Yesterday, we had talk on our chat saying he's the best batsman they've seen so far in Cyprus, but so far today he's looking down on confidence, and I think really this full credit to Markhor. They've probably figured out some of his weaknesses. And he goes for that big swing there, Umar Shah. But again, Akhtar, he's just been very calm with his bowling, sticking to his plan really well.
Yeah, Waqas Akhtar bowling well. Remember, took 3 for 18, so we know what he can do. Just getting the ball in the right areas. This is really, really very good bowling indeed.
And you can see Waqas Akhtar just pushing it wider when he sees Umar Shah coming down the crease. And once again, a little bit of miscommunication between the Zalmi batsmen, but they get away with it as they will get that second run. And you have to say, this is something they really need to work on. They've been run out far too many times.
Yeah.
And these, at least in their first couple of matches, and they've been very lucky not to have a run out so far today, as of course we head into the final over. And Limassol Zalmi have only 69 runs. As we take a look at the bowling effort, it's been absolutely stellar by every single one of them.
They bowl really well. I mean, Limassol Zalmi, though, I mean, only 2 wickets down to be at this score. That's disappointing for them. One thing we haven't also seen them do is really get the acceleration going when they should. They haven't tried to convert singles into twos. So really, these two batters just haven't taken any risk. And you can see that Salman Khan, I mean, he now knows really to justify this innings for him as he's 12 balls for 10. He needs to send a few to the boundary here just to try and get them to, well, whatever score they can. But even at the moment here, I mean, even an 85 sort of score is going to take some doing. Let's see what happens. The bowler is going to be the captain, Amir Sohail. Again, he bowled a wonderful over number 8. And he's hoping to keep this as a run chase to around about even sort of the 80 mark, and then try and knock them off pretty quickly.
Yeah, this one struck away by Salman Khan, so it's only a single. Surely they're going to push for a second. Shah wants to, and has he thrown away his wicket? Trying to get that second run, he certainly has. Once again, it's a late call by Salman Khan. And Shah, well, this is really, really catastrophic for the Limassol Zalmi. He would have been on strike, the only batsman who's looked dangerous so far, and he's been run out.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really make too much sense, does it? I mean, he then gets sent back, and he's a long way from being home. I mean, he's got to take a little bit more ownership and say, yeah, I want to be on strike. I mean, you see here, he wants to go again, and then he has to be sent back, and he's not going to get there. And I think when you at this stage, the extra single and having the likes of Khan back on strike doesn't make sense. I think you got to go back on strike. And, well, he does get 50 to his name, I guess, so 50 of 28, but he gets himself run out at the crucial stage.
Yeah, as someone who has seen Umar Shah play a few times, including in the night series we had in Cyprus a couple of years ago, I think he just sometimes lacks belief in himself. He's clearly got the hitting ability, but he always likes to be a good sidekick to someone else, and that's that sort of thing. You know, some of the big star players here, they scream, no, stay right where you are. I'm facing these last 5 deliveries.
Yeah, and you saw that a few times, really, when he needs to be taking ownership, and you can see here that Salman Khan is giving the new batter all sorts of advice. And I know if I'm the new batter, I know what I'd be saying to him. I'd be saying, oh, ja pare, tu both kitana te, maine rehne, let me do what I've got to do. And I think if this goes to the boundary, I think the new batter may be having a few words with someone. Well, they want to push hard for two. They try and come back. In comes the throw. And it's a spicy one, too hot and spicy to handle for the wicketkeeper. I'm not sure why the keeper shies away from this. I mean, you're the keeper. You've got the gloves. You've got the pads on. You've got to try and stop this.
We'll just take a look at the replay over here. And let's see how close this was. He would have probably been run out if the keeper managed to handle this one. And, oh, he seems to be almost scared of the ball. He's got to use his gloves and his pads to get in the way of it.
Yeah, bad technique. I mean, the bat is so far out. You get behind it, you take it in your gloves, you knock the bails off. So they get lucky.
Safa coming down the wicket, and this is very, very smart by Sohail. He just follows him and manages to york the batsman.
Yeah, good bowling. The slow Yorker delivery. Big smile on the face of Amir Sohail, the captain. He's happy with where he is at the moment in his team. It's been a very good performance. 3 balls left in the innings. And he knocks him over. Jug the Hutte style. Well, that smile I was talking about is even bigger now as he takes the applause of his teammates. And Hufzia comes and he goes for 2. And once again, though, you see, that's all about, for me, smart cricket. You can see as soon as he came out, it's almost like Salman Khan was saying, yeah, you sound strike, I'll just watch. Whereas really, once again, you'd think as a set batter, they would have taken the single and he would have been on strike. And it was a suicidal one. He was lucky to be there anyway, but he's not there anymore as the stumps get smashed.
You miss, I hit for the captain, and we're going to see some captain v captain action here as it looks like it's going to be the Limassol Zalmi skipper Murtaza Khan coming out to bat. I was a little bit surprised. He sent Muhammad Huzaifa ahead of him, and unfortunately that experiment doesn't quite work out. He's got a couple balls here. We know how Khan is. He's a very passionate, very confident captain. Of course, we saw some of the scenes yesterday where he lost his temper on a few occasions and smashing the stumps in anger, throwing his cap in anger a few times, and well, maybe he just bottles some of that rage and channels it into these next 2 balls and hits a couple of big ones. You can see he goes for the big swing, but he's missed that one, so good bowling by Sohail.
Battle of the 2 captains, and the dot ball goes to the bowling team captain. Yeah, they just haven't got the acceleration of their halfway point was 34, power play 26, but wickets in hand, but weren't able to capitalise.
Again, big swing and a miss. And you can see he's absolutely delighted there. A couple of dot balls to end the over. Well, 3 if you include the wicket. So it's a bit of a disappointing end for Limassol Zalmi to their innings, making just 72 runs. And Markhor, once again, just like they did in their winning streak, managed to reduce the side to under 75 runs as the Zalmi make just 72. And Markhor, well, they might be ever so close to get back to winning ways, as we'll take a look at the highlights of this innings.
Yeah, and really the highlights, once again, dominated by just one man. This tends to be the pattern of what we've seen so far today. Umar Shah, he does get to 50. He plays some really nice shots. One thing I liked about him is he played shots all around the ground. A few times he got a bit lucky. Well, that time I think the fielder is the one who gets lucky, as that takes a real Tortuga bounce. This was one where he swings hard and he went to the boundary. Fortune does favour the brave. This one, just a delightful shot. He played a couple of these as well on both sides of the ground. Played that little dabble away. This is a beautiful shot through the covers, but not really too much luck at the other side, and you can see just how disappointed Jawad Shah was as he just guided that one straight into the hands of the keeper, who made no mistakes. Good catch there from Rusab Shah, and then we saw a bit of Chak De Fatte action as the hat-trick man from yesterday returned back to his best.
It was just very tight bowling throughout the innings by the Zalmi. We would see Salman Khan present this opportunity. A little bit of hesitation there by Hussain, and he might have had his 3rd wicket of the day, and that was a delightful shot by Umar Shah. Just a reverse sweeping one that was outside the leg stump. We saw him try this ramp shot, and he managed to execute it. This was a very, very good show of how to do that. And then, of course, he would be run out. This was a rather lack of confident bit of running, I would say. He should have tried to own the strike here for the last 5 balls. Of course, the fact that he didn't do that meant that we'd see a very, very quiet final over for Markhor. And then we see this one, terrific bit of bowling by the captain, Amir Sohail. Muhammad Huzaifa would make just a couple of runs of the 3 balls he faced. And then we see 2 more dot balls when the Zalmi captain Khan would come out to bat. So a rather underwhelming effort by Zalmi with a bat in hand. They make just 72 runs. As we'll take a look at the scorecard, and of course, that scorecard is dominated by Omar Shah, who today came out, played a bit more aggressive cricket, mostly because he recognized the situation and saw how much Jawad Shah was struggling, as well as Salman Khan. This really wasn't anything close to what we saw from him yesterday. And then we'll take a look at the bowling effort from Marquardt. You have to say, very, very good all-around effort. Always Sulari, sure, he went for a few runs, but he was bowling in the power play. I thought he bowled some really good lines and lengths. And then outside of that, look how good Asif Mahmood was, going with an economy rate of just 5.5. And then Amir Sohail, the skipper, 2 overs, just 7 runs. And once again, Hussain is involved in the wickets.
Yeah, a very good performance, you have to say, from Marquardt. Limassol Zalmi winning the toss, remember, and wanting to bat first. They'll be very disappointed with the way that's gone. I think more so to the point, and I make this highlight a number of times, it's not so much the score they've got, but the wickets that they hadn't lost. And remember, they didn't lose, they lost 2 wickets all the way down to the over number 9. That's when they lost those other wickets. And they just, when you got wickets in hand like that, if you don't get acceleration in, then you're going to get hurt. I think too many batters just chewed up too many deliveries at the front end, and then when the batters were coming in and trying to get the acceleration going, they just weren't able to get things moving. And Zalmi, remember, they got back-to-back matches. They've got this one here, which is really, you got to say that Marquardt are in favourites here to bounce back after that defeat to their opponents, the Mouflons. And the Mouflons, remember, are taking on Zalmi straight after this one. So Zalmi needs to get some positives from it. But at the moment, they really got a real uphill struggle. They're only defending 72. Join me, Rico Full and Nishbat, when we return for the conclusion of match number 44. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Ipsinas as we bring you the second innings of the second game of the day. And of course, Limassol Zalmi were restricted to just 72 by Marcor. A great response by them after struggling a bit in the first match of the day against the Cyprus Mouflons. Of course, one statistic we pointed out, in every match Marcor have won, they have restricted the opposition to under 75 runs. And, well, they've certainly done that here against the Limassol Zalmi. And you have to say, with the quality batsmen they have, especially Wakas Akhtar, who's very good at pacing his innings, this should really put them in a fantastic position to win their fourth game. Of course, I did notice that Rasap Sher came out to open the innings alongside Wakas Akhtar, so no Ahmed. I just wonder if Ahmed's still carrying that injury, and if he is, that's going to be a costly blow for Marcor in these coming days. As of course, I'm Nishcheva here on commentary, joined once again by Rico Full.
Yeah, great to be back. And great to be back in the sunshine. And I must admit, I took full advantage of my couple of days off to have a nice stroll. And I must admit that the beaches here are fantastic, and a lot of people around town as well are enjoying the Easter festivities. And they do take their Easter very serious here, because I think every corner, every street, these giant Easter eggs, red Easter eggs everywhere. And of course, we had the pleasure of having a few of those at breakfast the other day as well. So they take the celebrations seriously, and they take their cricket pretty serious as well. That's a good start from Jawad. Gets his ball to start to come in and swing away. Jawad Shah in the action straight away with the ball, bowling to Wakas Akhtar.
Yeah, certainly. And a lot of the ECN crew who were at the hotel on a Saturday evening were noticed a lot of the fireworks that were out in the distance. Of course, big bonfires here on Cyprus on Saturday night during Easter weekend. This one's a little bit of a check swing by Wakas Akhtar, as he'll get a run and also get around his teammate.
Yeah, well charged in from the fielder. No messing around. That's Salman Khan charging in, attacking the ball. They're not wanting to give two away. I mean, they've got to be absolutely perfect in the field, haven't they, Zalmi? Any chance that comes their way, they've got to take it. They can't afford to give extras away or any misfields. It's got to be a perfect innings for them if they try to stop their opponents getting these runs. And this one has been called, I think, no ball's been called by the square leg umpire. So this has to be down to fielding. And well, I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I think it's fielding. The wicketkeeper looks like he's taking responsibility for that. The bowler is none too pleased. So too many men outside. So a free hit coming up. Della to Keanu.
Yeah, you started this broadcast saying that Zalmi would have to be really tight with everything, and mistakes like that are easily avoidable. They just don't have enough runs to play with. So let's see how the free hit goes. Akhtar frees his hands, and he strikes this one straight to the captain of the Zalmi at long off, and it's just going to be a single, as we see a little bit of a clash here between Umar Shah and the fielder at fine leg. He's just having a word with him, telling him to get out of his way as he clutches his face.
Yeah, Keanu asking, how's the food? The food is fantastic. There's so much choice, and that's the beauty of where we are based at the moment in Limassol. Short and absolutely clobbered. The beautiful pull shot. 4 runs, 4 carreras. A little bit too short, Jawad Shah. And the batter is up to the task. And Shah puts it away for 4.
Yeah, I noticed Shah's bowling a little bit slower today than he was yesterday. Just wonder if he's a bit off today, because he didn't look like himself while batting either. Maybe he's just feeling a little bit under the weather. But a terrific shot there by Sher. And of course, we do know that he's replacing Ahmed, who we believe is injured and unable to open the batting. So this is a big chance for him. And this one's just going to be nudged away. Soft hands.
Oh, that is wild. That is a wild throw. And the backing up is done right. I mean, the keeper's got no chance. The guy doing the backing up actually does extremely well. Watch this throw. It was really wild.
Just see there, that's Rahman who goes for that throw, and full credit to the fielder. It finally, like, he got down really quickly, threw his body on the line, and keep in mind the leg side here is even less lush than the offside, so he's going to have a few scrapes and bruises. And this is very, very beautifully played by Waqas Akhtar. Just picks it out right from his legs and hits it away towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, down the leg side, and he's very quick to latch onto it, and he knows if he clips it over the top, he's safe. There's nobody back there, so it's not the, as I said, not the start that you want. You had to be spot on. The ball had to be in the right areas, and you can see a couple of times Javad Shah gets it wrong, short, and he gets punished for the boundaries. 13 of the first, no wickets down. And just to touch on the food front, one thing I love out here, and you'll of course know all about it, being a local, is the cheeses. The cheeses are fantastic. The dairy products are fantastic. And also, you can get lassi here as well.
Certainly can. Of course, I believe you should be able to buy ayran here, which is a Middle Eastern drink, which is fairly similar to lassi.
Yeah, well, I kept seeing them in the supermarkets, the ones that were open over the Easter, and I thought, I wonder if it is. And I finally got talking to one of the girls working there, and I was saying, you know, is it like a yogurty drink? She said, yeah, it's like lassi. And I thought, oh yeah, I'll have some of that. Yeah, ayran, as you say, it's known as in some places. So, yeah, but the cheeses are beautiful. And, of course, the yogurts, well, the best yogurts in the world, and very healthy for you as well. So I always make sure I have a bit of yogurt with the pineapple in the morning. You know, I like my pineapple. Back to the action. Ula comes into the attack.
Yeah, ironically, it was not over here that I first got introduced to ayran. It was actually by a Middle Eastern friend out abroad. But yeah, I am aware that you can get it in Cyprus, as Ullah just starts off with a low full toss. And boy, I love the way he starts his run up that little jig. And he's just struck this one very, very cleanly, hasn't he? And I think he's done quite well out in the deep, the fielder, to prevent that one from going for a boundary.
I think he stopped a boundary, but for me, I've got to say, you got to be looking for the catch here. And then the bowler will be disappointed, because I think when you see the way he stops this, it's in front of him. So really needs to be catching it. That's an opportunity gone missed. Vinny Sandhu doing a little bit of lurking.
Nice fuller delivery. This is played away well by Waqas Akhtar to the fielder out at deep mid. We leave that shot. And of course, thank you very much for joining us, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo. And yeah, it's been a fun 9 days over here. A lot of games, but you have to say the cricketing action has been really, really good. And as we said, just as hot as the weather.
Yeah, weather has definitely got better. Full toss down the leg side. Very good take from the wicketkeeper. And Mohammed Huzafi does really well to take this, because this is quick and fast. It takes a bit of an awkward bounce. So nicely dealt with. Ullah he's got a bit of pace about him, and he gets that ball to talk, but he's got to get this outside the off stump.
Yeah, this one's nicely played off the pads, and once again going a bit too far down the leg side. Ullah and Sher, I have to say, I've been very, very impressed by him early. He's taken full advantage of the opportunity to open the batting.
Yeah, he plays it really nicely. Once again, though, it just helps us along down the leg side, doesn't he? I mean, the ball is not the best from Ullah. He's straying a little bit. Looks like he's trying to get the Yorker length delivery game, but he's not getting it right. And the batter, yeah, you're right, he picks the line pretty early, does Sher, and just helps us along. 4 more. So not helping their cause at the moment. Need wickets, need a breakthrough.
Yeah, he just tucks this one away, Sher, and they'll get a quick single. And really, that's all Marquardt need to do from here on out. I think one thing I've really liked about these low-scoring chases they've done is they pace their innings very well. And they're certainly very intelligent cricketers.
They certainly are. Maximo, what have you been up to? Word has it that you've been playing a little bit of cricket as well yourself. How's that going for you? I hope there's been no incidents. You know what I'm talking about. But no, I hear you've done pretty well. Of course, those of you that don't know, Vinny Sandhu's a bit of a gun behind the stumps. And I know you shared some bits for me as well. Maybe you want to stick them on the chat, Vinny. Everybody will have a look at what you've been up to. But yeah, Vinny Sandhu been doing his trademark stuff behind the stumps, playing a bit of cricket down under. Of course, Vinny will be coming here towards the end of this week. here in time for finals Saturday and finals day on the Sunday, as we have a look at the standings here of Group B. Which one of these 4 teams will be making it into this Saturday's quarterfinals?
Yeah, and you have to say the Mouflons right now looking the pick of the bunch. 3 impressive victories against some very, very good teams. And Markhor, I know they might have lost that game against the Mouflons, but I think the kind of response we've seen from them here has been very, very impressive. I have to say their bowling has been outstanding in these early stages of Group B. And a good start here by the captain. Of course, we do know he likes to bowl fuller lengths. It was really, really good yesterday. Of course, he bowled that dramatic final over in the golden ball finish, where the Nicosia Fighters needed just 7 runs to win, and he held his nerve so well, even though he might have lost his temper on one delivery. And again, he's just looking to go full and wide. This time goes a bit too wide, but you don't mind the plan here from the captain.
I like it, and unlike some of the other bowlers that have been a little bit too much leg-side-ish, he's making sure he's keeping the ball outside the off. It looks like they've got a hairdresser amongst their camp, because they all seem to have a good hair and a little bit of highlights in them as well. The captain is no option. Well, forget about highlights. This is a high shot. It goes all the way. But this will go into the snake zone. And Jaswir will have to go and get this one. This has been absolutely clobbered. Big hit, 6 runs. Thank you very much. And talking about snakes, I always mention that that's why there's so many cats here in Cyprus. And you cannot go anywhere without seeing an average of 3 or 4 cats. It's quite unbelievable. They are everywhere.
They're everywhere. Certainly about 3 or 4 stray cats on the street I live in. And you have to say, that's one feature of living in Cyprus, as we just see a new ball tossed out to the captain. And
you don't really see them as stray cats, because I think they like own the streets, don't they? They're well fed. People look after them. They're healthy, and they're so. The other thing I find about it, I was out over the days I was off with places I ate. Cats are there, but they're not troublesome. They're not like some animals. They're not like birds and things where they come keep pestering you. They just sit lazing in the sun. So I just get the feeling they're well fed. They don't not after your food. They just want to be petted and stroked. It's quite unusual, of all sorts of colours as well. And a fact that I was told, a lovely young lady I was sat pretty close to the other day when I was admiring the cats, she gave me some information that cats, that when they're more than 2 colours, then that they're girls. So that's something I didn't know before. So thank you to the lovely lady, and I did give her the information about the chat. Maybe she'll come and join us and watch some of the cricket as well. So yeah, always find out interesting things when you're away. Talking about interesting things, I know that here in Limassol there's some monuments that are observed. It is International Day for Monuments, so that's what the 18th of April is all about around the world. And the goal is to raise awareness of cultural heritage diversity and these monuments, and try to conserve them. And I know Limassol has a very nice castle it boosts as well, as this over from Khan comes to an end with no run. A good over, 7 runs from it, 28 without loss after 3.
Yeah, very good start here from Markhor. And of course, going back to the debate about cat genders, of course, right after one of our games, we had a little bit of a discussion where our very own Diana Oros chipped in and said all cats are she. Certainly that's something my dad would agree with.
Oh yeah, that's right. All cats are she's. Well, this lady I spoke to yesterday, she shed some light on it. I should have brought that up actually, but no, she was quite. No, 3 colours, it's a girl. I said, okay, if you say. Hello to Wayne. And Rob Thompson, of course, there. And Rob, you're absolutely right. Just singing your praises, and you have done an excellent job. It's been a pleasure working alongside you. The first time that we worked together, and I hope is not the last time as well, as Keanu also enjoying the chat.
Yeah, but just some of the points you made about cats, I mean, those are certainly things we just take for granted if we live over here. But you're absolutely right. Cats over here are very, very well behaved.
Yeah, they are. And I have to say, credit to, I suppose, the town hall, Ayuntamiento, we call it in Spain, here in Limassol, because they obviously, either the cats are very good, but there's no mess. So they obviously keep it nice and clean. So there's obviously be a team of people. When I say team, it's got to be a big team because there's a number of cats all over the place that go around cleaning after themselves. So, you know, and so loads of cats, but no damage, if you know what I mean.
No, that's certainly the case in every Cypriot city. And once again, these are very interesting observations from the point of view of someone visiting, as again, Asher Ullah is going to come in for his second over. You can just see the Zalmi had a very similar score at this stage, but they were just slow throughout their innings, just never quite found the way to accelerate.
Another good observation from me is they love their fast cars here, especially in Limassol. It's like you don't go more than 30 seconds before somebody is revving up some big motor and racing it down from one traffic light to another. You don't get very far, but they like giving it, like putting the pedal to the metal, if you like. So they like the fast cars.
I think that's a little bit of a feature of where we live in. We live in our hotel is located in a pretty nice part of Limassol, so get a lot of fast cars there. But one feature about Cyprus, certainly 10, 15 years ago, is you would see a lot of Mercs and BMWs, a lot of nice German automobiles around. But certainly the area we live in around Limassol, it's you will find some very nice looking cars.
Nice shot, gets it through the covers, and this will be 4 runs. Beautifully timed. A lovely stroke once again from Sher. He certainly is making the most of his opportunity. Just look at that. Just a classy shot. Placement, and gets 4.
Beautiful shot. And just like some of this good cricket Sher is playing, I've really enjoyed how he's taken this opportunity with both hands. And you hope he earns himself a promotion, because I've liked the kind of shots he's played. This one is
Walloped.
struck very hard. It's absolutely walloped towards long on, as you said. And it's a good throw. Back to the bowler. Maybe a little too hot for him to handle.
Okay, Kiana's asking me a question. Go on, what's he asking me? Gyros?
Gyros.
Gyros. Go on, what's that? Then I can answer it.
We had a little bit of a discussion about this last week. I remember I recommended it to you, but it's a Greek dish, very similar to a doner kebab. It's got a lot of fries in it. Certainly.
A lot of fries. It's a bit. I will have one. I mean, this one is it. Well, nobody's catching up with this one. The one before was a good shot. It was wallop, but the fielder was able to stop it. This one, he goes aerial, he goes big, and he gets 6. What a shot this is. Boom. Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, that is a very, very well-struck shot. Meets it on the half volley so well. And Wakal Sakhtar and Sher are going along very nicely, recognizing the situation well and pacing their innings accordingly.
Yeah, on that front, I went past a few places yesterday as I was walking around, and I saw a couple of places that did that. But I just find, I don't know, it looks a bit, these warm days, it just looks a bit heavy. And I'm trying to avoid chips at the moment as well. But I will give it a go before I go for sure. But, I mean, there's a couple of other dishes that you told me about that I'm keen to try first. And unfortunately, though, this is one thing that did surprise me, but in a way, I'm not disappointed by it, because I think culture is culture, and etc. But a lot of places over the weekend were shut because it was Easter, and a lot of them were the sort of local places, so they were still shut. So now the opportunity, I think, when things return back to normal, I can go and try some of those places out. But there was a nice Greek restaurant that I go past, and I can see the menu there. And I'm thinking, I like the look of that, and a few other local establishments, which I certainly will go back and try. I'm very keen always to try the local cuisine. I'm not one for, when you're away going to that one. It's well stopped. Actually, great bit of work from Ula, and gets a nice backstop. Yes, local dishes for me you got to try, and even things which sometimes I'm not too keen on.
We see a nice back heel there by Hasharola. Bit of control that even Luka Modric would be proud of. Yeah, going back to the food talk, I have to say our own match referee, Stefan Gucci, he's certainly fallen in love with Gyros and Cypriot Souvlaki, as he tries to go to the leg side Wakal Sakhtar to open up the offside.
Yeah, Souvlaki is, that's a different ball game, isn't it, Souvlaki? This one follows him, nicely played. So Umar Shah. Well, that one is gets all the way to the boundary. That surprises me. Was there misfield here? 1 minute I'm expecting the fielder to get to this. No, just placed beautifully. 4 more runs.
Yeah, full credit to these two. They've just been so professional out there. The way they've playing good cricketing shots. Nothing too risky either so far in this innings. It's just been splendid stuff as we see Akhtar advancing down the crease and hitting this absolutely beautifully. And just maybe I was going to have my first chance to field something, but oh well. A little bit of a misfielding error by me.
How did you miss that? You were right down. Don't get him on camera. Don't do it. Don't do it. You got down. I'll say it was Tortuga bounce. Tortuga bounce. Unfortunate. Never mind. But it goes to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. And they're just making this look pretty easy here now, aren't they? They're just taking in their stride. A couple of boundaries are coming in each over. Ball to go in this, the 5th halfway point, and 50 already on the board. And this is stroked beautifully. Oh, lovely shot. I'm just loving the stroke play from both the batters. They're not trying to overhit the ball. They're just placing the ball in the guts. Watch this again. He just waits for it. And then look at that. Lovely stroke. Gets it past the infield. 4 more. But I have to say, though, when you consider there's 3 men on the leg side boundary, most of the boundaries are being hit on the offside. So the captain's got the field all wrong here.
Yeah, and you could, to be fair to him, maybe he expected the bowlers to bowl better lines, but that's certainly not been the case. And of course, going back to the fielding effort, certainly hope no one from the Cardiff Cavaliers saw that one. Of course, shout out to them. We do know some of them have been doing a little bit of lurking and might not get selected for a single game all summer if they saw that disappointing fielding effort. To be fair to me, I had to get around this chair.
I was going to say, it's not easy here because you have to get around obstacles, and then you also got the headsets which are holding you back as well. So, yeah, I'm gonna let you off that one, give you a bit of slack there. And Kiana just saying, a good souvlaki you can have with salad and on a hot day. And you're absolutely right. That's why I think souvlaki appeals to me more. And the other thing I do like, I like when they give you the hot pita bread as well on the side, and some of the lovely dips, the hummus type dips. So yeah, bring it on. And we're getting hungry already. I hope lunch is here pretty soon. Hey, look, while we're talking about food, as that's an absolute ripper from Khan, who comes on to bowl. While we're talking about food, a big shout out to the Federation here, the likes of Mohammed Hussain, who we've seen playing, of course, for the Mouflons, and the Federation here have looked after us very well. And the hospitality has been absolutely fantastic. So once again, thank you very much to everybody involved here for Cyprus Cricket and the Federation for looking after the crew. And, well, he lets himself down with the next delivery down the leg side, and this will just be clipped away for 4. So there's been good balls, but unfortunately there's been a few bad ones as well, which both these batters, fair play to them, anything that's wayward, they put it away.
Certainly been the case, and of course, just have to say, well, we're at that point in the tournament where maybe we can start having a little bit of concerns about the Limassol Zalmi. Of course, they came in, we had very high expectations. We saw how well they did in their last ECS appearance. We've mentioned that they've been to back-to-back finals here in Cyprus in the domestic T10 league. And after all that hype, you know, they had a rather underwhelming performance against a heavy underdog Nicosia Fighters side, who have struggled mightily. And on both occasions they faced a quality team. They've been well behind the ball game. As we just see this one, it's stroked away absolutely beautifully. And I've loved the way Sher has played. He's not had much of an opportunity to bat these early days in the tournament, but he's taken full advantage of it. And what I love about them is just this gorgeous stroke play.
He's a proper bat. That's what he is. He's pucker. You know, he has played proper shots. He's not trying to overhit the ball. He's not trying to hit the leather off it. He's batted intelligently, and you can see how they're struggling to set a field to him. This has been a very, very good innings. In fact, it's been a superb partnership. And look, all this talk about food, I like the bit, at least Keanu is talking about salad, because it is actually National Exercise Day today. So we shouldn't be talking about food. We should be sharing good exercises amongst ourselves. Exercise enhances our general health, and well, it gives us energy, and also, well, it extends our lifestyle. Well, he's just standing there, wants to get run out. What is this all about? He just didn't even want to get back. That is quite remarkable. The batter just stood there and said, go on, I dare you to get me out. And well, Akhtar, he's gone. And Salman Khan says, all right, then watch this. This is just crazy. He just stands there and he says, go on, and then the umpire nearly gets kneecapped in the process. Oh, well, let's put this on the social network. Oh, I'm loving this. But it was the umpire. Watch, I don't know if we get a better look at the umpire here. Probably going to be out of your screen. But just watch this. The umpire moved. Nah, he's out of the screen. Let's have the umpire back, ladies. Oh, there you go. I love it. Well, what about that? That's a peculiar way to get out. But Actor just sort of said, go on, if you think you can, do it. And Khan said, yeah, I can. Off you go.
Now he wants to head back to the dugout and listen to some more of these food reviews we're giving on commentary. As, well, that's the first wicket for Markhor, and you have to say a very comical way to get dismissed. And we're going to see Kamar come into bat, but just going back to that one, Waqas Akhtar, you can see he just surrenders. He gives up after he hears there's a false call and says, go on, try to run me out. I don't know if it's if he had a complete lack of faith in the bowler's ability to hit the stumps, or he really just got bored of batting.
Well, it's the end of a very good partnership. 10 runs required, so I suppose he could see the funny side of it. This is well bowled from Khan, so he certainly bowled a good line. He's bowling good areas. And bowling, of course, to Sher, who's 32 not out. But this match is pretty well done. And the only thing I think McCall don't want to do here is spend too much time getting these 10 runs. This is a really good opportunity for them to boost their net run rate.
This one's be another dot ball, so I would say it's a pretty decent over by Khan, just 8 runs off it. But really at this stage, Markhor needs just 10 runs, so not too many of these bowling efforts are going to make a difference to the outcome of the match.
Yeah, always good to interact with our viewers. Thank you to everybody who's taken the opportunity to talk to us on the live chat. And of course, if you are a lurker, so you know who I'm talking about, you're always there, you're hearing the comments and seeing the comments, well, why don't you take today to get involved as well? Just send us a little message, who you are and where you're tuning in from. And of course, we always say, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like us as well. We're forever wanting to grow our cricket family bigger all the time. And remember, we've got a bit of a quest. We're trying to get to 350,000 subscribers by the time we finish in Milan.
And it's going to be the captain, Murtaza Khan, bowling this 7th over. He just wants to get his field setting right, of course. And keep in mind that next time we'll see Markhor will be tomorrow morning against the Black Caps, so we haven't seen for a while. This is a very, very well-struck shot by Kamar, who, well, we've seen his ability to strike the ball cleanly. And these early days of the tournament, the captain looks to pitch it up. We know he likes to bowl it full and straight. And, well, he's dug that out very, very well, Kamar, and he's headed away towards that long on boundary. So just one big blow away now at Markhor from stealing a very, very special victory, and quite a way to rebound after that loss, which snapped their really good winning streak.
Well, this is out. Yeah, it's plumb. He's misses out on a full toss, and that is going to hit the stumps, and the umpire, well, he has no issues about giving that wicket. And, well, Zalmi, they get another wicket, but of course, their morning is not going to get any easier. Well, that's probably as easy as it gets for the umpire, given an LBW decision, because remember that they do have another match coming right up, and they'll be taking on the Mouflons. And this is the fantasy dashboard for that one. The Mouflons, of course, boosted with another victory, 3-0 for them. Zishan Sawa, keep an eye on him. He's one of the men that we're talking about that maybe could be the man that gets the 100 in this series. Limassol Zalmi, well, they've got some work to do. They just they look a shadow of the team that I was expecting to see here. But sometimes one good match turns it all around. Well, I thought it was going to be the Golden Ball victory that was going to change their fortunes around. It wasn't to be. And we see that here today. They've been completely outplayed by Markhor.
And after such a tough defeat, it's going to be really hard for them to turn it around against the Cyprus Mouflons. Of course, Zalmi played the Mouflons yesterday and lost that match with 19 balls to spare. So as we said, it doesn't get any easier for them. And the skipper, he's just going to have to find a way to inspire his men for that next one, as well, Once again, he looks to go full and straight. This one's tucked away towards Ulla, who is out at cow corner for a single.
So the man who has really led the way from the front, the wicketkeeper batter, Rasabshir, goes on strike, and it'd be quite fitting if he's there and hits the winning runs. He really has batted really well. This will be full again. Let's see how he deals with it. And there we go. So once again, just place it down the ground. He'll take a single and give the strike back to Amir Sohail. He's captain. It's a battle of the two captains here. But the happier captain, no doubt, is the man with the bat in his hand as his team look to get a very comfortable victory over Limassol Zalmi.
Yeah, this one's looks for this quick single there, and it's going to be a dot ball. But I have to say, the Limassol Zalmi, they've certainly shown they have quite a bit of talent. We've seen Jawad Shah, Umar Shah, Salman Khan, even their captain, show a lot of batting prowess, but it just doesn't quite seem to click for them, does it? I mean, usually you have one player doing exceedingly well while the others might struggle. They need to put together a complete team performance to get a victory against one of the big boys, as this one is gone down the ground and a terrific bit of fielding by Jawad Shah. He just plucks it out of the air, one-handed, nice floppy hat as well, and it's a run for Markhor.
Yeah, good bit of cricket this. I mean, it's a slower delivery, gets hit down the ground, lovely grab. A throw. Once again, I think the umpire might have been in the firing line. Well, the umpires are getting a hard time out there. Here comes the throw. See, yeah, come on, move out of the way. He thought he's getting out of the way. In fact, he followed it. And, well, we will go to another over. As the score is now 70 for 2. But, yeah, the only one thing I'd say is they need to finish this off pretty quickly. Cyprus comes to an end this weekend. It'll be sad to go, but I know some of the crew will be making their way for the start of the European Cricket Series in Italy, in Milan. In the middle of that, we have the EC20 in Gibraltar. And then, well, from Milan, we make our way. Oh, dear. Well, that'll be the end of the match. And that probably sums up the way things have been for Zalmi. It's an error by the fielder who sort of partly makes a stop, and then he sort of clonks it over the line. Let's watch this, and just gives it a little boot. End of the match, a very comprehensive victory for Markhor. So they bounce back after losing match number 43 to the Mouflons. So Markhor, it's a win one and lose one from them. We won't see them again today, but we will see Zalmi. They've got a tough one up against the Mouflons. That'll be coming up next. So disappointing performance there from Limassol Zalmi. They'll be looking to bounce back better. And I think if the only one tip I can give them is that when they're batting, just go out there with no fear, swing the bat, and really, if you're going to go down to 8 and 9 wickets down, then do it, because somebody is bound to come out there and be on song. As we have a look at these highlights, and one man who was on song was Rasab Sher. He batted beautifully.
Took full advantage of the opportunity granted to him because of Ahmed's injuries. We've often talked about how injuries are obviously not good for a team, but it does give someone else an opportunity to step up in his place. And Rasab Sher, he certainly grasped the opportunities with both hands. And of course, Akhtar, we know him. He's a seasoned veteran. He's scored so many runs here on the European Cricket Network and throughout his cricketing here. He made 28 runs of 13 deliveries, hit some very nice strokes. And what I loved about these two opening batsmen was just how they opened up the offside. That, though, was a little bit comical. It seems like someone just pulled his puck at the wrong time.
Ah, dear. You're absolutely right. It is, isn't it? It's like one of those electric vehicles. When they run out, they run out. There's nothing else to give. And that's what the batter does there. And then, well, as a few of our people in the chat have said, the umpire nearly gets kneecapped in the same process. This is a good bit of work. Great pick up and throw. Once again, the umpire this time had to run the other way. They were certainly in the action, but it came to an end courtesy of this midfield. And that's all it certainly does sort of sum up the sort of day that they've had. And it was the captain of all people, Murtaza Khan, that ends up kicking the ball over. It's almost like throwing in the towel and say, all right, we've had enough. You win this one. And they've got some work to do, but they've got to prepare themselves pretty quickly for the next match that is coming up, and they've got about half an hour to do it in as we have a look at that scorecard, but dominated by a great opening partnership.
Terrific opening partnership. It was worth 63 runs. Waqas Akhtar and Rasab Sher, both of them hitting very classy shots through the offside, and then of course Muhammad Kamar would be LBW. It was a good bit of bowling by the skipper Murtaza Khan. Then we take a look at the bowling effort. Good figures for the captain himself, Murtaza Khan. He's a very reliable operator. You know his line and length. He'll always bowl full and straight. and make it hard to hit. But really, there simply weren't enough runs for the bowlers to defend. And you feel the Zelmi, they pretty much lost this match in the first innings.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to that, and that's why I say, in summary for me, if you're Limassol Zalmi, well, when you're out there with the bat, just to go out there and start hitting. And maybe even if you need to change around the batting order, if you get one guy who scores a 50 and he uses less than half the number of balls to do it, then what are the others doing with the other 32 deliveries? That's the question that you've got to ask yourself. So really, they've got to be a little bit more productive, got to be a bit braver, and don't worry about losing wickets, because I think their bowling attack is pretty useful. Marco, and it's very important for them to come back well after that defeat earlier against the Muflons. So they'll be the happier side. Limassol Zalmi, we will have to wait and see how the next match pans out to see whether there'll be any joy for them. That one coming up in about half an hour's time. Once again, thank you all very much for listening. Thank you to all of your comments as well on the chat. The chat has been absolutely marvellous. Helix and Rob and everybody else that's on there, keep up the good work. We'll be back in about half an hour time for the start of match number 45.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
So the next match we're going to see today is going to be between the Mouflons and the Limassol Zalmi. And I'm with one of the star players of the Cyprus Mouflons, Waqar Ali. Waqar, that was a terrific performance. You were the first person to get 5 wickets and you gave up just 5 runs of 2 overs. How did you do it?
Thank you, sir, first of all. And we are totally change the bowling mentality because the reason is there. You must to judge the batsman, how he's playing. He's playing on an off stump, he's playing on a leg stump. That's why we are doing like that. Check the batsman after we can do like that and bowling like that.
No, thank you very much. And of course, a lot of our viewers, they'd like to know more about some of the teams that are involved in this tournament. And of course, we know the Cyprus Mouflons. They are the oldest team in Cyprus. Tell us a little bit about the history of your side and the makeup of your team.
Our team is totally, before was A and B, and now we are playing together because A and B together is combination now. And we have, there is junior guys, some of them, and some of them is playing from some Punjabi guys from India. But our team is totally great because we have a better batsman, amazing batting and amazing bowling. And we are combinedly from Cyprus, all of them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And of course, one final question before I let you go. I know you've got to prepare for your next match against the Zalmi. We saw you beat them quite comfortably yesterday. What do we expect to see in this next match?
We have a better plan for this to be control the batting first, and second, we need to be bowling well, then we are the winner.
Thank you very much for talking to us, and a big congratulations for your bowling efforts. That was absolutely resounding. As of course, let's head over to the coin toss where Stefan Guc is joined by the captains.
Okay, Limassol Zalmi to call.
Head.
Heads is called. It is heads.
I want to bowl first.
Okay, good luck, guys. Have a great game. All the best. Limassol Zalmi have won the toss. They're having a bowl. Back over to you, Nish and Rico.
Thank you very much to Stefan Guc, and doing his duties in the middle there with the 2 captains. And welcome back to the start of match number 45. When you've seen Zalmi winning the toss and putting the Mouflons in. It was a lovely hearing from the man that took 5 wickets earlier here today, Waqar Ali, and just talking a little bit about his performance and about the Mouflons as well. And they'll be looking to continue their good start here. Salman Khan bowling the first. It's a bit of a full toss that gets walloped away. And, well, the catch goes down, but I like to see the height on this. So, I mean, they're very disappointed the catch is not taken. It's Ullah that gets a chance. That's a no ball for me. Let's have a look at the height of this one. Yeah, I know that you can see the height of it is pretty high because, I mean, even though Umar is in the way, I'm just wondering if this is going to get called. There's some conversation, I think, between the umpires, but I reckon that was a little bit too high. But it doesn't get called. I'm surprised. I really am. So you're going to say chance gets dropped, and this one then goes right down the ground. What a lovely hit that is. Balle, ginna sona, shaka, lagya. And a beautiful shot there by Matab Khan. Straight down the ground. Clean as a whistle. But of course, the big moment, the talking point will be that catch being dropped. And that was Sawa. Of course, you know what a dangerous player he is. And Zishan, I think he was quite disappointed for that one not to be called a no ball as well. And I think they're probably a judge because he came out to it. But my opinion is that even if he was still in his crease, it still would have been high. But he got away with it. And at the moment here, I think Salman Khan has got to pitch it. He's just bowling a little bit too full. And the batter, well, on that occasion, not able to make the most of it. So Salman Khan once again. It's another one that was right up there. He teases the batter to play into this. And once again, just beats him just outside the head. Nice bit of drift away here. Just watch the ball pitch and then really does move away sharply. That's a good delivery from someone. The only thing I think for me is he needs to vary a bit. Sometimes it's too predictable. Very much the same. This time it's more wicket to wicket. And so the batter knows what's coming. So Zishan is quite easily can make make some early inroads to coming down the wicket to play for it. But at the moment, he's quite happy just to see it onto the bat. And he goes across the line this time, plays a very delicate, sweet shot. Dangerous shot to play, but it will go all the way to the boundary. And that's 4 more runs. It takes the score to 12 without loss at the end of the first over. And, well, it's glad to have Nish back in the box after a very good interview with a man who was in top form earlier, Wakarali, who took 5 for 5. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. And, of course, let's take a look at the bat versus ball. Well, the Mufflons fancied as 5-run favorites. Of course, we saw the Mufflons pick up a very dominant victory yesterday against the Zalmi, winning with 19 balls to spare. And, yeah, certainly going back to that first over, this is probably the first time we've seen a spinner open the attack here in Cyprus. Very MS Dhoni tactic to open the attack with a spinner. But just regarding the dropped catch, I have just make a quick observation about the Zalmi side. They're easily the most animated side. They lose their temper more easily than any team. I've seen more aggressive reactions from them than any other team, whereas with other sides, usually someone puts on a catch, you see a lot of encouragement.
Asherula will come into the attack now with the ball. After 12 coming off the first over. And greetings to John Gray. He's saying hello to myself and you, Nish. So, yeah, hello to you and everybody else that's in the chat. And, of course, namaste. Salam alaikum, sasya kal, Iber1 to everybody that's following us via FanCode. Great to have you with us. Ula, well, he starts with a short one, and this one gets, well, there's absolute calamity in the middle between the two batters. Now, what they're going to have to work out here is which one of them is out. But, well, first of all, there's sheer delight. Well, you said they're a team that are very animated. Well, they can get at each other when they do things bad. But when they do things good, well, that's just as well. This one, I think, is off the arm. It gets over the keeper. Look at the two batters here. Pick up, here's the throw, and who's going to be out? I don't think they cross. I don't think they cross at all. So I think it might be Khan that has to go. Well, this is one that I think the umpires are going to have to work at. Umpire, the third umpire, Hamad, just at that point when contact is made, because you see the point the non-striker Zishan Sawa also starts to backtrack as well. So I don't think they complete the cross. But what a great bit of work this is. Just there, I don't think they've crossed. So Sawa, Zishan will get lucky. Well, maybe that's a blessing for the Mufflons because they need him out there. But I think Matab Khan is going to have to go. But what a disaster that is.
Oh, certainly a disaster, and that's a great bit of camera work there, you have to say. And terrific work by our director as well, of course. So you could just see the batsman didn't cross. So it's quite a comical way for the Mufflons to lose an early wicket. They've been very good at the little things so far, the communication, their fielding, and a slight mishap, of course. They're on a 3-game winning streak, and maybe just this is the game where we might see some cracks exposed. Of course, it's still early days in this match.
Yeah, great moment there for the fielder as well. And, he certainly did. He wanted to take his glory and his limelight for the camera. And very nicely done. So the first wicket will go, and it's down to a great bit of fielding as the new batter comes in, and it will be Sharma to face. And it was well, excellent work. I think it was Javed Shah that got the throw in the end. So superb from him. He's certainly got a bit of pace about him, hasn't he, Ula? And one thing he does when he gets it right, and one thing he wasn't able to do in the last match was bowl consistently outside the off stump. And when he gets it outside the off, it darts back to the right-hander, and at quite an awkward height as well, sort of in the rib cage.
Yeah, you can see a very nice little long and lanky bowler, very wiry build, and certainly he's done very well when he's managed to nail it at that hard length. As well, Gurdeep Sharma, he had a pretty tough greeting. Let's see how he does on his second ball.
Well, this one does stray down the leg, and he whips on to this pretty quickly. And it goes to the boundary. Just trying to bowl maybe a little bit too fast here, Ula. You can see it's straight down the leg side, big swing. It doesn't quite get the middle of the bat, but nonetheless, once that starts travelling on this outfield, it's going, and it's going all the way, 4 runs.
Yeah, just gets a little bit of an edge there, Gurdeep Sharma. But it's still been a very good over so far by Ola. Just the 4 runs off the first 3 balls.
Yeah, Zishan Sawa acting as the captain in this one. There's no Mohammed Hussain. So, well, he knows he needs to stay there and put a good innings together. But his heart was in his mouth with that real mix-up between him and Khan. So now he's got to put that behind him and really put a captain's innings together. It's at the non-striker's end at the moment. Sharma gets ready to face Ula one more time. They just make it a little change in the field here. Ula, strange start to his action. It's another spicy one into the body. It's really, I think this just could have played the repeat of the last shot. Just tuck inside and play it away down the leg side. I think that's the way to play. You just got to have to get into position early with him.
Maybe we just see a Gurdeep Sharma maybe go across his stumps here and try to play it over fine leg if he continues bowling at this length.
But he does swing big this time and doesn't catch anything. The keeper takes the catch and wants something for it. There's Hufiaza, but nothing. It's a big swing though. You see, he sort of almost looked like he was expecting it to be that short ball into the ribcage again, but this one's slightly wider, more over the off stick. Plenty of talk going on between the bowler and the fielders, and he gets a lot of high five. See, little things like this, I mean, this is where they can really sort of lose out sometimes on time. I mean, it's not the end of the over, and all sorts of things happening there. The batters talking to each other, the bowlers having 3 or 4 fielders come round and having a little bit of a tea party. This is all about time. Time is being eaten up here all the time. I see that the clock has frozen for a moment. I'm not sure what that is about. But, I'm pretty sure it will jump back into action pretty soon. A ball to go in this over, and it's been a pretty productive one. Oh, Short, really not afraid to bang it in. Keeper does well with the throw back into the stance, but the batter got himself in line. So I get the feeling that Ula, against certain batters, will get away with this, but against the likes of perhaps Sarwar at the other end, he can be punished for bowling that line.
Yeah, and of course he ends it with a slower ball. And going back to the point, I think when he faces Ishan Sarwar, it's going to be a completely different game. We know Sarwar is so strong on the back foot, he can just slap it towards square leg. He's got so much power. And as we, of course, take a look at the standings for Group B, the Cyprus Mouflons have started off with 3 consecutive wins. Markhor got back to winning ways against the Limassol Zalmi, and a few concerns for the Zalmi faithful. Of course, they did win that one game by the barest of margins against the Nicosia Fighters. But when they've had to face some of the favorites in this group, they've really struggled. They've struggled mightily. Is this going to be the game where it changes?
Asking the question, a bit of an optimistic appeal. You can see that the wicketkeeper also saying it's a little bit high, but I like this. I like the line being bowled. It does come back a long way as well. But the question is, I think the umpire's got to be thinking, hey, where the ball pitches. But I think certainly the height is the main issue there. Is going over, but it's a good bit of bowling, and you can see that Zishan just trying to sweep this away, but he needs to move his feet a little bit more. Oh, well, this is a no ball for sure. I think he got away with one in his first over. He's not going to get away with this one. And Zishan Sarwar says, well, you bowl that at me. Well, first, I'm going to smash it away to the boundary. Secondly, I'm going to wait with anticipation for the free hit.
Yeah, one just slipping out of the leg spinner's hand. We do know leg spinners, it's a very difficult art to master. You know, you might have heard about how a lot of young leg spinners are discouraged from bowling leg spin just because of how much younger leg spinners do go for runs. But Khan, who thought did a pretty impressive job in that first over, now has had a difficult start to this over.
Well, this is going to be 4 runs. It's beautifully played. Nice shot once again to play in the power play. That, I suppose, is the risk when you start with the spinner. You've only got 2 men out, and you've got to be pretty specific where you want them. And this time, you see Zishan hitting this beautifully over the top of the infielder. Gets 4 more, so that's quite a productive delivery, isn't it? You can say that's really, it's 11 runs that come off that one ball. The 6, the no ball. That was your 7. It was a 7 up, and then the 4 down the ground. Nicely struck down the ground, all along the ground. The bowler gets a bit of finger to it, but will just be a single. So Zishan, once again, looking to be the main provider. Moves nicely on to 15. And now Gurdeep Sharma needs to get going. Oh, he goes for it. And he'll get lucky. Will he get lucky with the bounce? Yes, he will. We'll go to the boundary. So looks like Gurdeep Sharma has decided, well, unlike the last match when it was all about Zishan, that he wants to be the provider as well. A little bit too short this time, which allows the batter plenty of time to get right underneath this and put it wide to the boundary.
Yeah, you do see that Khan. He's under a lot more pressure this over. He had a difficult start, and since then, he's deviated from a lot of things that worked for him in the first over. And you can just see how easily a bowler's confidence can be hammered, and they can go away from the things that work so well for them. So he calls long off back into the ring, and he sends someone back towards deep mid-wicket.
This hit pretty well as well. This time trying to get it. Oh, there. Well, I think I'm going to say that it was a bit of a naughty bounce, but still, you've got to be able to cover this. He'll be disappointed to see this go past him. And you see there, he leaves a gaping gap between the two legs, and it's going to be 4. And I think the bowler says, I don't want him there, I want somebody else there. He's having a moan to the captain. Look at him there saying, come on, use your hands, use your hands. Inni soni bowling mein kitti hai, halli bhi chauka lag gaya. Main ki kara? Yeah, I'm with him. I'm with him.
You have to feel that's Mohammad Farhad out there. And one thing I have to say about the Zalmi, they've often tried to hide fielders on the boundary, which is a curious tactic in T10 cricket. This one is stroked away, and once again Farhad, he'll have to give chase. He'll get to this one surely. He does, but the Muflons come back for a couple of runs, so good running between the wickets.
Yeah, good running and a productive over. And Khan, he'll bowl his 2 overs, but he will go for 34. The power play is completed, and the Muflons at the moment going pretty well, 38 for 1.
Going back to the point about fielders, I mean, you need to have your best fielders on the boundary in T10 cricket. They often were too late to put Jawad Shah out on the boundary, and only after 3 or 4 errors will the captain react. So he needs to have all of his best and most reliable fielders patrolling those vital regions.
Yeah, spot on there, and we've seen that with the better teams. Your sort of the key areas, mid on, mid off, or long off when they're on the boundary, long off, and long on as well. Then mid wicket is key. We know that a lot of balls go to cow corner, and quite often, depending on the batter, you've got to have the best man at that backward point area as well. So if you don't do that, if you don't deploy that, you're soon going to come up stuck. So a lot of talk. Once again, it's time. The clock ticking all the time. As you see the conversation here between the bowler who's standing there, moving his field around, the captain. And this is why teams, I think, how many occasions did you have penalty runs yesterday? 2 occasions?
We had a couple on the day 1 and 1 yesterday by the Limassol Zalmi, and of course those penalty runs almost cost them the match against the Nicosia Fighters at a thrilling golden ball finish. And I imagine if they hadn't given those penalty runs, they might have been able to win that game a little more comfortably. This one is struck away really well, and it's gone the distance. And again, he's got such a beautiful bottom hand, Zishan Sarwar. Anything full to him, he gets underneath it so well.
It sounds so good, doesn't it, when he hits it? It just sounds so good. And the other thing is, when he hits like that shot there, it doesn't look like he's giving it the full whack either. So it certainly is a lot of good timing as well. Furqan Mohammed comes into the attack, and he got attacked his very first delivery for a boundary, but second time round, those fielders worked well. And what I liked about this time is that Ullah makes a stop. He's got a fielder that's backing him up as well. So good work. Sharma all of a sudden has got an aggressive side to him. He's been going after everything. Will he go after Mohammed? Well, he does, and he hits it pretty well. He will find the fielder who, on this occasion, no mistakes, and it's Salman Khan who goes out there. He was the bowler who was displeased when the fielder let one go through him. And this one is going to be 6 more. Bolle. Brrrr. Is as easy as that. Once again, it's just a gentle little uplifting shot. Doesn't even try and hit it too hard. And he thinks, I don't need to. I'll use me energy. It's all about timing. And you're right, that bottom arm of his, so much power in that shot.
He's just a sensational cricketer, and of course, we saw him with some struggles in his first match, but since then, he's clearly rectified them, and he's looking as good as he really should.
Now he goes outside the off. Here's a chance, and it gets taken. So he will go big wicket, really big wicket. And a slightly different approach from the bowler. I think this definitely was an arm ball, quicker ball. And you can see Zishan Sawa thinking, okay, I'll go outside the off. But he doesn't have as much power in that area. And he knows as soon as he hits it, he's in trouble. The catch is taken. And what delight. Look at this. They're jumping with joy because they know that is a big scalp.
And this is, of course, Mohammad Farad who's taken that catch. We know how angry they were with him for the misfield earlier. So a little redemption story for him as he holds on to this catch. Big, big moment for that young man. Now, this is an enormous wicket. Zishan Sarwar departs, but this is really what the Cyprus Mouflons do. That's what we've seen in their first 3 games. They don't put too much value on their wickets. They know they have plenty of depth, so they'll keep swinging.
Yeah, and just also goes the same for Hard. I mean, good on you. I mean, he gets moved from one part of the boundary to another because of that misfield. And there he is now taking the catch and removing the big Zishan Sawa for 29 or 12 delivery. So now Zalmi got a chance. And, well, this is delightfully played. And he plays for this as well. There's no luck involved here. And the bowler, Mohammed, is throwing his arms around in the air, but this is just beautifully played. He knows exactly what he's doing, and there we go. That's a little touch, and he goes all the way to the boundary.
Brilliant cartwheel, or at least half an attempt at a cartwheel by Jawad Shah there. And look at him, all smiles. That was a gorgeous shot by Ajaz. Really played it so late. As, of course, Cyprus Mouflons once again off to a very quick start, 56 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. Their run rate averaging 14 in this match. Of course, we told you they averaged a run rate of 14 in yesterday's game, so seems like it's the same tactic. And again, as we see, one batsman comes in, he continues to hit. There's no real slowing down of this team.
Yeah, a few people liking what the Mouflons doing. Are seeing a Chowdhury in the chat will say Mouflons will win. They're a great team. Well, yeah, but funnier things can happen. I mean, they've got one of the key batters, but one thing the Mouflons will do, and what I've liked about them, and maybe that's the difference between Zalmi, these batters, whoever comes out, will be playing their shots. They'll be swinging. They'll get a bit of luck sometimes, but they won't be taking too much pride about not losing wickets. They'll play their shots and try and get to a score on the board, and that's one thing that Zalmi can certainly learn from. Hello to Wayne, hello to Helix as well, and Chris Smith joining us in the chat as well, and he's saying, well, welcome back to me, and yeah, it's good to be back, and we'll be here now for the duration. And Yorker-led delivery to Jawad Shah comes into the attack.
Yeah, we can see Jawad Shah come in. And of course, Jawad Shah bowling a little slower today than what we saw yesterday. I wonder if he was a bit disappointed with his line and length yesterday. I didn't think he was that bad. I know he had one expensive over, but I'd like to see him bowl with that same vigor he did yesterday. Maybe he's just feeling a bit under the weather. I don't know.
Yeah, he's trying to, maybe that's the thing when he's trying to bowl a bit fast, he's just getting it wrong. You can see we got another grunter, and this time it's not the Itifka Jamon who's doing the bowling. It's a slightly smaller man, but his grunt is just as powerful. He just allowing these ones to go by on the leg side, taking the extras.
If he could just bowl back of a length outside the off stump, he'd be so hard to play because he naturally shapes the ball away from the right-hander.
Yeah, this time better, but maybe not the best of shots played by Ijaz. They're just trying to rock back and do that little paddle again you see here. But I think there were many other options with that delivery. I think that was a slightly slower one from Shah. It doesn't really go through that quickly. Well bowled. Good Yorker-length delivery. So Ijaz just having a few issues. We saw him come out a little bit earlier in the first match. And wasn't really able to do too much. He came in at number 3. He made 6 of 10 deliveries. So it comes slightly lower down the order. Remember, no Mohammed Hussain in the lineup. So they're going to need somebody to take his place. He just has been tasked with that, but he's going to be knocked over. Well, how about this? The bowler goes down, and with it, he knocks the stumps down as well. Well, what a bit of action this is. And Jawad Shah just showing us just what a good quality player he is. A great delivery. And just watch this. This is a rock and roll. Well, he tumbles. The stumps gets tumbled over. He gets up and fist pumps the air with delight. And Ijas will have to go. And to be fair, I don't think Secunda Ijas knew too much about what was happening there in front of him.
Well, we've already seen a cartwheel from him so far today, and now we get a bit of a roll. But I love how much fuller he's bowling today. That's one thing he certainly improved yesterday. Got a bit obsessed with banging it in short with a lot of pace, but these last couple of balls, he has it right up on the money, full and straight, and he gets the wicket he deserves. This is the Jawad Shah we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing him at his best, not just with the ball, but with the bat. He is a quality player, a quality campaigner. And he gets another wicket for his side, though I don't think with the Mouflons they'll be too deterred. The other batters will come in and have a go. And certainly this man will like this challenge. It's a Ghulam Murtaza who comes in. So once again, a lot of delay in this. I mean, just keeping an eye on that time. We're getting to now what we haven't quite got to the halfway point, but more than half the time has gone. So once again, a good delivery in the block, and little things like that you see there. I mean, just throwing the ball away rather than take the ball himself and going back to his mark and coming. Now the ball gets moved around, so they're just not very quick at getting the ball back to the bowler and bowling these overs in, and that's why probably once again they'll have issues with time. Oh, this is a wild swing, a nothing shot really from Murtaza. He's lucky that his stumps haven't been shattered by this one. It just gets that movement away when he doesn't really want it, Jawad. And a good bit of bowling from him. He likes what he's doing out there in the middle. And I'm sure there's people that like watching it as well. End of the over. We're at the halfway point. 58 for 3.
Yeah, after seeing 40 runs in overs 3 and 4, it's really big that they've managed to sneak in a quiet 5th over. This is absolutely outstanding by Jawad Shah. Just a little momentum swing that Limassol Zalmi needed to favor them. Of course, the first match today was a very difficult one for them, so now they've got this important period in the match where they can just try to claw themselves back into this game. The field's out. Maybe clamp down on this run rate and try to reduce the Mouflons to something under that 105 mark. As you can see, the projected score at the bottom of your screen, but need to get through these overs quickly. Should be fine, but just keep in mind, under 15 minutes left, and this is a big swing by Gurdeep Sharma. It goes out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, and they'll get a single, the Mouflons, and boy, good bit of backing up there by Jawad Shah. He got to that really quickly, and it could have been in some trouble if the ball had slipped past him.
Yeah, Zalmi, I think it's important now, the likes of especially Ula, bowls a good line, doesn't waste too many balls down the leg side, not too many extras. Try to contain the Mouflons. That's right on the money. That's a good delivery. And it's been well played also by Murtaza. He's a new batter that comes out there and he gets attacked straight away, and he plays that really well. It's a nice shot from a man who's yet to get going. Sharma goes in that area again. He's always ready to attack Ula with that delivery. And once again, he could have gone either side of that player, but you can see Sharma keeps practicing it. He's playing it all the time. Murtaza is probably thinking, I wouldn't mind a short one. He's been, so far, he's had a couple of full pitch deliveries that he's had to deal with. Hasn't really had anything to go after yet. He's going to bounce just before the fielder watches it into his hands. Salman Khan certainly like the fire about him, and after doing his bowling he says, I'll go in that area, Skip. You're not going to get any mistakes from me, so keeps it to 1. As Sharma back into attack, and no doubt Sharma will be looking to go once again in that area. Let's see if Ula bowls something different. I'd like to see him get one outside the off stump to Sharma. Sharma will probably play the same shot. This time he goes right across the line, and no contact made there. He's pretty lucky to get a wide out of this, but once again, he's just looking for that short delivery.
I like the idea, though, by Ulla. I know he's gone to wide, but he sees Gurdeep Sharma go across. He's aiming for that leg stump Yorker. As he said, Sharma's very, very lucky over there.
Yeah, almost executes that to precision, does Ulla. But he does try something different. He goes fuller, so I like that. Once again, firmly hit the leg side area. Salman Khan does the fielding, and it's got a very good arm as well as he fires this into the mitts of the keeper.
And so far this over, only singles for the Muflon, so they've really turned things around very rapidly. They must hold Zelmi, and this is an important phase in the game. A couple more quiet overs here, and they could put the Muflons under some serious pressure.
Another swing and a miss. Huzaifa takes it cleanly in his gloves. So the dot ball count is, or percentage is now starting to creep up. And just get to the phase here now. So what, we're coming up to the end of this, the 6th over. So they're slightly behind the rate where they want to be to try and bring that 100 up. And of course, this is the issues that you'll get with the score 64 for free when you haven't got the likes of the firepower of Zishan Sawa. And there's been a bit of swinging and missing from Gurdeep Sharma, but not enough hitting. So it'll be interesting where they'll take this score. But I think a lot of it depends on how well Zalmi bowl. If they continue to bowl well at the stumps and keep it tidy, I think there'll be a struggle to get to around the 90 here for Muflons. But if they bowl badly and let one of these batters get going, then they could once again be like a 110 score. Captain comes on to bowl, and he's been pretty tidy, hasn't he? He's got bowled to quite a nice regular line. Gets a bit of away movement with Taza Khan.
He keeps things very simple. He's got a simple plan, just bowl full and straight. Make it hard to hit, and of course he gets so many wickets as well just because of the classic you miss, I hit.
High up in the air, and it will, well, catch dropped, and here comes the throw, so saves the boundary. So you can see getting applause from the keeper. It's good work out there. That's one thing they've got to do, is try to keep the ball in play all the time. Well, that clock now, we're down into the last 10 minutes. Well struck. Same fielder comes across again. Makes the field, but the ball just escapes him. So the batters do well to take two. Murtaza just looking to now find his first boundary. Had 6 deliveries for 4 runs. Sharma.
Of course, that's Umar Shah who's out there long on, the one who put down the catch and had that slight misfield. Normally, he's so good in that position. And this is a fuller delivery, well bowled by Khan.
Yeah, that's a top delivery from him. He's bowled that a few times. It's his go-to ball, isn't it? Takes the pace right off it, but he gets it right on middle stump. So it causes a lot of problems. He's got him a lot of wickets, and also he's got him a fair number of dot balls as well. Dot balls, gold dust, we know that. Murtaza, good tidy over from him so far. And this one, I think, will go all the way. It will. Manos arriba, Vidro. Put him up like you just don't care. Yeah, that's 6 runs. Nice, clean hit. Hits it through the ball, and Ghulam Murtaza brings up his first boundary.
And he's hit it exactly the way Zishan Sarwar would. Maybe he's given him a few tips. Ghulam Murtaza, Khan just over-pitches it a bit, and he gets underneath it so well. Once again, so many of these Muflons players, they've got such a good bottom hand, that whip-like action to get underneath the ball. And that was a very, very good hit.
That slower ball, gets bat onto it. And the fielders between themselves should deal with it. They do. In comes the throw, and he goes with the bowler's end. You can see that the the man who got to the strikers and was quite keen to try and go for the second, but Murtaza just says, wait there, let's see what happens. Well, let's see what happens with this as well. Upcoming event, Cyprus will come to a close this Sunday. Will we crown the champions here? And then the crew move to Milan, and well, 2 weeks in Milan, and in the middle of that is the T20Is in Gibraltar. And from Milan, we go to the lovely Seabarn Cricket Ground in Austria. Plenty of action coming your way, and stay with us. We love your company, and stay with us as we go on the road to some new and some familiar destinations as well. This one is evenly poised. Mufflums now are back to that 100-run mark, 74 for 3 after 7.
We saw what a good power play the Mufflons had as we take a look at this ball by Syed Zia. This is cut away very, very well. And Gula Murtaza looks to be joining in on the party. He hit a beautiful 6, and this time around gets a bit of extra width. Zia probably going too short and wide, and that is a gorgeous shot by Murtaza.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just gets, like you say, gets the width. And this is what I'm talking about. If the bowlers execute a good line, the batters will struggle and maybe get to a score just around about the 90 to 100. But if you bowl a few loose deliveries and these guys get onto you, then that score is going to go back up to the 110, 120 mark. This time it goes to the fielder. Keep it to the ones. And it's another thing that both batters are doing quite nicely here. The rotating strike between him, though Murtaza now has found the boundary touch. I think Gurdeep Sharma has to find his again. He's sort of been stuck in the 20s for a while. He needs to get the acceleration going. I think he's aware of that. Expecting some big shots from him. And this one down the leg side gets wasted, so it's another wide, another extra. The clock continues to tick. Keep an eye on that now. So what have we got? 10 deliveries need to be bowled here before the clock runs out. It's another one that is down the leg side. Does this catch anything on the way through? Yes, it does. So a bit of bat on this. 4 runs again is not a particularly good delivery. And he just gets a little bit onto this. Gets past the keeper, past the man who's fine. It's going to be 4. And this is not good bowling. This was the concern that I had for Zalmi after those couple of good overs from Ula and Jawad Shah. And you see Murtaza Khan went for 10, and this one is gone for 10 already. And this is a tremendous hit. It will go all the way. Balle, manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
Gorgeous shot by Sharma, but you have to say Zia's been slightly all over the place. He starts the over off a bit too short and wide, overcompensates a bit by going too far down the leg side. Now he looks to correct his length, and it's slightly over pitch. You do have to feel for him because he's a good cricketer from what we've seen.
Well, it goes again, and this one is even bigger, and that's going to go into the territory of the snakes, in and over the olive trees, and right there where the grapevines are, where the snakes are lurking. What a big hit that is. New balls, please.
What a beautiful shot as well. I mean, he holds the pose. That might as well have been Brooks Koepka teeing off at the Masters. That was such a good shot there by Sharma. Beautiful swing.
No, you won't get away with this one as well. Already gone magical. That's 23 now off the over. Not only is it the runs that have come off this over, but it's a long one as well. Now, they should be okay. They should be okay, but we are into the last 4 minutes, and after this ball, they've got to get 6 deliveries in. Swings hard. The fielder should deal with it. It's Salman Khan who's out there. He has a very big arm as well, straight into the gloves. So this over comes to an end. 24 come off it, and the score has raced along to 98.
Just under 3.5 minutes now to bowl this penultimate over. We saw the Zelmi give up penalty runs once yesterday. And of course, we'll just take a look at this run rate for the Cyprus Mufflons. Things were going pretty well for the Zelmi for about 3 overs, between overs 5 to 7. They gave up just 18 runs, but that Syed Zia over has completely swung things back in favor of the Mufflons, and he'll be really, really disappointed. We know Syed Zia had a pretty mixed day yesterday, and then he got that crowning moment with a direct hit, but it seems like things have gone back in the wrong end for him as Jawad Shah And he's just trying to get his field setting right here, and he's just wasting valuable time.
Yeah.
I think we'll be down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds before we even see the first ball this over.
Isn't it amazing? You know you're under pressure. The bowler should have run, taken the ball, said, I'm ready, umpires are ready, batters, let's go. He's taken an age. Dot ball. And every time, he's got this thing, isn't he? He's almost celebrating every time he bowls the ball and nothing comes from it. He sort of holds his arms out wide, a bit like Linford Christie used to when he finished 100 metres dash, like he wants all the accolades. But really there, the batter, mistake, start to walk inside these and take the wides. Well, I tell you what, if it ends up going over time, now he's running back because everybody's saying, oh, yaar ki kar janda at the time, I mean, this is a really poor attempt of a run out. I mean, look at this. I mean, that's terrible. And also, I think he's almost into his action as well. So I don't think it would have counted. Okay, so you waste some more valuable time. 1:45. It is well, and the batters will take one. They look for two, or one of them does at least. In comes the throw. Once again, someone can't. He's patrolled that area very well, and he's got a very good arm as well. Yeah, once again, that delivery. I mean, if you're a brave batter, you're stepping well inside it, and you're saying, right, I'll take the wide. Look at where look at where he stands here. Just watch where this delivery goes. Once again, it's sort of outside a missing leg stick. We'll take a single. Fielding is done. Jawad walks slowly and casually back to his mark.
I don't know. I wonder if they're just resigned to the fact that they're definitely going to give up these penalty runs, and he's just given up, and he's like, well, I might as well take my time, try to get a good over in.
He seems to be so sure that, don't worry, it won't get to that. And I'll tell you what, if he bowls one bad ball, I will be worried. This gets played away. So remember, these all take time, and we give credit to the fielder. He's darted the ball right back to the keeper. And look, the keeper here, he throws this to point. Rather than give it back to the bowler, and then it goes past to the man in covers, then he'll give it a shine, he'll give it back to the bowler. The clock here now, what are we at? 20 seconds coming up here to bowl 2 deliveries. And I've got to say, you know, if this is the way you go about things, then, you know, you deserve the penalty. Things hit straight back at him. Catch goes down. All right, he's got the ball back. He's got to nurse his finger. Clock, tick, tock, tick, tock. And you know what's coming here? I reckon we're going to go. That's the timer for me with the ball to go. And I think all eyes are going to be on the umpires before the start of the last over. And the wicket, well, there's a celebration. Well, I tell you what, you might be celebrating, but that wicket has cost you 5 runs, and I think runs probably more important. Though Murtaza will have to depart. He'll go for 17 off ball number 14, but I think there's 5 runs coming here.
Certainly will be, and all eyes need to be on the umpire. But let's just take the moment to appreciate how good a ball that is. Hits the base of the stumps. An absolutely terrific wicket. But it's not really going to make too much of a difference, you feel. As we're going to see 5 penalty runs added for sure over here as the umpires just set the stumps right.
Well, you can see the chat, and I can't see how that clock can have any time added onto it. You can see here, keep an eye on the umpires. Umpire Abdul will, well, he's taking no chances with the sun, is he, Abdul? I'm sure that's Abdul under that sunscreen. So he'll come and give the signal here, I'm sure. Let's see. Here we go. 5 for patting, so 5 penalty runs again. And I have to say, Limassol Zalmi, it could and should have been avoided. And that's poor discipline from them. So the score will go up to 106, just like that. And Sharma, 39, not out of 22. You want to try and get as close to the 120 here as possible. The new batter is Ali, who's at the other end. Yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, so casual, but you knew it was coming. I mean, are they just like, is it just it's 5 runs, don't worry about it? Don't get it.
Big swing and a miss there from Sharma. that might be the case for them. They might just be a bit too casual, but they aren't the only team who are guilty of that in this group. I mean, the Nicosia fighters are the same. They often have long arguments about the field setting between overs, and you just wonder, I mean, is it going to take some of these sides a bit too long to finally adjust to bowling under a time limit? This might not be something they're used to doing in the Cypriot League.
Well, bat onto ball will only be a single. One thing that the captain has done very well, though he's not managed the time well, Murtaza Khan. He's bowled pretty well himself. And the other thing that he could have done there, of course, he could have bowled himself to bowl that over. Because Jawad, obviously, longer run-up, takes a little bit more time. And I think Murtaza could have got through the over quicker. And if this victory, if it's something to do with the 5-run margin, well, you'll have to look back at really just bad discipline from the side. Bad management. Plays this out. They want to push hard here. I think you've got to be looking to try and get to. It's a very good pickup, but it's a very bad throw. The fielder does most things right there. Does Hasharullah. Good pickup, but the throw was ill-directed, and the batters get the 2.
We certainly saw the Muflons keep Bilal for the final over for those exact reasons. He has a long run-up. Takes a lot longer to bowl. That's why they had Waqar Ali bowling the penultimate over. So I mean, Murtaza Khan should be bowling the 9th.
Nicely played out. It bobbles away. Once again, a clean pickup and a much easier, much gentle throw back to the captain. So the batters this time have to just take the single. So 2 deliveries left in the innings. The 110 is there. So now they're looking to really press on. Okay, high up in the air. Will this go to anybody? Really, the batters should be looking for 2 here. Khan does well, manages the throw, gets it into the keeper straight away. He's been outstanding out there, I have to say, and I was very impressed with his bowling spell as well. And, certainly that's a move that worked pretty well for them, but he was unlucky. Remember, the few catches went down off him as well. So 111, last ball. Can they get a boundary to finish? Slower delivery, and doesn't quite get hold of it well. Ulla comes across. And, well, he does finally get the throw to the keeper. And, well, there's a little bit of cat and mouse happening there at the end. It will stay as a single. So 112 will be the score. 113 is going to be the target. And, well, will those penalty runs be the runs that come and haunt the Limassol Army? But I have to say, at the moment, looking at them, they seem to be pretty happy with the way that they've gone about this in the field.
Certainly might be, as of course we'll take a look at the highlights of this innings, and Zishan Sarwar, who is also captaining the side, he batted sensationally well again, made 29 of 12, was aided by that dropped catch by Hasharullah out in the deep. And we saw some good bowling by Ullah at times. He bowled at a hard length, and this was a very, very big run out, wasn't it? Hetop Khan was dismissed. We took a little bit of time to settle which one of them would be out, but in the end, the slow motion replay determined that it was Khan. Saw the usual beautiful bottom-handed slogging by Zishan Sarwar. Anything pitched up to him, he got underneath it so well. Gurdeep Sharma was terrific as well. He quietly made a very good 41 of 25. Was undefeated at the end, hit 4 boundaries and 2 big 6s. Zishan Sarwar would send one to Mohammad Farad. We saw him just moved out to deep point because they wanted to hide him when he was at cow corner, but he took a terrific catch, and that would bring Zishan Sarwar's innings to an end. A little cartwheel there by Jawad Shah, but he did bowl this absolutely terrific ball, an absolute ripper to Sikandar Ijaz.
Yeah, Jawad Shah, I mean, what he does do, he gets a good full Yorker in, and he's going to trouble a lot of batters with that one. And this is where he had an opportunity to take another wicket there, but he didn't take the corner ball, but he gets a wicket there right at the end. But unfortunately, that 9th over, because of the time he took to bowl it, and really the bad management from Limassol Army, and bad time management anyway, they did once again get penalised, 5 runs, and really only have themselves to blame. They had plenty of time, but they just were dilly-dallied in the middle, and it cost them 112 for 4. And as you said, Zishan Sarwar once again batted beautifully. And he was quite unlucky actually. The first shot he played out on the offside, and he finds the fielder who took the good catch. Gurdeep Sharma, he stuttered a bit when he got into the 20s, but he managed to get a bit of acceleration through. He finishes not out 41, and a good Good little partnership between him and Murtaza towards the end. The bowlers, well, there were some good spells there, but picking the bowlers there for me, Jawad Shah, 2 for 5.
That was a sensational bowling effort by him, and really they would have had only 5 extras if they haven't given up those penalty runs. So you have to say, in some ways, an improved performance from the Zalmi. They bowled slightly better than they did yesterday against the Muflons, but a few of their old issues still coming back to haunt them, of course. Muflons that have posted a fairly healthy target of 112, and in just about 10 minutes time, we'll be bringing you the Limassol Zalmi Chase. Make sure to join us then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the sunshine here at Limassol in Cyprus. The Ipsona Cricket Ground are looking a treat, and we're looking to get, well, an interesting match on here. And dare I say it, I've always said scores between the sort of 100 and 110 mark for me are definitely golden ball territory. Well, we did see a golden ball here the other day. It was match number 41, 124 to 124. So, well, who knows? But what we do know is one of the teams that featured in that was Limassol Zalmi, and they are playing here again. Mouflons, 112 for 4. They've got the runs on the board, though I think they're probably about 10 short of where they would have liked to have been. But a couple of quick wickets, and they'll be in the driving seat. Wakarali will be starting off first. He's going to be bowling to Jawad Shah, who's put a good performance in with the ball. And let's see if he can show some of the form he showed us back in November 21, when really he was a bit of a run machine and a real gun with the bat. It starts by being beaten outside the off. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Nishbat.
Thank you very much. And of course, Wakar Ali, we had a chance to interview him before this match. Sensational figures, as you just said, in that previous game, and looking for more of the same here. The Mouflons. Goes for the wider delivery. And I think this one's a bamboozle the keeper as well, so it's going to go away for 4 wides. It's the first minimum of this innings. And Lakhwinder Singh, he looks a bit annoyed there. I don't think he wants to be chasing too many into those bushes.
No, he's been the man who's been doing a lot of chasing back there. And it's not the start that they wanted, Wakarali. I mean, just look at the way this field is set. And maybe we can get Elvira just to show us a bit of a view from a distance off the field. And the way this field is, you've got to be bowling that line outside the off. If you bowl it anywhere else, you're going to be in a spot of bother. The bowler gets back. So they've got only the 3 men out on the leg side. So 2 men inside the circle, 1 on the boundary. You've got long off back. So there we go. It gives you a good idea of the way the field is set. So you've got to be outside the off here. Pretty full. Gets played out. Single gets taken. Singles won't hurt them too much. So runs off the bat for Jawad Shah. There's Umar Shah now takes guard. Umar, he's already shown what he can do. A fine 50 from him. So he wasn't to blame in the low score they posted against Makoro in their last match, 50 of 28. But he needs support from other batters.
It was interesting last inning. You saw a bit of a reversal in trends. It was Umar Shah who was the aggressor, whereas Jawad Shah took a while to settle into his innings and didn't quite look himself, as this one's a wider delivery at Wakar Ali. And once again, very smart bowling by him. But I'm looking for something different here. I'd like to see Jawad Shah. Okay, he's had 3 balls to settle in. I want to see him be more aggressive. The way we're used to seeing him bat, hitting those big boundaries. I think today just seems a bit off color with his batting.
Played away and wanted a single, and Jawad, someone turns it down. Well, how about this? Well, never mind knocking over the stumps. He says, any woodwork will do, any woodwork. And he says, okay, there's a bit of wood, I'll have a go, and knocks the bat right out of the hand off Umar. Well, there you go, a good bit of fielding, I suppose. They say hit the woodwork. I did, he says, the fielder. Yeah, this one will race away. And straight to the fielder, though. So he's a bit unlucky here. It looks like he was going to get it past him, but the man says, nicely done. Not getting past me. And there we go. Well, thanks to, Limassol Zalmi, who were the victors of the golden ball back in match number 41. We reset the counter, and now 3 matches since we had a golden ball. And, of course, Nish, you were here all the way through it.
That was a very entertaining match. At one point, he thought the Zalmi had just let it slip past him, and then the captain, Murtaza Khan, comes in, bowls that spectacular final over. And, of course, we talked a lot about the story of Syed Zia. Went from 0 to hero. And we're going to see Shah on strike here. And once again, that was a terrific bowling by Wakar Ali. He's put in some really good work today. And we're going to see Muhammad Bilal here. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup. 2 aggressive cricketers going at it. He goes for the full toss. It's a slightly poor delivery. Got a bit too excited. And Jawad Shah doesn't make the cleanest contact with it, but there's enough pace on that ball for him to get it away for a boundary.
Yeah, I think the height is going to be fine on this, but it's not a good delivery. He goes for the Yorker straight away. You get an idea of the height here, so he just gets away with it. Batter just leaning down a little bit as well, but not a good delivery to start. And he's an aggressive and very useful bowler, is Bilal. And well, his captain won't like the fact that he goes for 4 off his first delivery. And this one bounce to the fielder. A little bit show responding here, the batter. I suppose he's on the back foot slightly, Jawad. But he's got a thing, he's got a bit of swag about him, hasn't he, Jawad Shah? He's sort of like, we saw that with his bowling. Yeah, I'm not rushing for anyone, I do things in my time. But the problem is, like it did with the ball in hand, it cost his team. And, well, that could have cost him his wicket. He's just got to wake up a little. He's got to, play the complete all-round game. Bilal, short, high in the air, chance, taken. And that's going to be the end of Umar Shah. And you said it, he's become a bit more of the aggressor rather than Jawad Shah. Well, maybe that aggression is what's going to see the end of him. And the man who scored 50 in the earlier match, 50 of 28, will depart without scoring.
He just looks to create some room there, but then he mistimes it and sends it straight to the fielder at long on. As once again, he's going to be greeted by Derek the Duck. Very busy day for him.
He's been busy as Derek. And Umar Shah has to make his way back. And, well, maybe, I think the best shot from that bat was when the fielder threw the ball at it, to be honest. And he has to go. And I'm not sure what's going on. See, this is the thing here now. I mean, the change of bat is running on. One thing we haven't seen on the European Cricket Series yet is a batter get timed out, and I'm waiting for it. I was watching some of the highlights and some of the games yesterday. Some batters took an age to get in, and I was sitting back and shouting, "Appeal, appeal!" Somebody say, "How's that?"
No, certainly, there was one batter who took well over 2 minutes and maybe even 3 minutes, and I was pointing that out. Of course, you've got to say that I believe it was against the Muflons, and they were sportsmen enough to not appeal. As we're going to see for Salman Khan, they bring long on into the ring, but they do keep the cow corner fielder. Instead, they send a fielder out at long off.
This is beautifully timed, and what a lovely shot that is from Salman Khan. What a way to get off the mark, and Bilal just losing his line slightly. This is sometimes what can happen with the left-armers as they're coming over the wicket. You can just sometimes tend to be a little bit too much on the pads if you're going for the wicket-to-wicket delivery, and that gets put away beautifully. Lovely shot. What a way to get off the mark.
Hopefully we see a better performance from Salman Khan in this innings. We saw him struggle a little bit against Mark Hoare, but hopefully he's back to his usual ways. And this one struck very nicely down the ground. It's just going to be a single, though.
Bilal walks back to his mark. He'd love to get another scalp. And I get the feeling that once they get the wicket of Jawad, that would probably be a pretty big celebration. He's a man that likes to celebrate when he's picking up a few wickets. Goes for that Yorker. And once again, just a little bit over pitched. So allowing Jawad Shah to get bat on the ball, but no run. So he'll settle for that. That's not a bad over at all. And we saw that one boundary flicked away quite nicely, but he does pick up the wicket. 1 for 10 in the over. And the score 16 for 1 after 2.
You would say a good start for the Muflons, just a 16 runs of these first couple of overs. As we take a look at the standings for Group B, the Cyprus Muflons are undefeated so far, the only undefeated team in this group. They picked up 3 wins against 3 quality sides. They're looking to make their second win against the Limassol Zalmi. We saw them get a very comfortable victory yesterday against the Zalmi by 19 balls. And we saw Waqar Ali said, we're going to do things a little differently in this match than what we did yesterday. We have a few surprises.
Gurdeep Sharma starts with a bad one. And the wicketkeeper does well. Does Zishan Sarwar, gets his body behind it. He's done that well throughout the day. He did it in the earlier match as well. Just makes not always gets everything in his gloves, but he stops it. And when he has to take the catch, he does. Salman Khan has made a very good start. And he looks like a good cricketer, doesn't he? I think I was very impressed with his bowling. His fielding was tremendous out in the deep. Can he back it up with a good batting performance? Oh, that's a really good delivery, and he's going to be gone. And I'm not sure this has got caught behind or LBW. I don't think the bowler really cares. He appeals. But I think this might have been caught behind, because I think in terms of LB, it might have been a little bit high. The batter can't believe it, but Salman Khan will have to go after playing a lovely shot through the square leg before. With this one, it's definitely not a catch. It's all about LBW, so it's been given LB, and that's what I first thought. When you look at this pad, it is right in front of middle stick. So watch this. Yeah, that's out. That's LB. That's plum. And that's what I thought at first. I didn't notice at this angle that the ball actually wasn't taken. It sort of disappears into the mid region of Zishan, but very well bowled, and I think that's a spot-on decision from the umpire.
That was certainly going to go on to crash onto middle or leg stump. So a very good bit of bowling by Gurdeep Sharma. He's been impressive in his early appearances in the tournament. He's got bowls a very good line and length, and just can also get that natural shape away from the batsman. He catches out Salman Khan there, who hits one good looking four, but not quite the Bollywood ending for the cricketer with the Bollywood name.
Yeah, not quite. And good delivery. I don't understand why Gurdeep does this, why he keeps hopping from one side of the wicket to another. Now he's coming round the wicket. And just for me, that's just an easy hit for the batter. I think stick over the wicket and to get that delivery like the one he just bowled to get the LBW. When he bowls wicket to wicket, he causes trouble. And that's what I think he needs to be doing more of.
Yeah, he should really back himself and go over the wicket more.
Yeah,
I think there's been a few bowlers so far in Cyprus who've needlessly gone around the wicket.
Yeah, now he comes back over, you see, so I'm not really sure. And look, when he bowls over the wicket, he gets the ball pretty straight, and sometimes he gets that cutter to go away as well. So, yeah, this is for me where he needs to be religiously.
Lots of pressure now on Shah. Of course, two key batsmen for the Zelmi have disappeared, both Umar Shah and Khan. This one is struck away, and it's going to be a no ball as well, I believe. And what's the umpire going to give this one?
Yeah, no ball is being signalled, and I think this is once again probably, I mean, we are still in the power play, so I think the umpire is just signalling that probably the fielder that was close to him was outside the circle. So there's the free hit signal. So that's going to be a bit of a whammy for the Mouflons. Seen a few teams do this, just not getting the field right. So the license to go
they've been one of the better teams when it comes to reducing needless errors, but look at the case here for them, as this Gurdeep Sharma over was going along pretty well, and is this the ball that could really spoil it for him?
Has a look around at his field. Once again now he decides to come around the wicket. And, well, what's happened there? He just, well, what's this all about? He just gets the ball and just drops it at the feet of the, I suppose the other ball has been found and come back, but the umpire needs to make sure it is actually the ball. You see there, he's like, I don't like this one, have it back, give me the other one. Okay, well, it was fetched after that big six. And, well, this is the free hit, so it wouldn't have mattered, but it's gone as buys straight through the keeper, who is standing up. And though Zishan has stopped most of these, can't do anything about this one. So valuable runs here. There's 7 off the 7 up, and now 4. So that's 11 off 1 ball.
I mean, if this is a tight game, it's little moments like this that they're going to look back on and be very frustrated with themselves. The Mouflon, they've leaked just about 8 needless runs in that little period.
Hit well, and this is going to disappear. Well, we're going to need another ball as that one goes all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una grande, una golpe muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. This is why you don't bowl around the wicket, because you're putting it right into the slot. So, massive hit. And the batter liking as well. Back over the wicket, I think, Sharma. Watch this. This is a wonderful strike. And just watch the reaction. And it's almost like saying to the fielders, what do you think of that? Oh, we like that. Well, don't do that to your bat. You don't want to break that one. It's going well.
Don't do that to your gloves as well, as this one's struck hard. And is this going to go straight to the fielder at long on? It certainly will. And now Jawad Shah just striking it a lot more cleanly. And you just wonder whether that free hit, that little period of poor bowling, has just helped him find his touch back, as Limassol Zalmi managed to recover after a slightly slow start to their innings. They're now 36 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, I mean, that's disappointing. I mean, 16 off the bowler plus the 4 byes means that 20 come off that over. So it is, if you like, technically a magical over. And Gurdeep, the way he started was well. But then, again, round the wicket, I don't know why he does it. It doesn't work. And if he looks back at these highlights, if he looks back at his bowling, every time he's bowled over the wicket, he hasn't gone for runs. It's always when he comes round the wicket. Go back to the pace of Bilal. And asking the question here, and well, the umpire thinks about giving a wide and then doesn't give a wide. So I'm guessing this is called a little bit of the pad or thigh pad on the way through. So it must have been a bit of thigh pad. So you see he goes to call the wide. And you know the other thing I want to just touch on about the bowling of Sharma. If Sharma bowls round the wicket, then it takes the element of surprise away from when Bilal is bowling. Because Bilal is naturally left-hander. This is what he should be bowling. So leave him to do that, as this one has disappeared. What a hit this is. And all of a sudden, well, Jawad Shah, this is the Jawad Shah, Nish, that I remember.
This is the Jawad Shah we all remember, and it's taken him a little bit of time to settle into the action this afternoon. And you can see he gets a big fist bump. And certainly you're a good point there about Gurdeep Sharma. Of course, we sometimes forget, bowlers bowl in pairs, and having a little tandem, just locking down either end. I know we're only bowling from one end here, can make a big difference.
Yeah, so wonder what Mohamed Bilal does here. My advice will be the same that I gave to the other left-hander, Mohamed Hussain. Okay, if you're pitching up and the batter's getting used to it, go a little bit shorter. Let's see if he will. But does he have the field set for it? And well, he's just stopping there now. I'm not sure what he's pointing at. Pointing at something, somebody. And, it might be our very own Diana Oros. He's saying, hey, Diana. Oh, no, Diana's not behind the bowler's arm, so maybe he just says, hang on a minute, if you're going to take me picture, let me be ready. All right, I'm ready now. Get ready, Diana. I'll give you something to take a shot off. And, well, okay, this will be a wide. I sort of like the idea from the bowler. He doesn't want to go in the same areas again. But he goes a little bit too wide. But Mohamed Bilal just feeling that he's just a little bit under pressure from Jawad. But Jawad, you've got to note that the shots he's hit for the boundary have been full and straight. So I just think he's got to just adjust the line slightly. Oh, but that is one that the wicketkeeper decides he doesn't even want to try and stop. Jawad doesn't want to take the run because he knows a free hit is coming. And just watch this. That's a terrible delivery. He doesn't want to run. He says, no, stay there. It's a free hit. The fielder does a brilliant stop at third man. I mean, that is an incredible stop.
Full credit to Lakhwinder Singh. He's done sensationally well in that position. We did say he's been a bit frustrated having to chase everything out of those bushes, but he certainly owned that position, and he might not quite be like Vikas Shrestha, but he's done a very effective job in that position.
That's amazing stop. Okay, he definitely is under pressure, the bowler. And, well, free hit. Thank you very much. That's another one that goes flying all the way. Well, there you go. It goes into those grapevines where the snakes are, and Jawad at the moment is turning on the style. Mind you, they're not helping because that's a couple of free hits he's had to be able to go mental on, and he does. He hits it big. And there's a Maria up in the tower. Maria, I think she's in a bit of the firing line here. Maria, you okay up there? Hope you will. Give us a thumbs up. And welcome to cricket, by the way, Maria, during her first cricketing event. And they're doing a fantastic job as well. 50 on the board already. Hit straight. One bounce. Taken. And they will take the single this time. So being forced to make a change. I just wonder here now. I mean, if I'm Mohamed Bilal, now that the batters have changed, I would go back to what I normally bowl. Well, there's Maria. Maria says, I'm fine. Thank you very much. Thumbs up. Yeah, great job, Maria. Keep up the good work. And Maria is here with Elvira in the engine house, along with Karina. We got the Spice Girls with us today from Spring Productions. Well, this has been hit pretty well. The fielder should make the stop. Goes down well, no mistakes. Once again, it's an expensive spell from Bilal. And he's just got to learn to vary that line. And one thing we haven't seen from him, sometimes when you're under attack, the bowler maybe needs to do is take the pace off the ball, not put more on it, because the likes of somebody like Jawad would just use that against you. Last ball off his spell. And I think he just, I thought maybe he just may sneak this one in, but looks like he's been called a wide. He's not happy about the call. I'm with him, but any whisker of the ball touches the wide line, it gets called, and I think the umpire has a good call from the umpire there. But one thing you can see what he's trying to do to Shah, just trying to keep it out of that hitting zone. But the problem is, all the extras have fallen nicely into the plan for Zalmi at the moment. They're well ahead in this match. And this gets played away. The chase is on. And the ball will go to the boundary. It's cuatro más. As the fielder comes across, Gurwinder Singh can't do anything about it. And I think before this game really does get away from them, as the score motored along to 57 at the end, 4 overs, 2 wickets down, you've got to go with somebody. I think Lakhwinder Singh has to come on here now and really take some of the pace of the ball.
This is one place where you'd like to see someone like Waqar Ali and, of course, Lakhwinder Singh just mentor Bilal a little bit. I mean, if he can develop a slower ball, a little bit of variation, he can be such an effective bowler. He steams in for every single ball, tries to bowl it at maximum pace. And as you can see, if the batsman just get a little bit of bat on it, it races away. And, of course, that run rate is racing away as well for the Limassol Zalmi. They managed to make 41 runs of the last 2 overs, and I am not at all surprised Ishan Sarwar has decided to go with his key partnership-breaking bowler, Lakhwinder Singh.
Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. It's been a bit of pain at the moment. And that one also going magical. So, yeah, 2 magical overs. Lakhwinder trying to put a stop to this. And this one is going to be 6 more. It goes all the way. And just going to have a look at the field here now as well. I mean, the power play is well and done, but you've got to start being a little bit smarter about the field set. Have a look where the balls are being hit there. And now, well, you can see with no pressure on Huzafia as well. And, he's saying, you know, okay, it's time for me to open up as well. Lakhwinder into the attack, but boundary straight away. Slight delay, I think, as just waiting for maybe some updates. Just the umpire wants acknowledgement from the scorers. So here we go again. Lakhwinder, this time he goes down the leg side, and this is another one's going to be 4, and I think that one goes in the goal as well. So we might as well celebrate a goal, and right in the corner, just where you want the perfect penalty to go. A bit of a dive there from the fielder. He can't get to it. It's almost like the goalkeeper diving the wrong way and the ball ending up in the back of the net. So looks like Zalmi are really knocking off these runs, or planning to knock all these runs off pretty quickly. Now, then after a dismal display with the batting first, they managed to put just 72 on the board against Mahor. Well, this time round, it's much better. They're racing away. Short, hit well, trying to pierce the field. They won't. It's a nice bit of fielding.
And I really have to praise him for how well he's just picked up the length there, Huzaifa. He's just rocked back on the back foot and placed that away towards that cow corner region. And this is very unlike Lakhwinder Singh to go for 11 runs.
Okay, this one, will he get there? No, he won't. And then the ball hits the deck and just speeds away. And, well, he's getting a fair bit of lip is Wakarali, and Wakarali saying, well, what do you want me to do about that? Gets over him, he's trying his best, he gets over him, and yeah, he's nowhere near that. But isn't it interesting that you got a bowler there who's taken a 5 and he hasn't featured yet?
I think for just going back to the fielding, though, I think he's trying to say that the sun might have got in his eye. Of course, it is just about to be 2 o'clock local time here in Cyprus, and I think that's what's prevented him from taking that catch, because he just completely misjudged the trajectory of the ball.
Firmly hit. It's a good bit of fielding. Takes one through his side. So brilliantly done. So nicely stopped. So this partnership now has been a good one. Smashed in the air. Opportunity or not? No. It goes all the way over. It's 6 more. Doing this in style. 79 on the board and just 5 overs gone. What a response this is from Limassol Zalmi. But just as we thought, the big players had to step up. And well, Jawad Shah certainly has. And now we see Mohamed Hafiz is doing the same.
And it's good to see Huzaifa join the party from the Zalmi point of view. We really saw him struggle in his first few appearances, but since then, he's improved mightily. As of course, we enter the commentary box. As great to have you here, and this Zalmi chase is going just to plan.
It's going perfectly well. I mean, they're a side that we've been hurting with the batting performance we saw from them before, but now, well, in this chase, they're doing the thing that we said. And one thing I said to them when they were batting first, maybe that's the thing, when they're batting first, they're overcautious. Just don't worry about the wickets. Go out there, play your shots, attack. And that's what these two have done. All the batters have gone out there and attacked. And even though they lost the likes of Umar Shah, the man who got the half century last time around for 0, it's not stopped them. They really have just grabbed the opportunity, and they've just gone from strength to strength. And Mouflons facing defeat for the first time. It's a slower delivery, and they do go back to the bowling of Ali. And what can he make? What can he make happen here? Wakarali, who bowled the first over, only 6 came off it. And remember, that included some extras as well. In fact, it was 6, and it was 5 wides in that one. So that's how good the over was. I wonder if Mouflons have made the mistake, which some teams do, where they decide not to go with their spearhead straight away. This one signalled the wide.
I mean, of course, the Mouflons have been incredibly impressive in these first 3 games. But I think the one thing they do lack as an attack is probably a spinner. We've seen a lot of teams, including the Zalmi, start to introduce a bit more spin bowling into their attack, and that's probably one thing the Mouflons could use.
Gets played this way. But yeah, I mean, you can see here the pace-off seems to work better, though, with Lakhwinder Singh. He just quite didn't bowl the right line. That's why he was pretty expensive. And he's another man that went magical. So we've just had 3 magical overs on the spin, and when that happens, it's very difficult to come back from it. Gurdeep Sharma went for 20, including 4 byes, of course, the 16 plus 4 byes. Mohammed Bilal, 21. And, that one, once again, well fielded. They will take the single for the ricochet, because, of course, now that's all they need to do. It's a runner ball from here on in, but I think Limassol Zalmi won't be looking at that. They're going to be eyeing up the opportunity of finishing this quickly and really making amends of this couple of defeats they've had by improving the net run rate. And that is a good effort from the fielder, coming in from the boundary, diving forward, but not able to hold on to it. That's Mehtab Khan. Doesn't take the catch. The catch goes down. There's another opportunity. And that's the one that they want to try and get hold of. They can get Jawad Khan. So Khan, Jawad Shah, pardon me, gets a life. Gets dropped on 43. Grunted delivery, dug out, be a single. I mean, amongst all the carnage that we've just seen Ali, who's bowled his 2 overs and just go for 13.
And that was a very good over by Wakar Ali. He was as quiet as he usually is, as Limassol Zalmi need 27 runs from the remaining 4 overs. And exactly as you said, they'll have to find a way to reverse some of the damage that's been done to their net run rate in those 2 losses they've suffered so far. Of course, we take a look at the scorecard, and it's really been the Jawad Shah show, making 44 of 22. But Muhammad Huzaifa, he's been played a very, very good supporting role, going along at a strike rate of just under 250. So I think the introduction of Huzaifa here and just seeing him get some runs will give this side some confidence. Of course, as we've said so far, it's only really been 3 players who've made any runs for them. It's the 2 Shahs and Salman Khan. So getting a 4th or 5th batsman they can rely on is very important to their prospects, as this one is struck absolutely cleanly. He smoked this one, and what an enormous 6. And you can see the shake of the head by Singh. He knows that was beautiful.
Yeah, well, Huzaifa turning on the style as well. It's not just all about the Jawad Shah show, he says. And this is a good shot, isn't it? And once again, it's just about the length. It's not quite a Yorker. It's drifting towards the legs. And the batter's getting well underneath this. And they're absolutely smashing it at the moment. Well, look at that. Una, dos, tres. They're enjoying themselves. This is played out beautifully in the offside. The fielder gets hands to it. But they'll get a single. The Mouflons will be facing defeat, so their 100% record goes here. And they're going to feel that as well, because they've been good up until now. So not a way that they were looking to end the day, but it's the way that Zalmi would have loved to after losing out to Marco. Well, this is a wild swing, but does he get anything on this? Yeah, he does. A bit of an inside edge. So 4 more. And, well, they're racing to this target pretty quickly. Remember, plenty of cricket coming up for you today. In about half an hour's time, it's the time to see and welcome Sri Lankan Lions. The first time that I get to see them, and also first time I get to see the Nicosia Fighters. And those 2 teams are going to finish today for us, because they're going to get back-to-back matches. And matches number 46 and 47 will be between the Sri Lankan Lions and the Nicosia Fighters.
And of course, we see Shah now just 2 runs away from a half-century. But one thing we have to say, though, is so far the most successful bowler for the Mouflons was Wakar Ali, who's consistently varied his pace. This one's absolutely bludgeoned by Jawad Shah. And then he turns to the dugout and flexes his muscles. Boy, he is quite an entertainer. This means so much to him. I bet he's delighted to be back in form, hitting big runs on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, big runs, and he gets his half-century, and what a way he celebrates it as well. Well, I told you this guy's got a bit of swag about him. And we saw that when he was bowling, he was not at all bothered about giving away the extra 5 runs, because he thought, it's only 5 runs, we'll get him. And this is the next delivery. So, yeah, I mean, we were just trying to show you the celebration. Here we go. And he put the bat down. Here's the punt. The first one, well, will finally will make contact. And they do after the 3rd time. But, yeah, he puts his bat down and he acknowledges the applause. Good knock from him as well. He's been pretty brutal. And, well, what's been brutal as well is some of the balls that Zishan has had to deal with. Well, that one goes through, but they're not trying to run these at all. He says, I'll just stay on strike. Thank you very much. 9 needed. I think he wants to do it in boundaries.
And certainly Huzaifa, of course, he's going to look to strike it cleanly at the start of this over. And, of course, Jawad Shah still celebrating that one as we, of course, take a look at the first of 2 matches between the Sri Lankan Lions and the Nicosia Fighters to round out the day. Leading the way in the fantasy points for the Sri Lankan Lions is Akila Kalugala with 358 points. Of course, he's come the closest to scoring a century so far this tournament, making it 85, and well, denied by a rather strange run out. And then, of course, Parvez Mia for the Nicosia Fighters with 258 points. Of course, the Fighters, well, their hearts were ripped out by this very Zalmi team, so it's going to be very awkward for them to watch the 2 of them pass by as they have the interchange between the matches. And here comes Akram. And this just struck away a little bit too much width there. And it's very well played by Muhammad Huzaifa, who's looked very, very good. I've loved the shots he's played.
Yeah, well, these 2, just every time the ball is hit for a boundary, well, they have their own little celebration. The 3 sort of fist pumps. It's, well, every so often they do nail all 3 of them. But, yeah, they're enjoying themselves in the middle out there. Why not, indeed? What a very good partnership it's been between them as well. They came together with the score on 17. And it's 4 more. And, well, that means that scores now are going to be tied. And what a boost this is going to be for Limassol Zalmi. They certainly have. I mean, there would have been a lot of critics out there that would have seen their last batting performance, and they would have been asking questions about what's happened to them. And certainly I was surprised, certainly with the performance there of Jawad Shah. But, well, big players come good when it matters, and sometimes when they're under the cosh, and he certainly has. And this will be the end of the match, and will there be further celebrations between those two brothers in arms as the ball goes to the boundary. And 2-3, thank you very much, and that's the job done. And a very happy man out there at the moment, Jawad Shah, and with his bowling spell as well, taking 2 for 5, and he was quick, fast, and like lightning, and now he's produced a magnificent knockout there in the middle as well. Surely, without doubt, we're looking at the player of the match, and those two, numero uno and numero dos, have put in a very, very good batting performance for their side.
Certainly have. The Limassol Zalmi take that one by 8 wickets to hand. The Mouflons, their first loss of this tournament. Of course, we are taking a look at these gorgeous shots hit by Jawad Shah. That one, though, Umar Shah, not quite as good a game for him. Of course, he made a half-century in the previous match, but here he would depart for a duck, and then we saw Salman Khan hit this very nice-looking shot, but unfortunately, he'd be LBW trapped plumb in front by Gurdeep Sharma on the very next ball, and that would just about be the only joy for the Mouflons in this inning, as both Huzaifa and Shah would have an enormous 99-run partnership to see their side through to victory.
Yeah, they played some nice shots between them. I mean, you got to be a little bit critical to the length that was being bowled to them from the Mouflons. They just kept putting the ball in the slot, which both the batters enjoyed very much. I didn't see too much bowled outside the off. Everything was there or thereabout and straight down the ground. And this one, well, you can see the protest from Ali saying, what do you mean? How am I supposed to get to that? But it's too much of the same. Just look at the length. It's there. It's swing. It's easy shots. And, well, they did a lot of this as well. And I'm waiting for when they get it wrong and they might knock each other out. But so far, they've managed to master it most of the time. Once again, there, the length down the leg side. We just didn't see too much of that bowling outside the off, too much of trying to get the batters to cut the ball. And when they did try and pitch it up, it ended up being half volleys. But they still have to be put away. And I have to say that Jawad Shah, some of the straight ones that he hit were huge. And just have a look at both those batters. Jawad Shah, 5 sixes and 4 fours to him. And then he saw that there was 3 sixes and 4 boundaries from his partner as well. So what a great partnership that is. 99, as you mentioned. And it helps them to get to a convincing victory. We look at the scorecard, and Jawad Shah, certainly a great all-round performance from him.
Terrific all-round performance, and he just showed us all his skill today, and it's good to see him back to his best. He's a real entertainer. We caught a glimpse of that. He made a brilliant 54 of 26, hit 4 boundaries and clubbed 5 big ones. And then Muhammad Huzaifa, well, he was kind of I would say lurking under the shadows, wasn't he? He made a 41 of 14 and strike rate just under 300. He looked so good. Yeah. And of course, Huzaifa, he's going to be a very important player for this Zalmi side. And I think the captain, Murtaza Khan, he's going to be delighted that he now has a 5th batsman he can turn to in a pressure situation. Then we'll have a look at the bowling figures for the Cyprus Mouflons. Not too much to cheer for them, unfortunately. Mohammed Bilal had a good first over, but then you could see he got a little bit overexcited in the second and went for over 20 runs in that one, and that really cost their side as things began to unravel for the Mouflons after that. Waqar Ali, though, once again, a quality performance by an experienced campaigner. Yeah, Waqar Ali bowled really well. A little bit disappointed with Lakwinda. He's that over, that could have made all the difference. But basically, you had over number 3, 4, and 5 all go magical, and there was no way that you're going to come back from that. So the Mouflons, well, their unbeaten record comes to an end, so they'll go back a little bit more disappointed. So the Goats have been tamed by Limassol Zalmi, and Zalmi, well, they'll be happy that they've gone back to winning ways and winning that one quite comfortably. Remember, folks, though, still we got 2 more matches coming for you today, and both of them involve the Sri Lankan Lions up against the Nicosia Fighters. The first contest, match number 46, between those two coming up in just over 20 minutes' time. Join us back then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. And well, this is where we are. That's the Ipsanos Cricket Ground here in Limassol. This is the FanCode European Cricket in Cyprus, and looking forward to seeing these two teams in action. I've not seen them before. Sri Lankan Lions are taking on the Nicosia Fighters, and the Fighters, well, they're a team that need to try and get to winning ways, and they're up against the Sri Lankan Lions, who started day 7 in great form as the start of Group B. They won all 3 of their matches. They beat Macau, they beat even the Black Caps, and they finished the day beating the Black Caps second time round as well. But yesterday was a different ball game for them. They couldn't get a victory against Macau, where a team that was scoring so many runs really struggled to get even to 75. There was 74 all out, and not too many teams have been bowled all out. And then later on against the Mouflons, 103 was not enough. Mouflons winning that quite easily as well, winning by 5 wickets with 9 balls to go. So they're a team that also looking to get back to winning ways. I can tell you the news from the middle of the coin toss was that the Sri Lankan Lions have won the toss and elected to bat first. And they're hoping to pile on the pressure to the Nicosia Fighters. The Fighters, of course, they would have been hurting from that defeat, the Golden Ball match, where they came so close, and that was the last time that we saw them. And before that match yesterday, they were blown away by Marcor, so they really had an opportunity and just weren't able to get the 2 runs that they needed to win the Golden Ball. So how will they come back? Well, we're going to have to wait and see as we get the start of this match. Just played down the ground, and it's an opportunity straight away that gets put down, and well, he's a disappointed man. We see Siriwardana gets dropped on 0, and what a big opportunity that was. And it was Anwar Hussain that puts it down. The same man will now be fielding this one as Siriwardana does get off the mark. One thing I will say straight away is that I'm loving the kit of the Fighters. Look at the colour. They are looking really dashing. I wonder if we can get a close-up of those kits. I'm loving what's happening there. And a little bit of a splash of colour, splash of pinks and purples about them. And I'm told that's a new kit that they're wearing here. So they'll be hoping a new kit, a different story with results. But it doesn't start well with that chance being dropped. So Hussain will need to try and put that behind him straight away. Bowler is Naheem Khan, just making a few adjustments to his field as he gets ready to face, or bowl to, I should say, to Kalagula, who, well, is one batter. I remember seeing his name right up there. It's one of the run scorers in the very start of day 7. He hit 85. Well, this is not going to help, because this is really an assist to the boundary from the fielder. And he lays there watching as the ball goes all the way to the boundary. So a couple of errors in the field straight away. And this one, it just gets clobbered to the boundary. And that's Munir al-Islam gets that one wrong. So Kalugala gets his first runs. This one's going to be a little bit too wide, and well, the non-striker has got a bit of a hobble about him, I've noticed there. Siriwardana gets to the other end and says, okay, we'll make that 2. The bowler's got to be a little bit careful where he's ending up here as well, right in front of the umpire. I think the umpire just has a little word with him there, Naeem Khan. Got to be a bit more positive, but they've got to support the bowlers, the fielders do. This one swings a little bit too much, so getting a little bit of extra swing. So welcome back to our chat. A lot of people been very active on that today, and we hope that we have plenty of chat from you this afternoon as well. Welcome back, everybody. This one is short, and he gets the swivel on this. MJ style as he goes, oh, and this one goes all the way over the boundary. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 runs. The umpires, the match officials for this one is umpire Abdul and Hamada out there. And this one gets launched away. Naheem wants to get it right. Asking a question, and this is gone, and the batter, Teddy Warden, just hobbles back off. He swings and gets the edge, and it's a breakthrough. Nice catch taken there by Mahmood. And a good reward for trying to get that ball just outside that off stump. He's got it wrong a few times, but, well, that was the plan. And they get the first wicket. And it will be Roshan Siriwardana who basically limps off. So I don't know what the story is with Siriwardana, but he definitely does have some issue there. And just be interesting to see the part that he plays in the field as well. There's a new matter. It'll be Chami Kumera that comes out. Somebody else who batted very, very well the other day. He was pretty consistent. Comes in at the number 3 position to join Akila Kalagula out there. And one observation is that we haven't seen really too many left-handed batters here in Cyprus, and the few that we have seen have been pretty useful. Of course, Siran Ahmed comes to mind, big hard hitter. So, and of course, Kalagula has already shown us at the start of day 7, the first match of Group B when he scored 85 for 31, how useful he can be. But now they've got 2 left-handers out there together. As Kumara sees this one, more struggles from the bowler Naheem, just trying to end this over. But he strays down the leg side, so 1 more to go onto the board. Another extra. And once again, good areas to a right-hander these, but they're wasted on a left-hander. It just means more extra, so runs keep going up slowly but surely. Sri Lankans, remember the first time they played, to put 135 on the board against Makor. That was enough to give them a victory. Then 119 in a very close encounter against the Black Caps. And, well, this one does that take a bit of the batter at all? Let's see what the umpire thinks. Yeah, the leg bye, so the over comes to an end, courtesy of leg byes. So it's going to be 17 on the board. They do pick up the wicket. This is what Bat versus Ball Wall is saying, that the Sri Lanka Lions 101 to 91. They've got a 3-2 record as opposed to a 0-4. And you can see the issue is for the fighters, runs 488 but against 136. The Sri Lanka Lions 116 for and 111 against. Faring slightly better on that front, but looking to do better here as well. To Kamura. Hussain gets past him. The nice shot played down. One thing I noticed straight away with the Nicosia fighters is they seem to be very quiet out there in the middle at the moment. They look like a team that, even though they picked up that 1 wicket of Siriwardana, they're a team that need a few things to go their way so they can start to be a little bit more vocal and a bit more positive about the way they play. But of course, shots like this won't help, as this one gets smashed away. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, lagya, too short, and just gets clobbered. And Kalagula, showing that if you bowl badly to him, he will hurt you. And that one gets smashes away, so he races on to 10 of just 2 deliveries. So work to be done for Hussain straight away to get his line right. Anwar Hussain. This time he goes pitched up, and this is a delightful shot. Well, that's a shot of a man who's in great form. Puts the short one away, and then this one hits it beautifully. through the ball. And I like the way he just hits it and says, yeah, that'll do, that's gone. And just goes to the other end to acknowledge the good shot, says Kumara. And yeah, it certainly was. So worrying times here already for the Nicosia Fighters. Says, well, we don't get to the end of the second over yet, and 30 on the board already. And this time, it's to the fielder, hits it well along the ground. No run. Not sure what the protest here is from the fielder. I think somebody might have said something to him. He doesn't like it, does Munir Al Islam, but makes a stop. That's the important thing. And Hossein wants to come round the wicket. Caligula is quite happy just to defend this one off. He looks like a batter that is prepared to spend time out there, and he doesn't want to panic or throw his wicket away unnecessarily. He knows that this is a great start from them. Doesn't feel under any pressure at the moment. And this one is in the air, and it's a chance which goes down. Well, it's two opportunities, and you can see that he's disappointed with himself. It's uppish. It's at a nice height, really. He throws himself forward, and you can see the disappointment as he gets the ball and spikes it into the ground. So that's not a wicket that you want to put down. And Caligula gives you a chance, you take it. They've already, remember, got a bit fortunate when they dropped Tiliwadana on 0, but he only went on to score another 7 runs. This is the issues. As you saw there briefly, the Nicosia Fighters sitting at the bottom. They need to get moving. Remember, the top 4 will go through to this Saturday's quarterfinals, where the top 4 from Group A await. And Nicosia Fighters, they've got to change their fortunes around pretty quickly. 2 overs complete. It's 30 for 1. And got him. Well, he's just completely been bamboozled by this one, Kumara. And you can see Caligula saying, hey, what are you doing? How'd you miss that one? Well, Chami Kumara will go. And Mia, what a perfect start from him. Gets a wicket straight away. He knocks over Chami Kumara, who, well, he didn't seem to know too much about this, to be fair. He goes back, lets the ball go into the stumps, and just look at what Caligula is saying. He said, what is that all about, buddy? Well, Caligula probably doesn't want to talk too much. Remember, he was dropped the previous delivery, but yeah, goes back, and, well, the stumps are knocked over. So great start there from Pervez Mia. Well, this looks like a man who's coming out for action. So Mia, his first ball, and he knocks over Kumara, who made some good scores, hasn't he? We know that he can bat. He's a useful player. So it's Rajith that comes out. Srinath Rajith comes into the middle. It looks like a man. It's on a purpose. Well, he wants to go big straight away, and he will. He just leans into this, and this ends up hitting high up one of those olive trees, and the ball fortunately drops down this side of the ground. Well, that's not a bad way to get off the mark, is it? It was just a gentle little hit, and he says, yeah, that's the way we do it. You can see a bit of the detail on those kits there. That's Surav. And I'm really liking it. It's really got a bit of, I don't know, it's a sort of comic strip sort of thing about it. Right, up in the air, but gets lucky, gets it in between the two. On the Iba, and they can't get there. And ends up giving the boundary fence a bit of a hug, chasing that one. And not quite where it meant to go, but he gets it through the gap. The chase is on. And there's no catching up with that ball. Once it gets past you, it's on its way and is gone. So 6 and 4 from a batter, Rajith, who looks like he definitely is hungry for more. Wide one, and it gets over the infielder. It's going to be 4 runs. And screams of catch it. Here's the fielder, Anwar Hussain. He does pretty well, I think, here. He goes for it, attempts to catch, but you can see no worries from Rajith. Chases the wide one. He gets enough off this, and Hussain, he's not able to do anything about it. So after taking the wicket, his very first ball, Mia has now gone for 3 boundaries on the spin. As we see, the fielder has to go and find the ball, and Anwar Hussain, yeah, does very well in doing so. So he finds it. 44 already on the board. So yeah, 2 wickets have gone down, but maybe you probably would have been better off leaving Chami Kumura out there for a bit longer, because, well, this man, Rajith, he's on a mission to hit hard, and this is another one which will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. And with a ball to go in the power play, the 50 comes up already for the Sri Lankan Lions. The Lions are roaring, and, well, maybe they're being hurt twice with 2 wickets have fallen. But Rajith, well, how about this for a strike rate? He comes out, and he's hit 20 of just 4 deliveries. Bring me another, he says. This time he just, oh, wow. This is a bad misfield from the fielder, which means that it's another boundary, the over. You know, the pressure just is piled on. Let's watch this. So the over will go for 24. It goes magical. And that means that those last 5 deliveries were just absolutely walloped. We'll just wait for that score to be updated. And that's 54 for 2. And an expensive over, 24. It started so promisingly, didn't it? And taking that very important wicket with a very good delivery. But then after that, well, the right-hander came in, Srinath Rajith, and he's on a mission to go big. And, well, 5 balls and 24. End of the power play. What a power play it is. As Surav Ahmed is ready to come into the attack. A lot of talk about wanting to get this field set. So what have they got for here? 2 men straight to the left-hander. They've got a sweeper on the offside and just the 1 man on the leg side. So where's the other fielder out? I'm searching. And he can't be camouflaged anywhere, not with these colours. So who am I missing? I'm seeing 4. I'm seeing just 4 men out here. So interesting field. Well, they're still taking a bit of time to get this field right. I think there may be perhaps a bit of an issue here with, notice that the scoring data has gone down, so we might have a little short delay here for a moment. So, well, while we have this delay, why don't we just talk about where else we will be. Of course, the quarterfinals of this series will happen this Saturday, where the top 4 will meet of Group A will meet the top 4 of Group B, and first will play 4th and so forth. And then straight after that, of course, the team make their way to Italy in Milan for a Super Series there. Again, a 2-week event. It's a non-stop action. And while that's happening, we have from Thursday, the 4th of May, through to Sunday, the 7th of May, we have the European Cricket T20Is happening in Gibraltar. And I'm sure we'll give you more information on that before the series here in Cyprus is done. Once Milan comes to a conclusion. And we then make our way to Austria to see who will be crowned the champions there. So plenty of cricket action coming up your way. And stay with us for all of the events. And remember, you can stay in touch with everything by just going onto the European Cricket Network, europeancricket.com. All the information is there at your fingertips. So if it's information that you want about this series, you can click on there about the matches that have happened so far. If you want to revisit some of the scores from the Group A and which teams made it through and how those standings are there. And of course, what I find very useful is to go and have a look at the player stats as well, and to see the top performers, and also there with bat and with ball. And of course, all the upcoming events are up there too. So make time to go into there. And of course, it's an opportunity for me to thank everybody that gets onto the social media and make comments on the photos, the videos that we have up there on Instagram and Facebook. And of course, a big thank you to all the people that follow us as well. This is a maximum power chart, so this tells us 6s hit per 10 overs per team. And you can see that the top teams, the likes of the Nicosia Tigers, Napa Royal Kings in Group A, they're very healthy. And also here, Mouflons, of course, they were sitting pretty at the top, and the likes of the Sri Lankan Lions. So the teams that hit the sixes, Black Caps as well, do well. Let's have a look at Nicosia Fire. As you can see, they're well behind some of the other teams. And the Amdocs also we saw there, well behind 3.3. Nicosia Tigers just 3. And that's why they find themselves in the situation that they are in. Okay, we are ready to resume. Surav with the ball, Surav Ahmed. Oh, and this is a gunny delivery, and that's, well, it is a free hit because he is able to hit this wherever he wants. And, well, I'm not sure who that is there doing a little bit of fielding. And, well, he drops his walkie-talkie and all sorts. It's a gundy ball, and free hit will be called. So that's 5, the 4, and the 3. One for the free hit as well, the no ball. And here comes the free hit, the license. They go the full Monty. And Kalagula does not need this. He goes down to one knee, and he smashes this away as well. 4 more runs. And, well, they may look dashing in their new kits. There is no doubt about it. But it's not helping their cause at the moment. As some wayward bowling is costing them there as the Sri Lankan Lions keep piling on the pressure. And that's how you get 9 of 1 delivery. So 63. Score now moves on to the bowler. He's got to get this right, Surav Ahmed. Well, he gets one through, so a dot ball, which is good. There haven't been too many of those. Walks back to his mark. Yeah, what we saw yesterday from the Lions is that Chaman Sudan, 45 of 15, was by far one of the top batters. Akila Kalagula made 39 of 23 in the defeat against the Mouflons. This is down the leg side, so it's going to be another wide. And Roshan Sriwadana, who've been and gone in this one already, 24 of 13. So they are relying a lot on probably three batters. So I get the feeling that the fighters need to get through both of these, and things could slow down. But the thing is, while they're there, there's going to be pain and misery. And this is another one that gets blasted to the boundary. And Kalagula now moves to 30 of just 10 deliveries. What a strike rate. Strike rate over 300. 3 sixes and 3 fours on his way to that. And don't forget, the man who's up there with him has got a strike rate of 480. And that's Rajith, who's on 24, just 5 deliveries. So you've got to see the back of these two pretty quickly. And shouts a catch. And that's a tremendous catch. Absolutely brilliantly done. What a catch this is. Diving forward into the dirt. Abidullah Al-Tasmin has just taken an absolute blinder. And how important this is. Kalagula, one of the men that they need to see the back of, does go. And you see, he just uses his feet. He gets there, but he's not able to get right under this. But it's still an exceptional catch from Abidullah Al-Tasmin. That is brilliantly taken. Well, sometimes, as we say plenty of times, the moments of magic can really change the way a match is going. Well, that is a moment of magic from the fielder. That is a top quality catch. Outstanding. They're always difficult when you're running forward. And he takes the prize wicket. And he gets the very dangerous Akila Kengula for 30 of 11. A new batter now makes his way out there. And this is Prasad Suranga. He goes out. It comes out, I suppose, in a good moment. And the team are well poised. 70 on the board. He's got Rajith at the other end, who looks set. Wide delivery. Doesn't really have to be playing at this one. Swings and misses to Suranga. So Ahmed just lets himself down a little bit here. Once again, pretty wide, and well done by the fielder. Watches the bounce beautifully. No mistakes for Mamoon Haulada. Just a single, but be warned, Rajith is back on strike. He's a man who came out, looked like he was ready for action. What a strike rate. And it doesn't look like he wants to hold back either. Okay, well, it's well bowled. Takes a bit of pace off. And Rajith watches it carefully onto the bat, and he's well, seems to be quite content in taking the single and the over. So the over, it finished with 19 coming off it. And despite getting that wicket, the score still keeps moving up at a rate 73 for 3. And you can see that that's at the moment a very, very healthy strike rate indeed. And at this rate, looking to put a huge score on the board, but quite often not, we see a few wickets can make all the difference. And that's exactly what the Nicosia fighters will be hoping. And if they can pick up another wicket, particularly that of Rajith, that they will be able to slow things down. But the question is, the fighters, how much fight have they got left in them? And it's worth mentioning that other than that match which went to the golden ball, they haven't really been scoring any runs at all. And they've been struggling to get into the 90s. This one is, well, another opportunity. It's not taken. And now, well, it could be a run out. It was a good throw. It was close. But yeah, I mean, only that one match which they lost, the golden ball, 124. Other than that, nothing's been there. Up in the air. The fielder, I suppose he does well. It looked like it was always dropping on him, but recovers well. Gets a good throw in, but not before the batters take 2. And this one is hit in the same area, but he controls this one. Keeps it down. The fielder, well, he does well. Makes the recovery, and now the ball is still going all over the place. And the umpires, once again, have to be alert. Let's watch this. It gets through him, and I mean, he does flick this back here, and even if the foot does catch the line there, he's not in contact with the ball, so good recovery. But the batters only just take the one. Wide delivery once again to Suranga, but he still seems to be chasing these. The fighters, they've got to show a bit of fight. They're too quiet for me in the field. Got to really try and support the bowlers. Okay, up in the air. This is an opportunity. Will they take it? No, it goes down. And it's Surav Ahmed that's not able to take it. Well, he's got 2 caps and the shades, but it makes no difference as this one goes up in the air. It's going to be another wide, but he chases it, but he gets lucky, and he tries to take this Crocodile Dundee style. And now, well, this is a very high delivery. The catch will be taken. But let's have a look at the side view. Well, the batter seems to be ready to march off. I just think he's come a long way to hit this one. He's still just hovering around a moment. So let's just wait and see this. You can see, all sorts of advice being given to the man who put the catch down. He comes down. Yeah, I think he comes along. I think he's going to be out. That ball was coming downwards. So Rajith goes for the big hit, doesn't get it right, so he's going to depart. So all of a sudden, with these wickets falling pretty quickly, so he'll go for 28 of 9, and a really nice catch taken. So no mistakes from Anwar Hussain. He gets the big wicket. Takes the catch, the all-important catch. So Mia been successful in taking wickets, though he has been expensive as well. Did pick up a wicket, but conceded 24 in his first. But picks up another wicket, so now things could change. Pathirana is the batter who comes out. He hits down the ground. The good work, nicely dealt with. So, once again, ground fielding has been pretty good, and it was once again Abdullah Al-Tasmin that took another great catch. So he's the key catcher out there. Catch it is a shout, but nobody's catching this. This is going to go into the olive trees and where the snakes are. Oh yeah, oh I like it. Yep, watch out for the snakes in there. There's another kookaburra that is, well, you're going to have to fight to get that back. Well, good luck, I'll say, to Jagsir Singh, who's the man who has to go and fight the snakes and try and get the balls back. Well, we do need them back because otherwise we're going to run out of them pretty quickly here. End of the over at the halfway point, 85 for 4. So, Bathurana is a new batter comes out. And, well, he just wants to do exactly the same. Remember, as I've said, you can follow us and do so on EuropeanCricket.com, and you can also buy a number of ways using the social media. Gets a bit of pad in the way of this one, does the batter. Bathurana would have hoped to have put this one away. The top 4 batters have been removed. But now it's a case of can they try and slow the rate in which the scoring's been done at 85 already on the board, of course. It's a cut shot, and the fielder not able to stop it. This has been the story, isn't it? And Sam Williams waiting to pounce there like one of the snakes we saw in the olive trees. But this one, unfortunately, well, slows down before he can get his mitts on it. And the fielder gets a fair bit of hand onto it, but not able to stop it. So the score keeps going up by a rate. Hossain once more. This time down the leg side, and it's the same issues from the batter. Misses out on it, gets the pad in the way. So you either play these shots or you just step inside and take the wide. Bathurana plays some nice shots on the offside, but struggling with these ones on the leg side. Well, saying better delivery right on the stumps, gets played out. So our man there, Abdullah Al Tasmin, has already taken 2 very good catches in that position, so certainly one to watch out for. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure that's a name I remember before of a guy that can really give the ball a bit of a crack as well. I think he's played some good innings out here. This one's not the best of deliveries as the bowler. His action falls away and the ball follows as well. So it's going to be another wide. Hits this very well, and it will go all the way. Balle, Suranga sends another one out of here. Snake territory is where that ball goes. And of course, there's a well-known fact here in Cyprus about the cats. That's why they have so many cats here. And, it's an island of cats. It's said that there are more cats on the island than there are people. And legend has it the entire shipload of cats was sent to the island by St. Helena because of the severe snake problem. So we need the cats here. And we need to bring a few more over here as well. And the plan was to have the furry felines to eat the poisonous snakes, but apparently they enjoyed Cyprus so much that they didn't want to leave. And that's certainly one thing that you certainly see when you are here in Cyprus. There are cats everywhere. And, well, given a choice, cats or snakes, I think I'll have the cats. Thank you very much. Into the pads once more, which seems to be the good option at the moment for the bowler, just to keep the ball into the pads. And the Suranga, he'll take his score up to 15. And a quick fire, 15 as well. 15 and 4 deliveries. The Hossain Spell, his 2 overs go for 27. The score at the end of 6 overs, a very healthy 99 for 4 for the Sri Lankan Lions. Leave you to look at that score. Some other important days today. It is National Pinata Day. And go ahead and shatter a colourful candy container known as a piñata. And to get as much candy as possible. Something very popular in Spain. I'm sure other parts of Europe as well. I know a lot of birthday parties have a piñata, normally in the form of a donkey. So you hit the donkey with a stick and you get all of those lovely candy bars that fall out of it, and the kids go absolutely wild. So colourfully designed piñata containers. And, If you haven't attempted to open one yet, well, may do consider doing so on this National Piñata Day. So, yeah, enjoy the candies on the Piñata Day. And if you are having a birthday or any celebration and you have a piñata, why not go ahead and get some candies inside you. High up in the air. Well, shouts a catch, but I don't know who's supposed to catch this. It's a 1 bounce, 4 runs. He gets it over the 30-yard circle. Dealt with pretty easily. Hitting it on the up, and with the fielders all on the inside and nobody patrolling the boundary, that's an easy shot. Andy O is out there with a colleague. Deals with that one. Mentioned already, it's National Exercise Day. I know a lot of people in America know all about this day. Oh, he quite easy got to chop this onto his stumps. The fielder runs across to try and stop this, but it's a thick inside edge. In fact, I think this is clonked on the bottom of the bat, and it races away to the boundary. So the runs just keep on flowing. They can't stop them. And, from all angles off the bat and all angles off the ground, 107 on the board now already. And, well, they do bring Tasmin into bowl, but he's having no success at all, Al Tasmin. Short, not a good delivery, and just gets whipped away. But they might have missed out on a few on the legs, but not this one. This is another one that will go all the way. Exi, seis carreras, shaka time here at this Inepsona cricket ground in Limassol. And the runs just keep on piling on, and already with 100 on the board, it's a score that the Nicosia Fighters know it's going to be an uphill struggle for them. Though we are talking about a team that pulled off a 1-2-4 to 1-2-4 tie. So they can do it, but this looks like it's going to be even more than 124. High up in the air. How far? And all the way, I think it will be Manos Arriba once more from the Albitro. 6 more. Well, be careful out there because that's snake zone. Well done by the fielders to get this one to come back. What's the answer to this? I mean, you've got the key batters out the way, but now it's Suranga, who, when he first came out there, played a miss at the first few balls, and he looked like, well, that they were going to slow the pace down, but not to be. He's 35 of 9. And now he's the man who they want to see the back of. Quicker delivery, well bowled, swing and a miss. Also, I mentioned that it is International Day of Monuments, so it's all about to raise awareness of cultural heritage and diversity around the world with these monuments, the historic monuments as well. International Jugglers Day, so maybe a day that you want to try and do a little bit of juggling. High up in the air, shout to catch. The wicketkeeper should take this and does. Makes no mistakes. Not an easy one because you can see, I mean, I could see when he's looking up there, the sun is reflecting out of his shades quite strongly. So that's a good catch. It's a good wicket to get because Suranga was hurting him. But a quick fire, 35. And, this is the way he goes. So nice catch there from Kamrul Mahmood. Makes no mistakes. Nicely done. And they send another batter back, but the damage looks like it's already done. And, nice little knock there from Suranga. Didn't waste any time. And when the other big hitter, Rajith, made his way, it was time for him to take over. 35 of just 11 balls. And Al Tasmin picks up a wicket. So I can have a look at some of the information that's come through from the stats gun. And you can see Nicosia Fighters to Al Tasmin. Remember that he can, and I remember him playing some big match-winning innings, so he's going to be key. Mahmood, the wicketkeeper, and also Hussain. But to the other side, we've already seen what Kalagula can do. Sriwadana didn't really get going in this match, but does have another match afterwards as well. Start of another over, and it's a Howler that comes in, and he gets this one in as a dot. So 18 deliveries, I'll make that 17 deliveries to try and get through here and try to keep the scores down. Now this one will be a wide, so the 120 now comes up, so I'm pretty sure that once again Sri Lankan Lions will be looking to get back to posting big scores. We saw them on day one, put big scores on the board, 135. They saw them also post 151 against the Black Caps. So we'll be looking at that area again. This one just gets it over the bowler. I think he may have got a fingertips to this, Howlander. So Pathirana. He's joined out there by Janaka. So Suresh Janaka to face his first ball. And it's a good leave. It's one couple of times we saw batters chase those, get bat onto them, and well, what I'd say spoiler wide, because what would have been a definite 1 run and an extra ball, if you're just getting a single from it, it's sort of losing a delivery along the line. And this one might be okay though. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Howlander goes for the same delivery again, but just squeezing this one inside. So Janaka, I think umpire's saying, you've got a bat. Let's see you use it. And it goes down to try and go for the slog sweep, missing out on it. Nobody back deep square leg. They've got quite a wide mid wicket. Long on, long off. Man out at extra cover and now at the point boundary. And speaking of that man, he's going to try and cut this one off. And he does. Gets there, gets down. Keeps it to 1. A little bit more noise, a little bit more hustle from the fighters. Hello to Kroom, he's on the chat. He's saying hello to everyone. John Gray, welcome back to you, sir. They'll take this on, they'll take the run. And, Beam has been on the chat as well, saying hello to everybody. So nice to have you all here, and it's nice to be back at a couple of nice days off. I took the time to have a stroll and look at some of the sites around where we're based in Limassol, and a great food scene, and of course right on the seafront there, and some very lovely scenic views off the coast, and a lot of big cruise liners are in at the moment as well, probably shipping around a lot of people that are cruising around on their holidays. So yeah, it was a very nice day off and had plenty of good local food as well. So Rav will come back into the attack with the score 124 for 5. Not a bad over there at all from Howlander. So 12 balls to go. I think the Lions looking to roar to 150 again. Ahmed looking to stop them if he can. They'll try and take the run, they will. And the wicket keeper and the bowler just getting in each other's ways there. I think Mahmood probably fancied picking this up and having a shy. And Ahmed sort of gets into his way as well. Bit of a sprint from Ahmed. He should be okay to get this over in. He's got just over 3 minutes. Struck well, Shaba. So once again, nice to hear that support. That wasn't there early on at the beginning of the innings from the fighters. They're starting to get behind the bowlers a little bit more here now. So to do this, they already will have to post the most runs that they've scored so far in this series. So that's pretty full. He hits this hard, but I don't think he finds the gap. He doesn't. No issues from the fielder. Nicely done. Hits it straight, high up, and well, all the way. It will go for 6 runs. It's a good straight hit And yeah, be careful when you're going in there. You know what's lurking. It's those snakes. So all we need now is a few cats to get them away. No cats around here. I'm not surprised, really. I mean, all the cats are living it up in downtown Limassol, where they're being well looked after and well fed. Oh, we'll get a little inside edge. It's a good stop from the wicketkeeper. Yeah, it gets wrong-footed, but he recovers enough to stop that one from Nadishan. Shouts of catch, but very optimistic. Taking him on, it should be out. And, well, he just can't get his gloves to it. And then they want to try and take a cheeky 3. A difficult one for Kamrul Mahmood to deal with. I think you see the bounce there. He's almost taken it over his head. But I'm liking this from the batters. They decide they want 2 straight away. They're keeping an eye on the ball, running to the danger end, but worth taking on. You can see there maybe a better throw that the keeper could have dealt with. And could have been a run-out situation, but not to be. The end of the 9th over and the score moves to 135. Not a bad spell of bowling there from Suraj Ahmed. It goes for 30, but does pick up 1 wicket. Of course, he did get the important wicket off at Kulagala. So we're into the last. The Lions would want to try and get 15 from it. Bowler just adjusting his field, so he looks like he wants to bring his 3rd man up. Well, which is more on that on a moment. So this is, well, it's absolutely brilliant first-class field positioning from the bowler. He brings the 3rd man up into the circle, who takes the catch. And the only thing I was about to say is, well, that's fine, but that means they only leave 4 men out, which is a bit crazy, but it works. He comes in and he takes an absolute humdinger of a catch. Now, how about that for a little bit of action? And I think that's Chowdhury that takes that one. So, wicket for Abdullah Al-Tasmin. He takes his 2nd. So, nicely done. And that will help. So, 5 deliveries left. Al-Tasmin gets another. A new bat has to come in and face the music. So, let's see this field here now. So, they've still got that man in. So, they've only got here 4 men outside the circle, unless the fine leg is standing outside. Asking the question, is going wild. Well, it doesn't quite work that way, Tasmin. Signals to the square leg umpire. We'll have a review, please. Nah, not on those. Our review system are for line calls only, my friend. But I like the way you're thinking. I like it. Yeah, I think the fine man, we can't see him in the picture there, so I'm guessing that he is the man that's out the circle. He's the 5th man. And it's nicely played. I think, will they try and take 2 here? It's a very good, clean pickup. But I'd still take it on this late on in the stage. You've got wickets in hand. They'll settle for just a single at the moment. And I think that's all about Raiz just giving the opportunity for Nadishan to try and get another big hit or so in the innings. 3 balls to come. Good bowling. Just slows it right down, the slow delivery. So Nadishan doesn't quite get what he wants. Does get a single. So it's more a sort of a 150 score, 140 score than a 150, what I think the Lions would have liked. But still, they'll be pretty confident that they've got enough runs on the board against a team that only on 1 occasion in the 4 times we've seen them have got past the 90 mark. It's well bowled. It's a good delivery. And Al-Tasmin, he was a guy that really did excite me the last time he was here. He's a good fiery bowler. And when he gets it right, he's difficult to handle. But with the bat, if he gets going, oh, he's sensational to watch. And I remember some of the knocks that he made here. But he's all or nothing. That's the way he is. I expect him to open up. and go big from the word go. And while he's out there, anything is possible, that's for sure. 2 for 22 with the ball to go. 137. The Lions are on to this over so far has only gone for a couple. And that one wicket as well, so it's been a tremendous final over. Little bit short to finish with, and this one will go to the boundary. So that's unfortunate. I think it's a slower delivery once more, but it's too short. And as a result of that, the batter is able to work that away. So Riaz will get a boundary. He'll finish 5 of the 4 deliveries. But Sri Lankan Lions with that boundary will take them to the 140 mark. 141 it will be for 6. And a very healthy score on the board, and it all started well, didn't it, with Siriwardana. He started off things with a boundary, and Kalagula was out there with him, but this was the wicket, and there was no issues at all for Siriwardana. He knows the edges that he goes, but then we saw some, well, beautiful hitting from Kalagula, but unfortunately Tammy Kumara, well, though there was a life there early on, he just plays all around this one. It wasn't a good shot, and you could see that Akila Kalagala was not impressed by it, but never fear, because then Rajith came out, and some of the hitting from this man was just extraordinary. I mean, that one maybe he was a little bit lucky with, but the first few shots that he played down the ground were huge, and Kalagula making the most of some full tosses, which he was able to put away. This one down the ground, a delightful shot, but eventually he would go, and he would go to some brilliance in the field from that man Al Tasmin, who took a really, really good catch. And Rajith, well, it was his time to go as well. The same man in the action taking the catch. And then we just thought for a moment, well, maybe with those key batters, the top 4 all back, things may just slow down a little bit, but it was not to be. And we saw a very good knock from Suranga, 35 of just 11 deliveries that kept the pressure on the fighters. And Nicosia, the one man who did bowl very well for them, was that man Al Tasmin. And well, what about that? He moves the fielder from the boundary of third man into the circle, and the very next ball, that fielder that he moves takes an extraordinary catch. So well done to Al Tasmin. I think he bowled very well. 2 for 26. Also 2 wickets there from Parvez Mia. But the thing is, though they did pick up a few wickets, if you look at that scorecard, it's a pretty healthy one with once again Kalagula in the runs, 30 of 11 deliveries, and Srinath Rajith, I think he hit the ball straight so well, 28 of 9, 35 from Prasad Suranga as well. And the thing is about those batters is how quickly they score those runs. That was what is impressive. With the bowling figures, I think once again Abdullah Al Tasmin probably the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 26. But don't forget that one over there from Howlada only went for 5 runs, and it was quite surprising after he bowled that very good 8th over that we did not see him again. But they wanted to stick with what their plan was with Al Tasmin to bowl the last, and to be fair, he doesn't let them down. He bowls a good one. So, but once again though, some good knocks from Prasad, Akila and Srinath, which helped the Lions get to a very healthy total of 141. So 142 is going to be required for victory for the Nicosia Fighters, a team that only on one occasion have hit the 100 mark. So they're up against it, but maybe Abdullah Tasmin can turn up the heat and produce a few fireworks of his own to make this an interesting match. Join me, Rika Full and Nish will be back with me as well to talk you through the conclusion of match number 46.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hola, bienvenido al campo de aquí en Limassol. Eso es de Ipsona Cricket Ground. Y eso es de FanCode European Cricket Series. Cyprus, hello and welcome back. Match number 46 is Sri Lankan Lions against the Nicosia Fighters. The same two teams will battle it out later as well for the final match of the day. But in this one, it is the Sri Lankan Lions that hold the upper hand. Having been put into bat, they put 141 runs on the board. They've lost only 6 wickets, so they put themselves in a very healthy position to defend this one. And up against, of course, the team who we saw last involved in that golden ball match against the Limassol Zalmi. They tied the scores at 124 each, but unfortunately couldn't get the 2 runs that they needed for a victory. And you know, the interesting thing was the man who was here during that match is with me here now, coming in for this second innings. Nish, when I was watching that match, I saw the run out. It was a direct hit run out, but I just get the feeling that if the 2 batters had completed the first run, when the ball was thrown and hit the stumps, there was every possibility to probably go for the second run on the rebound. But it was such an exciting climax. The thing is, though, Nicosia Fighters, I mean, they did get to that 124, which was a bit of a surprise, bearing in mind the frailties of the batting. Can they get to 142 here?
It all comes down to Mahmood and Al-Tasman, as it often always does for the Nicosia Fighters. We saw that was the case yesterday as well. As soon as Al-Tasman departed, they just had a slightly more difficult time trying to score runs. But I think as long as these two are there, they have a good chance of trying to chase this down. Of course, yesterday we said that they might have to aim for an opening partnership of about 60 to 75. I think today they need a century opening stand to try to get close to this target.
Yeah, well, they've got it all to do. Well, I'll tell you what, you got it all to do as well, because I'm going to nip off and have some of the lunch that the Federation has provided. And I'm sure you've had a bit of yours. Hope you enjoyed it. But I'm going to leave you to the action. And let's see just how close the Nicosia Fighters can get to this target that had been set by the Sri Lankan Lions.
Well, thank you very much. As of course, let's dig into some of this action while Rico digs into his lunch. And looks like it's going to be Kamal Reyes bowling the first ball. Just pulls his length back, and this is hit very, very well by Mahmood. But, oh, it's put down. That's a big drop. Srinath Rajith, I mean, if he takes that, that could have iced the game very, very early. So it might even be good for the actual match itself that has been put down. And usually expect Rajith to gobble those up. And we can see, looks like Al-Tasman is wearing the same helmet we saw Ramjan Hossain wearing yesterday, that bright red helmet. A little bit of a Bob the Builder action, I'd have to say. Two fielders outside the ring, or a long off and a long on. This one's slightly toe-ended by Al-Tasman, and it's going to dribble away to the fielder at mid-off. That's Chami Kumara. Of course, no Chamal Sadoon today for the Sri Lankan Lions, so that's going to be a big blow for their bowling attack. We know how economical he is. And this is a nice line and length here by Kamal Reyes. It's good to see him in these first 3 deliveries. He looks like the Kamal Reyes we remember. Hasn't quite had the start to the tournament he would have hoped for. Usually such a terrific bowler, such an impact bowler in the early stages for the Sri Lankan Lions. Oh, it's taken an edge, and it's gone straight to the fielder at that fly slip position. It's Roshan Siddhiwardena. Terrific, terrific work. That is a great catch. And you have to feel this is a hammer blow early in the innings. A devastating blow. Al-Tasman departs for a duck. And he goes for that big swing across the line, takes an edge. And oh, this is a terrific catch. How well taken is that? Arms out. I actually believe that is Akila Kalugala out there at short third man. He's moved back now to that position, and really, really well taken. He is, that's the 5th catch he's taken in that position. And now the Nicosia Fighters as well. Now it's going to really take a miracle for them. How are they going to find the way to get to 142 without key players like Tasman? They really needed a big score for him, and they get no contribution out of him. So this just adds the pressure on Kamral Mahmoud. But we've seen Parvez Mia hit a few good-looking shots. Maybe today's the time he can hit a lot of good shots consecutively and try to put together a good score. But this is a lot of pressure, you feel, on some of these fighters' batsmen now. We know that they're a rather thin batting lineup. And this is nudged away for a single. Final ball of the over. It's been an exceptional one for Kamal Reyes. And it takes another edge, and this one is taken terrifically by the keeper. And look at Kalugala, he's absolutely delighted. Few punches on the ribs to Nalin Pathirana. That is a wonderful catch, one-handed. Outstanding bit of wicket keeping. And two major wickets have been taken here by Kamal Reyes. That's Mahmoud who departs. That is amazing. Sticks his right hand out and takes that one. And you can just see Akila Kalugala. If he'd have left it, he would have probably got the catch of Kalugala saying, "You've stolen my catch, you've stolen my catch." And absolutely amazing stuff here. And you really feel the Sri Lankan Lions might just have broken the back of this Nicosia Fighters side in the very first over. Both of the key batsmen for the Fighters depart in this over, and you can certainly see that from the stats gun. Tasman, Mahmoud, two most convincing batsmen, the two top run getters, have been dismissed in this over. And then, of course, we can see the key bowlers for the Sri Lankan Lions are going to be Rajith, Sirivardhana, and Janaka. I think a couple of them, certainly Janaka, might look to try to get that economy rate down, but we've seen when he's been able to get it right, he's a very good weapon for the Sri Lankan Lions, and it comes down to the captain, Anwar Hossain. Of course, he was absolutely gutted yesterday, not being able to see his side over the line in that exciting golden ball finish where the Fighters needed 7 off the last over to win. And it looks like the new batsman is off. You can see the captain of the non-strikers end, and here's Parvez Mia facing his second ball. I know, is this one? Has he caught him here? The umpire doesn't think so. Shake of the head. And he is going round the wicket here, so it's going to be very tough to get that decision. Let's just take another look at this one. And of course, he's taking a few paces outside his crease as well. So it's going to be tough to get that decision for sure, coming around the wicket. And a big swing and a miss there by Parvez Mia. You have to say, they've been on the money early here, the Sri Lankan Lions. And obviously no disrespect to the Nicosia Fighters, but they would have been very eager to play this Fighters side a couple of times after 2 defeats, just to maybe get back to winning ways. Slower ball, takes the pace off it, but it's actually very well read by Mia, and it's going to go away for 4, so it's well struck. Goes towards that mid-wicket boundary. Just reads the slower ball well, watches it closely, and strikes it away. That's a very good shot. Oh, an inside edge. A little bit of fortune, but they need every bit of luck they can get here, the Nicosia Fighters. And it's an inside edge, and it's gone away for 4. So a couple of boundaries here for the Nicosia Fighters. It comes off for a big swing and a miss, and it's one-handed there by Parvez Mia. Almost thought the bat might slip out of his hand and go flying behind square leg. And this one's down the leg side, and oh, that struck the helmet as well. That struck the helmet as well, hasn't it? And let's see what happens here. Of course, it's been signaled wide by the umpire. But take a look at this. It strikes the helmet. And, yep, let's just see. The umpire, he signals 5 runs there, so this is very costly for the Sri Lankan Lions. And now you can see John Kalugala, he's just moving that helmet away out to the boundary region, but it's already cost his side. They have plenty of runs to play with, of course, but you still want to keep things tight, don't you, if you're the Sri Lankan Lions? This one's a full toss. It's gone high up in the air. Is this a catching chance? Oh, and he's put that one down, hasn't he, Suresh Nadishan? And they've been let off here, the Nicosia Fighters. And that's where you really need to see Parvez Mia look to kick on. Of course, at Mahmoud, we saw he was dropped when he was on 0. Couldn't really kick on and make it count. And Mia better take advantage of this opportunity. Just a slight delay in proceedings. Of course, we'll take a look at the standings in the meantime. Of course, the Sri Lankan Lions have won 3 out of 5 games. They won their first 3, followed that up with a couple of losses. And they're looking to bounce back here and get back to winning ways. And of course, the Nicosia Fighters yet to register a victory. They had 3 consecutive defeats by a margin of over 50 runs. And then we saw that golden ball thriller yesterday against the Limassol Zalmi, a match they really feel they probably should have won. And they let themselves down as, well, I think one of the batsmen, I think that's Mahmoud. He just has a slightly sore finger, and he gets a little bit of spray. And he's going to head back to the striker's end. So, of course, we can confirm the penalty runs have been credited for the ball hitting the helmet. And this is a gorgeous strike, absolutely brilliant. He gets underneath it so well, down on one knee, and he plays it over to mid-wicket. And you can also take a look at that Sri Lankan Lions fielding. And of course, you can see very aggressive field by the Sri Lankan Lions. The kind of fielders they have, it's 3 slips, very wide apart, and a rather wide gully as well, as Mia this time looks to charge down the wicket, and Rays pushes it wider. Of course, you can have a look at the chat. Great to have you here. Crew 1111, and of course, John Gray. Crew 1111 saying it's the same story again for the Nicosia Fighters. As we're looking at the scores and where the inning is already. And that's a wider one. And certainly you do get that sense of despair, though, if you are a Nicosia Fighters fan. It seems to be the same story for them in a lot of matches. They bowl first. They have a slightly underwhelming bowling performance. And then they find themselves always stuck in a bit of a hole when they're coming out there to bat. And that match against the Zalmi, boy, that was an incredible chance for them to register a major upset. To take some pace off this ball, Kamal Rays, and he's bowled terrifically, hasn't he? 10 balls so far, giving up just 7 runs and taking a couple of big wickets. Probably really knocked the stuffing out of this Fighters side in that first over by getting rid of Mahmoud and Al-Tasmin. And of course, you could see just how close that one was to the stumps. I mean, if he got Mia as well, the Fighters would be in all sorts of trouble, as this one's gone high up in the air. Quite a chase here for Nadishan. We already saw him put one down, but don't worry about chasing that. That's gone the distance. And you'd like to see what Mia does. Of course, that's gone right into the snakes region. Good little chase there. Oh, that is a terrific ball, isn't it? By Kamal Reyes, and that's what the very best do. You hit him for a 6, and they follow it up with an absolutely spellbinding Yorker. That was terrific. Absolutely nailed it right at the base of the stumps. And you have to say, Kamal Reyes has pretty much shattered this Nicosia Fighter side's hopes of winning this game. It's going to take some going from here. And just take a look at that one. It's a terrific delivery right through the gates. And you can see what Mia's trying to do. He's trying to go deeper in his crease, make that Yorker an overpitched delivery. But he's unable to do that. And instead, he's castled. And that will be the end of Parvez Mia. And of course, as John says, anything can happen on the European Cricket Network, and we've seen some truly, truly remarkable stories, including here in Cyprus. We saw Everest get off to 5 straight losses and followed up with 5 consecutive wins. And Nicosia Fighters, they better take some inspiration from that story, one of the more remarkable stories of Group A. Right now, this fighter side, I don't think they're filling too many people with confidence. And I think, unfortunately, it just comes down to the fact that they're too reliant on a couple of key players when it comes to their batting. However, with their bowling, really, I think there's a lot they could correct. Cut down on some of the extras. Try to be a little bit more disciplined at times. Get their decisions right. Not waste as much time between overs. You know, it's very hard for a batting lineup, particularly batting lineup we do know, which has some weaknesses, to consistently try to go out there and chase major, major targets. I mean, they need to put themselves in a position where their batting lineup looking to try to chase down something around 100, but unfortunately for the Fighters' batting lineup, they've always been under pressure, always trying to chase down something above 120, and it's tough to win games on a consistent basis like that. And we're going to see Suresh Janaka come in to bowl this over. Very good power play for the Sri Lankan Lions, of course, restricting the Fighters to just 28 for 3. This one's just tucked away by Anwar Hussain. It's going to be a single. Here's where we really need a big innings from the captain, don't we? Even if he's not quite able to see his side across the finishing line, try to get them close to this target to fill them with some hope, because, of course, they're going to be playing this very Sri Lankan side again in 45 minutes. And when you're heading into the second game of a back-to-back, really want some encouragement. And a little bit of width on offer. And oh, is this going to be a juggling catch? It will. Really, really well taken by Kamal Reyes. We saw him take 3 catches. And this time, beg your pardon, 3 wickets. And this time he takes another outstanding catch. Just tosses this one up in the air. This is a bit of volleyball action, isn't it? Up in the air. You smash it. When it's set, it's cricket. So it's you catch it. And incredibly well taken by Kamal Reyes. He's having a terrific day in the field so far. As the Nicosia Fighters already 29 for 4 and struggling massively. And of course, we do have a swarm of bees just circling around this cricket ground. I have to say they're dangerously close to the commentary box. You know, a lot of these bees do make you miss the mosquitoes. I certainly have to be one of the few people who's ever said that they miss the mosquitoes. But we're going to see Naeem Khan come in at number 6. And again, we're just at that stage in the match now where it's really beginning to slip away for the Fighters. They have to start looking at this as opportunities for different batsmen to just get themselves into some good nick. This one's tucked away. That's a very, very well struck. And Janaka seems to think there was pat on that, but looked to me like there certainly was bat, and it's a very nice shot, you have to say. Just walks across the stumps and tucks it away towards fine leg. So intelligent cricket here by Naeem Khan. Of course, just take a look at where the Sri Lankan Lions were at this stage, 70 for 2. They got off to an absolutely flying start. Or just a slight pause in the game. And we'll We'll just take an opportunity to continue to discuss what happened in that first innings. Of course, just a quick recap. Kila Kalugala, of course, he made a very good 30 off 11, and he was in stunning form as he's always been. But the good thing for the Sri Lankan Lions after saying that first innings is they got lots of contributions from different players, rather than probably in their first 3 games where it was mostly Kalugala, Chamal Sadoon, one big contribution by Siri Wardana. I think they'll like the fact that many different batsmen came in, struck the ball very well. You can see a couple of strike rates above 300 for Srinath Rajit and Prashad Suranga. And I can bet the captain, Nolan Pathirana, will be delighted by that. It's a long tournament. You can't just rely on 2 or 3 players to score the runs. They're going to be in a lot of tough spots, mind you, if they're going to make a championship run where they're going to need someone in the middle order or the lower order to score the big runs. And really, that's why you have to say the sides who have the most batting depth will probably be the favorites, in my opinion, to go on and win this tournament. And of course, it is a rather warm day in Cyprus, but we'll be in sunny Cyprus until Sunday, the 23rd of April. And this should be a very exciting final week here in Cyprus. Of course, we'll have group action until Friday. And then that weekend, we'll have the quarterfinals, the semifinals, the final, and the 3rd place game. And then, boy, it should be a very, very good series over in Milan. A great fortnight of cricket. Of course, Fortnite's not just a video game for those of you Zoomers on our broadcast. And then a good weekend of cricket over in Gibraltar running concurrently with the cricket in Milan. And then should be really, really fun over in Austria. A nice month of cricket over at that beautiful ground at Seabarn. Still, plenty to decide here in Cyprus. And one of the teams that could play a big role in determining what happens here are the Sri Lankan Lions. And let's just take a look at, of course, the stats gun and just see the frequency of 4s hit overall. We're seeing about 10 4s hit per innings. We can see the Napa Royal Kings leading the way, 11.7 for Group A, and then for Group B, we can see the Cyprus Mouflons with 12.2, and of course, no surprise, teams that hit more boundaries tend to do better. They can see fighters who probably have struggled the most. You can see that they've hit just a 6.8 4s for 10 overs. And this Sri Lankan line side there with 11 4s per innings. We know how well they can strike the ball. And they've also got a lot of players who've got that deft touch and a good little bit of timing. And of course, keep in mind, these 2 sides will be playing each other again in just about 40 minutes. We'll see Lions take on the Fighters. Of course, Akila Kalugala leading the way, 415 points for him. And we saw some of that sweet striking in that first innings. But you also have to say another reason he's very good to have on your fantasy team is all the catches he takes. And then Roshan Sirivardhana with 290 points. And I have to say, if you're looking for someone who's a bit of a steal, I mean, Srinath Rajith just available at just 5.5. You would certainly be a very handy addition to your side. Then when we look at the Nicosia Fighters, Abdullah Al-Tasman, you'd probably expect a little bit more points from him, considering he's worth 9. But Parvez Mia, I'd say good value for your money, giving you 292 points so far. So it's all about finding those little gems for your fantasy team. And I believe we might be getting closer and closer to the resumption of action. Of course, you can see Janaka just about getting ready to bowl this ball, and let's get some cricket going again. So 3.3 overs in. This is the next ball, as it's a big swing and a miss by Naeem Khan, and while he demonstrated his ability to play some very deft stroke and some knock the ball around very intelligently, certainly in that first shot, and you'd like to see him show a bit more of that. And this one is rather wide by Janaka, and you can see he's immediately apologizing. That required already shooting up to above 17, and we're still very early in this innings for the Nicosia Fighters, but they have lost Some valuable wickets. Most of their top 4 is back in the shed. This one's played away towards mid-wicket, where it's going to be fielded, and that'll just be a single. I have to appreciate, though, the aggressive captaincy by the Sri Lankan Lions. They still have those couple of very slip fielders who are both far apart from each other, and a very wide gully. And there's going to be a quick single and a sharp throw by Janaka, but it's going to be overthrows. There was no one backing up. And oh, goodness me, it's taken quite a sensational bit of fielding to prevent a third run of overthrows, but it might be a third run of overthrows, so the Sri Lankan Lions slightly losing it. That was a little bit disappointing from the Sri Lankan line point of view, as we see Janaka taking a shot at the stumps. There was no one backing up. Then Anwar Hussain, he thinks, well, I've stolen the second run. And then this great dive there by Kalugala. And all of a sudden, he thinks that they've stopped running and they sneak in a third run. So, well, 2 separate bits of overthrows that lead to 2 extra runs. So the Nicosia Fighters will gladly take that little gift. But we're going to need to see a lot more generosity from the Sri Lankan Lions if the Fighters are to get close to this total. And you can see Hussain. Now he's taking his guard and getting set, of course. You can see how far ahead the Sri Lankan Lions were at this stage. They were flying in front of the Nicosia Fighters. Of course, one thing you could say is that the Sri Lankan Lions just maybe is a minor thing they could improve. They could certainly speed up this over rate. They've been fine with it in most of their early games, but a little bit slow this match. And maybe you can understand a slight bit of complacency sneaking in, considering they know they've got a massive target. They've got the opposition on the ropes, but they could do better to try to speed that up and just maintain good habits heading into the second half of the group stage for them, as this is a very, very wide delivery. And there's nothing Thurunga can do about that. And it goes away for a 4. So it's 4 wides, and it's a little minimo. Gifted to the Nicosia Fighters. Of course, the score is 4-4-4 in the 4th over. Got 4 4s across the board. That's a very nice little numerical moment, as we just see one absolutely belted by Anwar Hussain. He struck that one cleanly. And Kumara just giving it right in the slot for Anwar Hussain. You have to say that is a very good shot. One thing about Hussain is when he can get the ball, when he can't strike it, he strikes it very cleanly. Just, you have to say at times his shot selection could improve. And going back over the wicket, I like this by Kumara. And oh, that was on the pads, and all he has to do is get a bit of bat on that. And actually, it's been given leg by, so the umpire doesn't believe there's any pad on that. It was struck him outside the leg stump anyway. Expensive start for Kumara, of course. We don't typically see someone Kumara bowling for the Sri Lankan Lions, but maybe the captain feels this was a good opportunity to just bring in some fresh blood into the side and try to get some other players a few overs under their belt. And that was a very good ball, you have to say, and Hussain played that incredibly well. Yeah, that one's certainly caught that little guideline, as it's going to be a wide, signaled by the umpire. Of course, our umpires out there are Abdul Rahman, joined by Hamad Ahmed. This got high up in the air. Is this going to be a catching opportunity? The fielders had to cover a fair amount of distance, but Chami Kumara isn't able to take that catch. You have to say, covered a lot of distance. He was running in all the way, right from the boundary rope, out of deep mid-wicket. And he's actually done the hard bit, but unfortunately isn't quite able to grasp the catch. As Naeem Khan just pushes this one towards the fielder. Out at long off. Let's see if Hossein can end this over strong. And he's managed to work this away. Are the fighters going to push for a second? Hossein certainly is eager to get a second, but it's just going to be the one run. And oh, they might be gifted overthrows here, and let's see what happens. And no, this time around, it's just a one extra run off overthrows. We've already seen them take 2 extra runs of overthrows in this innings. And you have to say one thing about the skipper, Anwar Hossein. He's shown a great eagerness to run, despite the slightly dire situation for his team. And he's looking to dig them out of a hole. I think he really feels a lot of pressure for what happened yesterday, of course. He was there in that final over when the fighters needed just 7 runs. He's very disappointed with himself that he couldn't get those 7 runs. And maybe just here, he's looking to give his side a very special victory. As you can see, Nicosia fighters were 24 runs behind at this stage. And they're all getting a good drink of water, of course. It's rather warm over here. Just about 27 degrees Celsius, and it's incredibly sunny. And humidity as well, about 26%, so. And we're going to see Roshan Siriwardena doing a bit of bowling. Of course, we know he turned his ankle yesterday, fielding at long off. That's why they've moved him to that short third man position. And yeah, he's just limping a little bit while bowling. And that's a dot ball. Yeah, it's a wider delivery, just pushes this one out, Roshan Siriwardena, and he gets a couple of dot balls to start off. And you can see it's just it's a definite strategy by him, but on the skipper Pathirana, he's appealing whether there's a stumping chance. And let's just see if he has a point. And he goes for the big swing. Does he lift his back foot as the bails are dislodged? Oh, you can just see the foot is raised. And we're going to need to look at this one really closely. Is his foot back down when the bails have been dislodged? And we're going to need to keep looking at this one. This is going to be a very, very tight call. And you have to say, smart bit of glove work by Nalan Pathirana. And slightly careless by Naeem Khan. Very, very casual stuff. Yeah, this one's just going to need to be rock and rolled. Yeah, it looks like the final verdict is that Naeem Khan just about managed to get his foot down on time. So very, very lucky. And I think he has smashed this one away behind square leg for a 6. So it seemed for a second like he was falling away, trying to hit that shot. You can just see his head was leaning slightly towards the offside, but he got enough elevation on it to get it away for a 6. So after being almost stumped, he hits a really, really big shot. So you've got to say, Khan and Hossein striking the ball well so far. Can they keep this going for another 3 or 4 overs and make this an interesting finish? And once again, you can see what he's trying to do. And my word, that was quite close to that guideline, but I think the umpires just about got it right. And this one is a rather tame effort by Naeem Khan. So a couple of dot balls snuck in after that big 6. You have to say, though, doesn't need to smash everything towards that boundary. He could easily look to cut it as well. There's only protection on the offside is a fielder at deep extra cover. And oh, as he caught him right in front here, he certainly has. That looked pretty plumb. And that's going to be the end for Naeem Khan. He looks back, tries to figure out where he was struck. Sorry, buddy, but you were struck absolutely plumb. So it's a good comeback by Roshan Siddhivardhana after getting hit for a 6. And Naeem Khan doesn't last for too long. And, oh, there might just be a question mark about where this is pitching. This might be a question mark about where this one is pitching. But he has to depart. Naeem Khan, as he's LBW, and certainly on the replay, that one looks a lot closer than it looked initially. Might be a little bit disappointed by that decision, Naeem Khan, but the umpire judges him out, and he's going to have to accept it, as it's Kamran Ahmed who's going to come in to join his captain, Anwar Hussain. And Hussain was initially requesting a helmet, but now he's said he is just fine without it. Of course, do encourage players to wear helmets here on the European Cricket Network. I think we're going to see Srinath Rajith bowl this over. So Rajith gave that first over, went for 15 runs. Oh, has that taken an edge through? It certainly has, yep. And you could just hear a little snick as it went through. So Anwar Hussain very quietly departs, doesn't even wait for the umpire's decision. And it's a wicket here for Rajith. Just takes a little edge through there. You can see, comes off the outside edge of the bat. And it's very well taken by the keeper. And the skipper, Nalan Pathirana, who's already taken an absolute blinder of a catch today. That one, a fairly simple one for him. As another wicket tumble for the Nicosia Fighters. And it looks like they're heading for another massive, massive defeat. And this has to start to become very demoralizing for their side to continue to suffer defeats by such heavy margins. But they're going to have to find a way to pick themselves up, because they're going to face the Sri Lankan Lions again in just about 24 minutes' time. This one's just bowled a little bit shorter by Rajith. It climbs up on Islam, who plays it with soft hands. Of course, a victory here would snap this little losing streak. Very small slide the Sri Lankan Lions have. Lost back-to-back games to Markhor and the Limassol Mouflons. Yeah, this one is, once again, he plays it very gently with soft hands. And he's going to get off the mark, Monirul Islam, with a single. And one of the major issues for the Sri Lankan Lions was their batting just didn't look as good in those couple of matches. We saw Markhor restrict them to a very, very low total. And the key thing for them really here was to get their batting going. But I think the biggest sign of encouragement was just how many different players contributed to that score. And that one's a wide. Rajith was looking for an edge over there as well. I mean, the biggest sign for them was that they got runs from the likes of Rajith, who is bowling right now, Prashant Surunga. You know, we saw a little handy innings by the likes of Suresh Nalison as well. Hit a big 6 just to boost his side. And of course, Akila Kalugala continues to just play with a lot of good consistency. And I like the fact that Rajith is not going over the wicket. Now this is well struck, but is it struck straight to a fielder? Oh, and it's been put down in the deep end. They've put a couple down here, the Sri Lankan Lions, and oh, that's another very poor overthrow. And that's sloppy cricket. Not sure you've been able to catch that moment, and goodness me, there's been a second overthrow while we've just been looking at that. That's for the third time this game, the Sri Lankan Lions give up overthrows. For the second time, they give up 2 overthrows in 1 ball. So there's the first one. Very casual there by Rajith. You can see, doesn't care too much. And then the same thing here as well. I mean, again, I get the fact that they're defending a massive, massive target, and they'll probably win this game. But bad habits are infectious, and of course, another wicket falls as we were talking. This time it's Ahmed's wicket stumbling very, very rapidly for the Nicosia fighters. Are really falling apart like a pack of cards over here, as we can see. That's a good catch, the third one for the captain, Nolan Pathirana. He is delighted. But just going back to the point, of course, they need to make sure they don't remain this casual, the Sri Lankan Lions. Don't want to get into bad habits. You still want to maintain some good habits, have some good backing up, throw it well, try to be accurate, get those little things right. Because they might not pay for it this match, but in subsequent matches, they might be in closer games against better teams, and those kind of mistakes could really be the margin that determines whether they win or lose. And especially as a side, the Sri Lankan Lions, I mean, we've talked a fair bit about their history. They've come third numerous times in the European Cricket Series here in Cyprus. They've never been to a final, and they just want to get to one of those and eventually go on to win it all as well. Because they're a quality team. They've certainly got the players. And this is blocked by Howlater. And to me, this looks like a good year where they have a very good chance of getting that win just because of how many options they have with the bat in hand. I think in the past, the Lions, they've always bowled well, but they've probably lacked the explosive firepower. Of course, we take a look at the fantasy dashboard for the next game coming up between these two sides in just about 20 minutes' time. As the Sri Lankan Lions, of course, Kalugala leading the way with 415 points. And then Parvez Mia, what a bargain at 292 points. And of course, if you can purchase him for just 6, he's a very, very handy addition to your fantasy team. Of course, I think that the key to being a great fantasy player is really being able to find those hidden gems, those undervalued players, and that's ultimately what makes a difference. I mean, getting those big hitters who we expect to consistently score runs is something most players can do, but the great fantasy players, they're the ones who can find those little gems and diamonds in the rough, as this one's a full toss, and oh, it's been struck straight to the fielder at long on, and it's another catch that's been put down, and it's summoned Kumara out in the deep. And you could just see, wasn't quite backed up all the way to the boundary rope. He needlessly made it a lot harder for himself. And this one just pushed wider by Siriwardhana. I have to say he's maybe a little bit unlucky not to get the call there, at least from that brief view we got. Big swing and a miss, and is there a stumping opportunity here? And looks like we're going to have another look at this one. And let's take a look at what's happened here. We've already seen Pathirana come very, very close to a stumping. Does he finally get one here? And yes, I think he's got this one. He's got his man. And this is a terrific bit of glove work. I mean, he's had a sensational game so far. Nolan Pathirana taking some fine catches. Was very close to a stumping earlier. That was probably touch and go, but this one is definitely stumped. So that will be the end for the batsman. He'll have to trudge off. And it's just a case of, you go, I'll follow you shortly afterwards for the Nicosia fighters now, as wickets are falling at fairly regular interval now. As that will be the end of Kamran Ahmed. He makes just 3 runs. And it looks like we're going to see Ramjan Hussain come into bat. Very nice looking helmet, I have to say. Bright red. Looks so good in the sunshine as well. Little Bob the Builder helmet. I think that's what I'm going to name it. And I have to say, another thing for the Sri Lankan Lions that they have to be a bit concerned by is that over rate. I mean, they'll probably be fine. It's just under 7.5 minutes left. It's not going to make too much of a difference to the outcome of this match, but they've been a little slower than they usually are, the Sri Lankan Lions. And again, they're going to win the match, but you don't want to get into bad habits, do you, as a side? Even if you are in a game that you're winning fairly comfortably, you still want to execute on those little things. And this one goes just over Kamal Ray's head, and I think this is going to trickle over the boundary rope for a 4. So Sourav Ahmed manages to strike a boundary. This one going over the fielder's head at point. That's Kamal Ray's. He's, of course, wearing a nice bright red cap, so it's the red helmeted batsman going over the red capped fielder. Makes some room, and he plays this straight to Kamal Ray's once again, and this is a good throw, a sharp throw. And it looks like we're going to have a look at this one again. So, and this is a terrific throw by Kamal Ray, straight through the keeper. And let's see what happens over here. Have they managed to get the run out, the Lions? This one's going to be very close, you feel. And I think he's gone again, so this is going to be a run out. Don't see anything beyond the line here, so sharp bit of glove work again. Nolan Pathirana, the skipper, he's had a terrific day with the gloves. That is an outstanding bit of work, very fast glove work. And I think the batsman, he's already trudging off there, Mamoun Howlater. And that's another wicket tumbles here for the Nicosia Fighters. Let's take a look at this. And you can see the bails, they're dislodged before the bat crosses the line. And that's going to be the end for Howlater. So the 8th wicket falls now for the Nicosia Fighters. Of course, the Fighters about to get that very rough tag of being bowled out. Haven't seen it too many times, but the Fighters, they've lost more wickets than any other team. Saw them lose 9 against Markhor. 7 in the first match against Markhor. So 9 and 7 so far. 2 times they've lost their most wickets, and this time, well, they're just 1 wicket away from getting bowled out. And that will be a really unfortunate wooden spoon for this Fighters side. So the Sri Lankan Lions closing in on a victory and looking to get back to winning ways. And this is a good ball here by Roshan Sirivardhana. And the over comes to an end, so another good one for the Sri Lankan Lions as they look to get back to winning ways. And of course, be a good chance now to continue the discussion about Sri Lankan Lions' prospects to go on and win it all. Of course, the one thing they've added to their team from the previous Sri Lankan Lions teams we've seen is that extra bit of hitting firepower. They had a lot more 6s now. They're capable of clearing the boundary a lot more, as we can, of course, see that Nicosia Fighters' run rate trending in the wrong direction. And looking like it's going to go to the base of the mountain rather than the summit. That's quite a ski slope. And we're going to see Janaka bowling this penultimate over, and he'll be very keen to try to get a wicket here. I think the aim for him really just needs to be aiming at the stumps and look to bowl out this Nicosia Fighters side. And a little bit of width there. It's struck away by Ahmed, who gets his second 4. And a nice bit of fielding there by our project manager, Sam Williams. I have to say, the one thing the Sri Lankan Lions probably lack is that express-paced bowler, but they've demonstrated that you don't really need it in T10 cricket, as often pace can be a disadvantage. This one is an appeal by Janaka, probably going down the leg side. And they've managed to do quite well just with an attack of medium pacers. Looking to bowl stump to stump. Yeah, this one is struck away, so a few good looking shots here by Ahmed. And maybe this just earns him a promotion up the order. And of course, they've been given quite a bit of width here as well by Janaka. Of course, we said one of his Achilles heel in these early stages of the tournament has been the fact that, you know, he bowls a bit too short and wide, strikes far too many, gets struck for far too many boundaries through that offside region. And you can just see, look how far outside the leg stump Ahmed is batting, so he's clearly looking to hit everything through that region. And that's well recognized by Janaka, who just aims this one straight at his feet. Yeah, this one's struck the pads, and it's probably going to be 4 leg buys over here. The umpire just gives his old knee a tap. As we see, just brushes the outside of the pad and goes away for a 4. So a rather leaky over here in the 9th. Well, they do say it all happens in the 9th, but this is not a very dramatic 9th over, despite the runs that have leaked. Anyway, the key here really is can the Nicosia fighters prevent themselves from getting that bowled out wooden spoon. And a little bit of width again on offer here by Jonica. And that should be the end of the over. So Nicosia fighters are 89 for 9 at the end of the 9th. And they're probably heading for a 5th successive defeat. And before, of course, in just about 10 minutes time now, they're going to face the Sri Lankan Lions once again. As of course, so we take a look at the bowling card for the Sri Lankan Lions. Excellent performances all around. Saman Kumar might have gone for a few runs in that over he bowled. Otherwise, it's been a stellar performance by the Lions, who look to get back to winning ways after a defeat against Mark Hoare and the Mouflons. Especially that defeat against the Mouflons would have really, really hurt. You know, the history between those two teams. They've got a good, healthy rivalry, professional respect. They've played each other in a lot of big games over the years. And they wouldn't have liked the fact that they lost to them. And then, of course, against Mark Hoare, though, posting a score in the 70s as a side for the Sri Lankan Lions would have been a little bit disappointing, as we, of course, see on that replay. It just catches the guideline. And this one just, Hossein trying to tuck it away and get a single, but still unable to get off the mark. So, as we said, you know, maybe the scheduler is just doing a little bit of a favor here to the Sri Lankan Lions. The fact that they get to see the fighters a couple of times after a little losing slide. And they're going to try to sneak in a single here, the fighters. This one's thrown to the wicketkeeper's end. And I do like the fact that the captain has gone back to Kumar, despite the fact that he went for a lot of runs in his first over, just to give him some confidence by bowling to tail-end batsmen. Especially in a situation, a rather low-stakes situation now, where an expensive over here really wouldn't hurt the Sri Lankan Lions' chances of recording this win. But you have to say, though, it's almost all done and dusted, of course. 51 runs needed of the last 3 balls. I think just continuing the discussion about the prospects of these two sides as this tournament progresses. The fighters, you have to say, though, the margin of defeat for them has been very concerning. And this one's just played away. Did have that one golden ball finish, but outside of that, 3 consecutive victories by margins of over 50 runs to start off the tournament. We're probably going to see something just over 40 runs to defeat them in this match. So it's just the fact that they're not even getting close. I mean, I think not to be a pessimist to their fans, but I think the biggest difference between them and Everest, who also started off with a 5-game losing streak, is that Everest showed a lot of positive signs. There were good things there in that Everest team, which you could tell they were losing a lot of tight matches because of a couple of moments here and there. And he just felt that, okay, when this side gets things together, they could go on a 5-game winning streak. Maybe that's going to be the case for the Nicosia fighters as well, but certainly no winning streak will start in this match as the Sri Lankan Lions get back to winning ways with a dominant victory, taking this one by 48 runs. So excellent stuff by the Sri Lankan Lions. They'll be very, very excited with themselves, as of course they'll come out to face this team in just about 8 minutes. And of course, let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. So as we know, the fighters, they really needed a big performance from Mahmood and Al Tasman. Unfortunately, they didn't quite get it. Mahmood not able to take advantage of the fact that he was dropped when he was on 0. Al Tasman, well, he was dismissed by Kamal Reyes. A great catch by Akila Kalugala. The 5th catch he's taken in that region. He really owns that part of the field. And then this one by Nalan Pathirana. What a blinder of a catch that was. He would have a brilliant innings behind the stumps, taking some special catches. Getting a stumping as well and involved in a run out. It was a good day for him. Parvez Mian struck a few nice looking shots. He managed to make 20 runs of 13 deliveries. That one clearing the boundary up until he was bowled by this terrific delivery by Kamal Reyes. He pretty much got rid of the entire top 3 Kamal Reyes, and that put the fighters in a big, big hole. And then, well, we were talking about International Juggling Day, a little bit of juggling there to take that catch. Anwar Hussain would depart on that one. And the good shots were few and far in between. The Sri Lankan Lions maybe a little bit sloppy in the field, put down some opportunities and a few too many overthrows as well. And there was that one. That would be the end of Naeem Khan. Maybe some doubts about whether that was pitching outside the leg stump. Of course, you're free to have your opinion about that. As we saw Anwar Hussain nick one through to Bathirana, who was really, really good with the gloves. That would be another catch he would take. And a delightful afternoon so far for the captain of the Sri Lankan Lions. That would be the third opportunity put down by the Lions, and then he would finally get a stumping on Bathirana. He came very close to one earlier. This time around, he got rid of Kamran Ahmed, and then look at this, very sharp glove work, very good throw as well by Kamal Reyes, two experienced veterans for the Sri Lankan Lions side, as in the end, well, at least the fighters weren't bowled out. They do manage to maintain their last wicket stand, and fighters end up with 93 for 9, of course. Let's just take a look at that scorecard. Hermes Mia top scoring with 20 runs of 13 deliveries. His skipper, Anwar Hussain, will make 13 of the 7 balls he faced. And Naeem Khan, he would be trapped LBW after making 14. And then when we take a look at the Sri Lankan Lions bowling card, pretty decent effort by everyone involved. We saw Srinath Rajiv just pull things back in that second over of his, and so did Saman Kumara. With those 26 runs of extras, that'll be a little bit concerning for the Lions, as well as some of the drop catches and the overthrows. Again, it's about keeping those good habits. And anyway, the next match will be coming up very shortly, so, well, the Lions beat the Nicosia Fighters by 48 runs, but they'll be taking the field again, trying to beat this Fighters side for a second time. Join us then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready for match number 47, the final one of the day. Same two teams will go battle again. And the Nicosia Fighters, well, we're wondering if they can do the same with what Everest did. Remember, Everest in Group A lost their first 5, and then they won 5 on a spin. Can the Nicosia Fighters do the same? They're still up against their Sri Lankan Lions. What are your thoughts on this one? The Lions just look too strong in that one.
The Lions do look very strong, but going back to the Everest run, the key thing that happened for Everest in that winning streak was their 2-star players started to click with the bat. It was Jeevan Lumsal and Arjun Shahi. The Fighters, they have 2 batsmen capable of doing that, Abdullah Al Tasman and Kamral Mahmood. If those 2 can start clicking, getting those big 50-plus scores, then maybe we could see a similar miracle for the Fighters. Hey, we don't want you all to have so much despair over at the Fighters camp.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, I know that this is a big moment for you as well. It's your last match this time around, and I know that all of our viewers would want to send loads of their thanks to Nish. Nish, you've been absolutely brilliant. It's the first time that I've been on the comms with you. I've really had a tremendous time, and I'm looking forward to doing this last match with you before you, of course, make your way back to Cardiff, back to university. So all the best with that. In the meanwhile, before the match starts, let's join the 2 captains in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Sri Lanka Lions to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It's heads.
Back.
Okay, good luck, guys. All the best. Have a good game. So the Sri Lankan Lions have won the toss. They'll be having a bat. Back over to you, Rico and Nish.
Thank you very much to Stephen Good. So there you see it, the Sri Lankan Lions. I don't think they were going to lose the opportunity to go out there and have another bat.
No, they certainly won't. They want to post that big total again. The Sri Lankan Lions, really, that's been the formula for them in all 4 of their wins. It's to go out, post big totals, and then give their bowlers something big to defend. And, of course, take a look at the fantasy dashboard for the Sri Lankan Lions. Akila Kalugala leading the way with 415 points. And I have to say the captain, though, Nalan Pathirana, he might start to become a bit of a bargain. I expect him to improve his performances. And then Parvez Mia, you can get him at 6. He's giving you 292 points so far. With some man at the top, Abdullah Al Tazim, we need to see a really, really big performance from him. And I certainly would like to see in my last match this tournament, see a bit of explosives, a bit of fireworks from one of the star players in this country.
Well, look, you've had everything. You've been spoiled. You've had the golden ball. We've had a hat-trick. You've had loads of 50s. Maybe we could finish with 100 as well. And certainly, if you look at the batting lineup that the Lions have got, that could certainly, or one of their batters could certainly roar to that magical 100 figure. And what a great finish. Not only would it be to the day for us, and also for you in your final match out here. I know that you've had some lovely moments. Anything that stands out?
For me, the biggest highlight has to be the golden ball. That was an absolutely thrilling finish. My first ever golden ball as well on the European Cricket Network.
Was that your first ever? Really? Well, you dealt with that very well, and all by yourself as well, so well done. But it's a tremendous feeling, isn't it, when there's all that excitement around, and, well, 2 teams. I think also when you see high-scoring ones, 124 to 124, that certainly makes it a little bit more magical as well. But the team that were involved in that golden ball, well, they're out there at the moment in the middle, and they're hoping that this time around that they can be victorious. And Nicosia Fighters certainly need things to start going their way, and pretty quickly.
And of course, we're just seeing the non-strikers' shoelaces getting tied. The umpire tying Kalugala's laces. Let's see now, Anwar Hussain, the captain, coming in for the 3rd delivery. Takes a few steps forward, Siddhivardhana, just batting outside his crease, and he strikes it straight down the ground towards that short boundary. And this is a very clean strike, of course. We know how well he plays these cross-batted shots. This is like almost like a forehand, isn't it? And it goes away for a 4.
He clobbers it well, doesn't he? Of course, I think we noticed before he does have a slight injury. We saw him hobbling around, but that's why I think the power play is ideal for him. It's all about swing and hit as hard as he can. And this is another one that gets smashed away. This is thunderous hitting. The umpire signalling 6 there. I wonder if this does go. No, it is 4 runs. I was going to say, I'm sure we probably saw that just bounce before the rope. And, well, it's a few flags being put up there. And that's, of course, the Sri Lankan Lions waving their flag. And he's trying his best to put it the right way so the wind blows it in the right direction. It's not having much success. But, yeah, it's nice to see the teams here. And not just wearing some beautiful kits, but also got the old flag. So there, that's not a good look, but fortunately, there's a fielder back there to save the blushes, but not before the batting side. They take another. I mean, look, I like the way that the Sri Lankan Lions batted. I like the way that just the batters came out there. They were confident all the way down to the end, playing the big shots. But there's improvement that can be made there as well, and I think Malin Pathirana will be hoping that his side, especially when they're in the field, will be a little bit more ruthless. They had chances to take wickets earlier. It was, for me, I think he'll be disappointed that they weren't able to hold on to a lot of those catches. So whatever the outcome here with the bat, I think he's looking for better from his players in the field. Hossain, the bowler, coming in now to Kalagula, who has been so far the pick of the batters for the Lions. And this one will take nothing as it goes through his buys. It was an anguish of a call from the wicketkeeper, almost like, how is that? And an interesting one, that. I mean, it doesn't look like it catches the bat, but certainly the ball really takes off, doesn't it?
That's something that happened numerous times in Cyprus in previous European cricket series. That a very unnatural bounce off the end of the pitch, and we haven't seen it as much so far this series. Of course, we'll take a look at the bat versus ball wall. Sri Lankan Lions fancied as 11-run favorites, but the biggest thing there is the average runs the Lions are scoring above 115. I think if you can consistently go out there and give your bowlers something around the 120 range to defend, you're going to win most matches. And as we said, the winning formula for the Lions has been very clear. It's been fairly old school. Go out, score a big total, put the opposition under pressure, and try to defend it.
Well, this man, Mia, he was pretty successful with the ball last time around. It took a couple of wickets, took 2 for 36, and was also the top scorer with the bat. So he's a key player for the Nicosia Fighters going forward. Let's see if he can start their revival here. Yeah, as I mentioned before the start of the match, remember Everest in Group A? Well, they lost the first 5, and then they had an extraordinary run. I mean, you mentioned about the golden ball being one of your highlights. I think for me, it's a fight from Everest, and just seeing that the way that recovery came, some of their players, the way they got better all the time, that was magical to watch. It sort of almost reminded me a little bit like the ECL, where Istanbul were playing. You know, I just like that passion from a team when things aren't going your way, but yeah, everybody pulls in and they start to get results going their way. So that was magical to watch. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing them again on Saturday. Once again, slight delay here. Just waiting for maybe some of the score lines to update, but I'm pretty sure that we'll be back again. So Nish, what's the plan for you? I mean, one of the things that you were telling me about yourself, of course, because I was asking you about your future plans, but of course you reminded me that here it's a military service is compulsory, so that's something that you'll have to do as well. Tell us more on that.
Well, in this country, of course, everyone does have to serve in the National Guard. All males above the age of 18, so that'll certainly be something to look forward to. But of course, not too many details have been communicated about that yet by the older defense ministry here in Cyprus.
And do you get a say where you get posted? Is it sort of related into the field that you're working with, or could it be anything?
Unfortunately, people have no say. I believe government gives you a choice merely as a formality, but they make it very clear that your choice doesn't make too much of a difference. So, I mean, you could be an engineer and be
Hey, look, I'm loving this. This young man, I mean, we saw him throwing the ball around earlier. Christo is the name, and I believe he's the son of Suresh. And I tell you what, he's got a bit of an arm on him. Come on, go for it, son. Oh, I love it. And he's got this run up. He charges in. He's always got, no matter what happens, he's always got 2 balls in his hands. I'm loving that. And look at him. Watch his arm. Oh, look at that arm. Come on. And he's got the other one as reserve. He says, I only use that one if I have to. But I'm loving his energy. And that's great. That's one thing I've really been impressed with over here. And we saw that with Everest. Everest always brought a big fan base with them as well. Now you're seeing the Sri Lankan Lions are doing the same. So once again, apologies, folks, for the slight delay.
That's certainly the thing with the Lions. I love how much support they bring to the ground, especially because we're just past the Easter weekend, so a few people are still on holiday today in Cyprus, and they're taking the opportunity to come down to the ground, of course. Let's take a look at some of the fixtures tomorrow. The Black Caps start off today with a doubleheader. We haven't seen them for the last couple of days. They've had a chance to rest.
Yeah.
And
so what can you tell me about the Black Caps? I mean, I remember them from last year, of course. Any changes to them this year?
It looked like they've changed a fair amount. I think they brought in a lot of players from that old Punjab Lions team, which won the ECS here in Cyprus in 2020 and currently represent the country in the ECL.
Yeah, and of course, match number 49 is the match that would have been the final here in 2021, which of course we didn't quite happen because of the weather. So it was the Black Caps because of the way they finished in the group stages, went on and were crowned the champions back then. So that'll be a good match as well. And both teams, from the sound of it, a little bit changed from when we saw them last. And this has been hit firmly, put straight to the fielder, no mistake. So nicely done there by Naheem Khan. So Mia trying to get the breakthrough, and he's a bit unlucky here. As the batter swings hard, gets a bit of an inside edge, and not able to get the boundary away through. So very impressive start once again. It is good bowling here from Parvez Mia. No run so far. This time will be. He goes a little bit too wide. That's unfortunate. First runs from him come courtesy as an extra.
And courtesy of the first hex of this match.
Well, now he backs it up. Well, he's consistent at least after 3 dots. He's 2 wides. Let's see if he can get this one on the money. You can see that Siri Wardana is just ready to unleash on one. And, well, he would have done well to leave this one alone. Instead, he finds the fielder. How many times have we seen batters do this? And Siri Wardana could have quite easily taken a 3rd wide on the trot. And not only does he spoil it, well, he gets out to it as well. That's a very soft and cheap dismissal.
That's the 2nd time I've seen Roshan Siriwardana do that so far this series as well. So just being a little too eager to swing at these deliveries. Of course, that catch taken by Alvi Chaudhary. We saw him wicket-keeping for the Nicosia Fighters in their first 4 matches, but had a few struggles with the gloves in hand. And now it's good to see him taking a catch now that he's been put in the outfield. So well taken there by Alvi Chaudhary, and an important wicket for the Fighters, considering Siriwardana was going along pretty nicely, having struck 3 boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they know that he's going to chase it. He can't resist, but it's not his best shot, is it? And you're absolutely right. He chases a wide. This one was bigger than the one last time, and he gives his wicket away. That's something that he needs to work on as a new batter comes out there. And it is going to be Kumara who comes out, and it's Chami Kumara. Oh, well, Chami Kumara got bowled to a delivery like this, if you remember, in the first match, where he went back and ended up getting clean bowled to the displeasure of Kalagula, who was his partner at the time. And, well, this one again, he seems to have difficulty with this ball, just coming in, drifting into him from the right-hander.
Yeah, big gap between bat and pad, and he's a little fortunate not to be castled, as the Sri Lankan Lions are 19 for 1 after 2 overs. Really nice over snuck in there by Parvez Mia. Gave up just 2 runs and got that wicket. And that's exactly why he is such a bargain for your fantasy team, because you know he can score a few runs every now and then as well, but get these good overs in with the ball in hand.
Yeah, and only 2 runs to come off that over were, of course, those 2 wides. And the 3rd wide that there would have been was the one that got in the wicket as well. So don't mind that. That just slows things down a little bit. It just means that Kalagula will just get a bit more pressure on him to try and make the most of this 3rd over. And, of course, the reason why, because it is the last in the power play. And when you look at some of the stats, you'll see that a lot of wickets fall in over number 3, as they do in over number 10. The reason? It's the last opportunity to try and make the most of the power play, where you've only got just the 2 men outside. And it's tossed up there. He sort of stops the shot, thinks about it and stops it. I get the feeling that if he had continued with it, he was taking a chance that he was going to get enough of it to get it over that fielder, the mid-off that's just inside the 30-yard circle. So I think he does well to check his shot there. Well, this is a Gundy delivery, but he plays at it. He's going to give his wicket away. Oh, no, what a drop. An absolute clanger from Mamoon Howlada. Well, Howlada, it's a howler, because I'll tell you what, how do you drop this? I don't know, but he does. And, well, you do not drop a batter like this man. And the Kalagula surely will make you pay for that.
With a name like that, how can you resist that pun? It's the 2nd howler we've seen from Howlader in these last couple of days. And Ahmed almost managed to get a free wicket as this one. Well, how often do we see this? Batsman gets dropped. Very next ball, he strikes it away cleanly. This one's gone for a 4 to rub some more salt in their wounds.
Yeah, well, he says, Kalugala, well, if he's not going to catch me out, I'll just stay at this end and I'll make him pay. Well, that's the way to do it, isn't it? Right the way over the boundary. And that's going to be 6 runs. So he's going to now make you hurt. Well, he's given us 4. Well, there you go. It gets changed to 6. 4 went on the board. Change it to 6. And now, well, there's still a discussion. Maybe let's change it back. As you can see the fielding side saying, no, it wasn't. It was 4. Now, what does it stay at? Well, it looks like it will eventually get changed to 6, I think. Yeah, 6. And now it's a similar delivery down the leg side. And this time, Kalagula doesn't get anything on it. But, yeah, I mean, it would have been, I mean, if that catch was taken, that would have been 2 wickets. But both had fallen to pretty ranked deliveries, to be honest.
Sometimes you just need that little bit of luck, especially when you're struggling. As much as the Nicosia Fighters, you know, a team that are in the kind of rut they are, they need lots and lots of things to go in their favor to get a victory.
This time he waits for it and he executes it beautifully. 4 runs. And, well, that's, is that Taranga that comes out and does a bit of fielding? Now, you were telling me an interesting story about Taranga. Does he not have an identical twin that plays for the Lions?
Certainly does. The captain of the Sri Lankan Lions, Nalan Pathirana, is his identical twin brother.
Full toss, and this one will also go to the boundary, and there's no doubt about this. Manos arriba, 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 Vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras, and just bowls it into the arc where he's hitting. And he says, thank you very much, 6 runs. And, well, just like that, Kalagula is making you pay for that drop catch. Halada dropped him on 4, and now, in no time at all, he's raced to 20 of 6 deliveries. It's not a bad delivery, but a delightful shot straight down the ground. And, well, it ends up being a very, very good stop. When I looked at him there, he reacted like it had gone through him, but he throws himself at this Anwar Hussain. And, well, look, he ends up sitting on it. Sitting on the job, that's called. But he stops it. Stops the boundary. It's the end of the over. And, well, the power play, it does become productive in the end. 37 for 1. But it could have been so different.
Terrific slide tackle, you have to say, there by Anwar Hussain. And it certainly could have been. I mean, Kalugala, one thing I will say about him is he presents far too many opportunities early in his innings. And so far, he's rode his luck enough where many of them haven't been taken and he's been able to punish the opposition. But you feel a good side, a side that can are really consistent with taking their catches, will punish him in the knockout stages.
So this is going to be exciting. I like this contest. I like this young player. He's excited me before, and it's time for Abdullah Al-Tasmin. And maybe he is the Tasmin Devil coming into the attack. He's got some pace about him, and I think I'm going to like this contest between him against Kalagula, the left-hander. The first thing is he's got to get the line right, got to stay off his legs, got to stay off his pads. Checks his field, that's what I like about him. So here we go. And, oh, that's well bowled. The Kalagula just gets a bit of bat onto this, stubs it onto his pad, no run. Been another delightful day here Limassol in Cyprus, and the weather has been beautiful. The highs around about 26, 27 degrees. Been a light wind, which has been much appreciated by the players. And this is the delivery I'm talking about. And the fielder, well, he does very well. He's lucky he's playing volleyball by himself here. And, well, I don't think you're going to have 2 touches in volleyball, but it's a good job you can in cricket because that ends up being a very good save.
Yeah, we saw Kabal Reyes do something very similar, except he batted it up to take a catch. This is very, very well done, isn't it?
Yeah,
and,
he does
we've been
well.
talking about players we'd add to our futsal team. He's going to enter our volleyball team.
He does really well, actually, because the ball does bounce up, but he gets one hand to it, and then he's very good stay inside the field of play as he launches at it and sort of forehands it back in. But 2 runs. This one's even wider from Al Tasmin. Sometimes Al Tasmin can be guilty, I think, Nish, of maybe going for more pace than line.
I think we've seen that with a lot of these express pace left-handers so far. They maybe just overdo it slightly, not to be too critical of them. And it's funny enough, it's been the opposite. We've seen the bowlers who've been more than happy to reduce their pace and just bowl stump to stump succeed more throughout this tournament. This one's well blocked by Kalugala, and I think he recognizes what a quality bowler Al Tasmin is, and maybe he's just going to try to be more conservative in this over, taking the opportunities Al Tasmin presents.
Yeah, I wonder if
one of
our spice girls, I think it's Posh Spice that's in the production house, can give us a close-up of these the kits, because now that the sun changed direction, we should be able to appreciate them a bit more. I'm loving the new kits from the Nicosia Fighters. And this one is short, and ouch! Oh, well, I think he's a little bit annoyed and probably hurt as well, Alavi Chaudhry. This one is a catching chance. It's straight at him. It's hit really hard, and for a moment, I thought he's going to hurt himself. Well, I said I want a close-up, and that was close-up, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm loving the kits. I'm loving the detail, loving the pattern. Of course, Chaudhry would have loved it if he was able to hold on to that. So, Kalugula and his partner both have had the lives now. Sliced up. Has he got enough of this? Going, gone. Shakalagya. And that one doesn't quite go into the snakes, but you know they're in there. Be careful, be careful. Or maybe it does. Oh, it does. He has to go to the other side. Comes back. And loving the work there from our Spice Girls, of course. The girls, they're doing all the work here. The production girls, boss courtesy of Ring Productions. Alvera, Karina, and Maria. Good delivery, slow Yorker. And that's what I mean sometimes, Al Tasmin. If you sometimes play smart cricket, it's not all about pace. It's about getting the ball in the right area, and he slowed it right down there. Finishes the over with a Yorker. No run from there. 9 come off it. 46 for 1 after 4.
Good start here for the Sri Lankan Lions, largely thanks to Kalugala, of course, who's benefited off a couple of drops when he was on 10 and 25. We just take a look at that run rate. Going along very steadily. The Sri Lankan Lions and the Nicosia Fighters, they've had those 2 big opportunities they would have desired. And now we're going to see Jami Kumara come in at the other end. So hasn't gotten off the mark yet.
Comes the bowler, Islam. And I think he sneaks his in okay. You can see the batter. He's making a start way down the leg side. So anything that is in that area, he's going to struggle to get to. There's the detail there. I'm loving those shirts. I love the action, but there's so much there to take in. You don't have enough time. And it's certainly got like this is a big swing. Once again, just not getting his feet in the right way. Good areas this from Islam. I'm liking this, that Muninullah Islam. Good start from him. Yeah, certainly that comic strip feel about these shirts, I think. Islam, slower delivery. It's been well hit, and the fielder is not going to stop that. That's been absolutely thumped. Those snakes again, boys. Hey, listen, I tell you what, I know we're talking about the snakes here, and I've already seen, I mean, Dinah Horrors, of course, she goes around the ground taking all kinds of pictures, and I've seen some of the lizards here, and they're pretty big as well, so, well, we know about the snakes, well, lizards as well, and snakes and lizards, forget snakes and ladders. Oh, another big wild swing, the bowler getting excited, well, he's just... Kumara here, he's just not adjusting to this line at all. He's got to really change his guard, I think, and start. I mean, he's way down the leg side, change his guard, and then he's going to be at least able to get to these balls.
Yeah, and the only reason the third ball went for a boundary was because Islam went a little too straight. But as long as he keeps bowling full and wide, and Kumara doesn't really adjust to it, it's going to keep working. Maybe he just needs to twist the handle of the bat, try to... Well, if Islam's going to go this straight, he's going to absolutely slog it beautifully, won't he, Kumara? That is a massive, massive 6.
That is huge. That is going into the car park. Well, I tell you what, the one thing, there it is. I told you going into the car park. Take my word for it. That has gone the distance. And, well, he does one mistake, doesn't he? Exactly what you were saying. He goes for the stumps. Keep it outside the off stump, and you say, put it anywhere near the stump, it disappears. There it goes. That ball is on a journey. And it gets absolutely smashed. And, well, if you put it in the slot, I'll put you away, that's Kumara. Where does Islam bowl this one? The last in his spell. The batter just moves away. As I think there's a slight change in the field. Maybe they're sending somebody in the car park. And in comes Islam once more. And it's a slower delivery. Well bowled and well watched by the batter as well. Probably to Kulagala's displeasure. He'll take the single. And Kulagala will once again be off strike as Kumara starts to move the score along. But at the moment, it's much better from the fighters. I mean, remember, they brought up this sort of score in the power play last time, did the Lions. So if they can keep them at this sort of pace, maybe keep it to the 110 mark, you never know. I mean, they got up to the 100 last time round, or close to the 193. It makes it more interesting as we have a look at the upcoming events.
Of course, we'll be here in Cyprus through to Sunday, the 23rd of April. We'll follow up with a couple of weeks of cricket over in Milan, and then should be a very nice week of action in Gibraltar. Good little weekend between the 4th to the 7th of May. And then, of course, we'll spend most of the month of May in Austria. And, of course, you've talked about how gorgeous that ground is in Seabarn, and you'll be covering some of the cricket there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. The Seabarn ground. And I know, well, like many grounds around Europe, a little bit like Portugal, I know that all the Spiders will be looking to join me there again. And, of course, that's where I met my friend Tingu. So I hope Tingu is there, waiting to see me again. Tingu the Spider. Me and Vinny Sandhu had lots of fun with Tingu. It's interesting wherever we travel around Europe. I mean, here we have the snakes and the lizards now, of course. When we go to Austria, we'll have the spiders. In Milan, there's a little bit of all sorts in Milan. I think Milan was more the ants and the army of ants. Once again, a slight delay here, which gives us another opportunity to once again talk about that schedule where we're going to. And also, why don't we have a look a bit more at the matches we got coming up tomorrow? I know we started to look at it, and we know that one interesting contest that we were going to see is the Mouflons taking on the Black Caps. And I just wonder if, Elvira, can we have the schedule for tomorrow, please? We can have a little chew over this and see what Nish, what do you think it is going to be the exciting matches there?
Has to be match 49 between the Black Caps and the Mouflons. That's the rematch of the final that never happened. We knew how much that hurt the Cyprus Mouflons. Of course, they were going into that final with back-to-back European Cricket Series wins, and they would have been really hurting that. The rain denied them the chance to defend their title. So
for sure. The other thing I'm thinking about, Black Caps, obviously we haven't seen them feature now for 2 days, right? So they played on day one. They got one victory, but it's not an easy day from tomorrow. I mean, they got Mark Hall, who we know are starting to perform well. The Mouflons have only just lost their first match. They're going to be 2 exciting matches. If they don't get results there, I mean, really, I mean, they and the likes of the team that we're seeing here at the moment, the Nicosia Fighters, are the team that could stand to lose out, which would be quite amazing. The Black Caps, the team that went all the way to the final last time, may not even make the quarterfinals.
Certainly, I mean, this is the group of death, as they say. We're going to see some heavyweight miss out on the dance. And this Nicosia Fighters side, I know they're heavy underdogs. They might play a role in denying one of these sides a path to the quarterfinals. They could come in there, upset a team that thinks are just a walkover. And, of course, those 2 matches to end the day as well between the Sri Lankan Lions and the Limassol Zalmi, they'll be very interesting. A little Limassol derby.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. What's that? It's sort of a wind? Sort of like a wind sort of, well, what do you call those? Wind chime things? I don't know.
Vane.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. That's whizzing around out there. Hey, listen, tell me, when you're in England, I mean, do you think there's a lot of followers that follow the European cricket back there as well? A lot of people? Is it something that is watched by a few folks that at your uni in Cardiff?
The great thing I've seen about the European Cricket Network is just the fact that it's because of all the coverage on the social media, more and more people are starting to hear about it. Of course, you featured on BT Sport and Fox Cricket. We know Kerry O'Keefe, if you're listening to our broadcast, we know he's a very keen watcher of European cricket, Australian, absolutely legendary commentator and a very good leg spinner for the Australian Test match team.
Yeah, I mean, it is great how much it's been followed now around the world, and some of those, of course, some of the highlights, some of the things that got viral Well, this is pretty big. Where's this ending up? The fielder takes, well, gets there, but doesn't take the catch. He's going to be really disappointed because I think, if I'm looking at this correctly, I don't even think it goes for 6. I think it bounces behind him. It's going to be 4. Let's see it properly. Yeah, it is. You see there, that's 4 runs. And that's a big let-off. And that's Abdullah Al-Tasmin. This guy doesn't normally miscue catches. He normally takes them.
We've seen 3 opportunities slip past the Nicosia fighters. They had plenty of issues trying to actually restrict sides to a low target, and putting down all these opportunities isn't going to help. Last thing they need is another long day in the field, as this one's a fuller, wider delivery by Anwar Hussein, and much better. That's exactly where he needs to be bowling to Kumara until he actually makes an adjustment.
Yeah, it's one of those things, though, isn't it? We saw teams in Group A, especially those that struggled, do the same. If you don't take the chances that good players give you, then you're going to get punished. And we know both these batters now have had chances, but then there's no coming back this time. Kumara, having been dropped on 11 by Al Tasmin, he gets cleaned up by Hussein. He just cleverly keeps the pace off this, and it goes right through. And this is a very good delivery, trying to hit hard and missing out on it. And, well, he applauds himself there. Well done. I mean, I like that from a bowler. It's very disheartening when you know you should have had a wicket, and the fielder, not by wanting to, but not able to take the opportunity. But that's nicely done by the bowler. Sticks to his task and gets a very important wicket.
We've seen catches put down, and Hussein basically says, there's no way I can leave this to any of my fielders. He bowls one at the stumps, and it's, of course, the classic, you miss, I hit. And that crashes onto the stumps. I have to say, though, Kumara, maybe a few things he could work on, looking at how he can hit those fuller, wider Yorkers. Maybe just turn the bat hand a little bit, open the face of the bat, and just try to slap it towards point. We've seen a lot of very high-level cricketers use that tactic now to combat the full and wide Yorker.
Well, this man, when he came in last time, he went ballistic from the very first ball, of course. It is Srinath Rajith. And, well, this is smashed away, and it's going to be 4 runs, 4 carreras. And smashed away in style. Not the best of deliveries to a man who's going to latch onto anything that's loose.
I mean, more than half the balls he faced in the previous innings went for a 4 or 6, and he's looking to continue that trend in this innings. A very good start for him. And I have to say, Rajith joining the party for the Sri Lankan Lions just makes him that much stronger a side. And if the fighters really play him into form here, I don't think any of the other sides in this group will really appreciate it.
Well, grunted slow delivery. Well, it might be slow, but that's been absolutely dispatched. And the Snakes, they've come along, they've taken his sunglasses. And, well, if they had a chance, they'll wrap him up and taking him away, turning him into a burrito. But what a big hit this is. He absolutely clobbers it, and it goes all the way. That's a powerful hit off the back foot.
Very, very powerful hit. It's just that elevation he gets underneath the ball so well. That one's much wider by Hussein. You can just tell he's been put under pressure by those couple of big hits and a little bit rattled there. Not exactly sure though what he's trying at it. I don't think you should be looking to bowl at that kind of length. Maybe just try to go straighter and fuller.
Hussein under attack, wants to try and get this one delivery in. Well, he goes for the stumps once more. At least it was much fuller. And if somebody like Rajith can't put it to the boundary, then you know it's a good ball. End of the over. But score moves to 73 for 2 at the end of 6. And you know, you've got 2 batters out there now that can really get the acceleration going. They need to get these wickets pretty quickly, or once again, you get the feeling that Sri Lankan Lions could bat out the Nicosia Fighters or back them out of this contest.
Once again, we take a look at the scorecard. Akila Kalugala leading the way again for the Sri Lankan Lions. Nicosia Fighters haven't really helped themselves by putting him down twice when he was on 10 and 23. He does provide a lot of opportunities early in his innings, and that's where you really, really need to be good enough to try to take those opportunities, as the Sri Lankan Lions, well, once again, off to an absolute flyer of a start as they look to make it 2 wins in 2 after a couple of losses on the bounce.
Just taking time to get this field set. I mean, time which, well, they probably are okay, but you don't want to get too close to the wire, and it's all about setting the right field to the hard-hitting Rajith. And what have they gone for here? So they've gone more strong on the offside, so extra cover back, 2 men straight. And I don't see anybody deep on the leg side, so they're almost, well, they're certain that the bowler's not going to give him anything short, which is a real risk. Let's see. Well, straight away, he starts with a full toss. And so far, the field works. This one goes to short mid-wicket. But a very interesting field. So offside heavy. You got extra cover on the boundary. You got a backward point on the boundary. Now, obviously, the different batters, it changes slightly to the left-hander. But not a lot. Only one man just goes across into sort of a short third-man position. Well, he scoops this away. The fielder does the job. No issues from Abdullah Al Tasmin. So that man comes across again. So we start to see this field down the offside. So no deep square leg. Nobody at mid-wicket. So on the leg side, you've got the man on the 45 on the boundary. So 45 on the boundary and long on the boundary with 2 men inside. Oh, and this one, it's a spicy one for the keeper. And he recovers well, but this one takes off. You mentioned this before. That you've seen this a few times here now. Just watch this one go. Absolutely takes off. And I'm so glad that wicketkeeper Mahmood has managed to get his gloves in the way of that.
No, certainly that was a very, very nasty bounce off the edge of the pitch. And Naeem Khan, good start to his over so far. Just a couple of runs off it. And it takes an inside edge. And that's going to be quite a chase for Ahmed out in the deep. Is he going to get to it? Not quite. As this one trickles away for a 4-run. The Nicosia Fighters, they need a little bit of luck. Not quite getting it here early. As this Rajith moves on to 16 of 6. And I'm a little bit surprised that Parvez Mia wasn't inserted into the attack. Of course, he went for just 2 runs, got a wicket, and the 1 over he bowled. It would have been a good time to bring him in just to try to stop the flow of the runs. Certainly, if Kalugala is on strike, I'd want to see the off-spinner going up against the left-hander.
Khan, once again. Well bowled, pitched up. Fielder has to get down, and he does. He gets down, gets dirty. That's what I like to see. Hossain has been class out there. Good work from him. Look, I told you, our chat know everything. Hello to Troy. Troy saying, Rico, that wind chime is an anemometer used to measure wind speed. Well, there you go. Thank you very much for the information, and thank you for watching. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. And Troy, where are you from, my friend? Bowler just doesn't feel right here, so Naeem Khan just stops himself. That'd be a dead ball. You can ask the people on our chat anything and they know the answer. Hello to Najmul as well, who's enjoying the cricket. Pretty wide delivery. Wow, the fielder. What happens here? Oh dear, is it one of those? It's definitely a touch. Well, they could still keep running if they wanted to. Have a look at this bouncer here. Oh dear, he's got a big smile on his face. And well, he says, forgive me. Just another one of the highlights that we have on this field here in Cyprus. And the end of an over, not a bad over at all. Only 10 runs coming from that one from Naeem Khan, which keeps the score to 83 for 2 after 7.
We certainly know that Alvi Chaudhry is not the tallest cricketer we've seen, and I think he's small enough to be a victim of the Tortuga bounce himself.
Yeah, it gets completely wrong-footed. And once again, just a reminder to everybody that's on the chat, it's great to have you. But if you haven't done so already, remember to subscribe, like, and tell your friends, tell your family. The more, the better. And growing this community of cricket every day. And maybe if you got, look, it's the last day that we got Nish here with us. So why don't you send some of your messages through to Nish. And while we have the expert, any questions that you have about Cyprus or cricket here in Cyprus, as Nish will tomorrow make his way back to Cardiff. We will continue with his university studies. So persisting with that fielder in close, which is obviously in a catching position. This has been thumped, and the fielder is not going to get to this. This is just to the left of us. It's right in the slot. And, well, Kalagula has been kept a little quiet, maybe because he's not had too much of the strike. That was only ball number 15, and he wallops it to the boundary. And, yeah, keep your eye on things over there. Don't turn your back on the ball, young Christo. So, Abdullah Al-Tasmin, he needs to get this one a bit fuller. And one thing I want to see is trying to see if Kalagula can play this cut shot. I mean, they've got a man there in catching position. Wants to be a little bit wider. And this one is high up in the air. Opportunity is being sliced. And, oh, that's a tremendous catch. That really is so well done. And it's our man, Anwar Hussain again. He's got safe hands. He's a tremendous fielder. And Abdullah Al-Tasmin, after being blasted for a big six, gets his man. And once again, Akila Kalagula, he gets to 30, and then he'll get himself out.
Third time's the charm for the Nicosia fighters. We've seen them put down Kalugula a couple of times. But this time, the captain himself takes responsibility, and we've seen him put on a couple of good bits of fielding out in the deep. And this time, he takes a very, very important catch of Kalugula, who you have to feel that might have already done plenty of damage to this Nicosia fighters side. But maybe this is just a chance for them to clamp down and restrict the fighters to the Lions to something under 110. Could be on the cards.
Yeah, but we know they got good batters to come, haven't they? And they just found a way all the way through the last innings. Somebody would come in and put some runs together. And this guy, Prasad Suranga, well, he was no exception. He came out and blasted 35 of just 11 deliveries. So they've got depth in that way. And, of course, they've still got the dangerous Srinath Rajith at the other end. So they still need to pick up a few wickets. And well, this one is just to be wide, not far. So not that much in it. But just goes a little bit too far outside the off stump there. But I don't mind that from Abdullah Al-Tasmin. I think that I'd rather him bowl there than be bowling on the legs. So he just gets it slightly wrong. You see Jai is piping in and saying hello. This one is wide and, well, could it be another goal? No, just wide of the post there. Yeah, Jai Sin is in the office saying hello to us. Hello to us both, saying good to hear from us and saying lots happening here at the office. I'm sure there is. And we are busy, busy, busy. And, of course, we're taking this roadshow to all parts of Europe. And, Jai, great to hear from you. I hope you're well. And I hope things are going well, and well, always keep us updated. Of course, any hot gossip that's coming out. But busy boys in the office. Slower delivery, but this was going to be another wide.
Yeah, he just tries to take some pace off this ball, Al-Tasmin. But Prashad Suranga won't be too bothered by that one, as it's gone really wide. And let's see, though, can he nail the Yorker on this one, Al-Tasmin? We know he's got a very good Yorker. How about sending a nice little greeting here to Suranga early in his innings? And you can see he goes for that fuller, straighter delivery. Took some pace off that one as well. It's an inside edge onto his pads for Suranga.
Yeah, well bowled. He's working around, playing around with his pace. Yeah, back to Jay. Hope Ashwin is doing well as well. Hope you guys have settled in, because I know you were relocating closer to the office. I hope that's all done. And, well, I bet you got a nice little pad there now, haven't you? And, I bet there's a few parties at the weekend as well, right? This one, slightly quicker one, gets through the defences. So good little over there. Good spell from Abdullah Al-Tasmin. Well, a ball to go. I get the feeling that Suranga is thinking, right, enough is enough. You've toyed around with me too much. I'm going after this one. And to see if he can bring up the 100 in this over, and then use the next 12 deliveries to really pile on the pressure. Well, he gets a slow delivery, but doesn't get any real venom in the shot. He'll take the strike away from Rajith, because that is the end of the over. 96 for 3 at the end of 8.
Yeah, once again, the Sri Lankan Lions going along very nicely, and they set up a good platform for themselves to explode. And these last 2 overs, they've got 2 settled batsmen there. Rajith, he's already struck 1 boundary. And should be a good platform now. Last 12 balls, they'll certainly be eyeing that 120-plus score, maybe looking to get to 125. They're really good, maybe go up to 130. As of course, we take a look at this run rate. Of course, they've been going along fairly steadily since the power play, making a good amount of runs in each over. The Sri Lankan Lions completely undeterred and not bothered by any of the wickets they've lost. I think they're just trying to, they've demonstrated their batting depth quite well in the couple of matches they've played here against the Nicosia Fighters, and I think that might spell a little bit of trouble for some of these other teams in Group B who will be contending with the Sri Lankan Lions to grab the 4 spots, which are currently available to go to the quarterfinals.
Troy coming back to me saying sunny England. Well, I'm glad the sun is back in England. I hope it lasts. And, well, Jai, who I've been calling Jai for as long as I've known him, that's not for that long, he's saying it's Jay, like in Jay. All right, I didn't know that. And all these times I've been calling you Jai. Jai Sin. Now you're going to tell me it's not Sin, it's something else. But, okay, anyway. All right, I'll call you Jay. Jay it will be. Some lovely refreshments brought in to us by Mohammed Hussein. Mohammed, thank you very much. And it's much appreciated to have some cold refreshments on what has turned out to be a very warm afternoon. Oh, this one, he's picked this up beautifully. It's a slower delivery. What a shot this is. Well, he swivels on this MJ style, and he's bad because that is gone big. 6 runs. Oh, yeah, Manos Arriba. And only the fence stopped this going into the football field. Cracking shot. Well, Islam comes in with the slower delivery, but he's onto it like a flash, is Suranga. That was better, well bowled, and almost, well, if this one had hit from the wicketkeeper, Mahmood, it may have just knocked the bounce over. Yeah, apologies, Jay. I've got it now. I always thought it was Jai. I don't like, you know, the song Jai Ho. Anyway, okay, Jay, it will be Jay. Jay from now on. This is another one that's going to beat the fielder. And you can see the wicketkeeper making all sorts of suggestions, saying, what are you bowling it there for? Why are you bowling it in a slot where he's already put you away for 1 big 6? And now there's another shaka time.
He just doesn't have the pace, unfortunately, Monirul Islam, so bowling at that length with that kind of pace, you need to be right up there, don't you? And he's been punished here by Prashant Suranga, especially with fine leg inside the ring. That's a very, very dangerous ball to be bowling, and now we can see the captain, he sent fine leg back.
Yeah, but it's setting a field for a bad delivery, isn't it? And this time it's high up in the off, should be taken, and well, the fielder totally lose. Oh, yeah, he can't see it. You see those sunglasses on the top of your cap? Yeah, just those one. No, not there, down a bit. Those sunglasses, put them over your eyes, then you'll see it. Well, comical stuff. He said, I don't see it yet. He's got the shades. Maybe he can't see the shades on the top of his head as well. Oh, dear, that's he's still not put the shades on his head. What can you say? As this one, well, this is glorious. That is going to be just 4 runs. It bounces just before the boundary. Cuatro carreras. What a shot.
I mean, I'm not sure he might know where his eyes are either with his sunglasses on his caps. And I think he's just put them on now, hasn't he, Alvi Chowdhury? Maybe that'll help him locate the ball better.
Has he put... There he... Ah, that's better. Everybody clap. Bravo, bravo. And now he's probably thinking, I want to see the ball go to him now and him take a one-handed catch, an absolute jalebi catch. That would make my day. And, well, it's going to be the end of the over. So in that one, the 100, they do pass it. Islam, it was a bit of all sorts. 116, 9 overs complete. And we're already getting to a territory where we know the Nicosia Fighters are going to struggle. And, well, this is the bowler so far. And really, I mean, you've got to go with Mir to come back and bowl them over, haven't you now? And if they don't, I don't know what's going on there at all. And the Naeem Khan as well bowled a good one, only 10 from it. So, once again, it seems to be that the captain seems to be overlooking the bowlers that have been pretty tidy.
I'm really surprised that Mia wasn't brought in straight away to bowl to Kalugala. I would have liked to see the right arm off spinner going up against the left hand. It would have been a good matchup in favor of the Nicosia Fighters. We've already seen him get a left-hander out. We've seen how well Mia has done against Saman Kumara today. So that was a slightly baffling decision.
Oh, well, Just missed out on that one, really. It was there in the slot to hit down the ground. But just that little bit of away movement from Naheem gets the dot ball in. Well, another dot, and he just sneaks this one in as well. So this is good. And this is why, of course, he's right up there. He's one of the better bowlers. Just 10 now of the 8 balls that he's bowled. And Jay just coming back and saying no harm. Still my biggest fan. Well, Jay, never forget the work that you guys did, of course, at European Cricket League as well. It was a superb team performance, which is what made that event, the Euros of cricket, so spectacular. And looking forward to working together again, and maybe it will be, if not before, certainly the Euros of cricket, the European Cricket Championship, which will be coming up soon. September time, I believe, September, October. Of course, we'll keep everybody posted on that near the time. Wide delivery, but he makes good contact. No sweeper out there on the offside at all. And this has been another thing, I think, with the Nicholas fighters. It's either all or nothing, isn't it, on that offside? Sometimes they've got it well padded out with 2 men on the boundary and a good ring around on the offside and just 3 on the leg. Other times there's nobody there. And now, once the ball gets hit there, they're literally following the ball, which I don't think a captain should do. You've got to set the field to a bowl and say, that's what I want you to bowl to. They keep changing and making too many changes.
I think that's just a theme for their side. They don't seem to have a set plan when it comes to their fielding, as we'll just take a look at this 5th ball and continue this point, as this is a much better delivery. Goes towards the fielder at mid-wicket. They'll just settle for a single here, the Lions, but we've often seen this, and this is why they struggle with their over rate. They just about made it on time here in this match with about 40 seconds to go. They spend a lot of times debating every fielding move, and you can't really have fielding decisions made by committee if you're going to argue this much.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, even like here now, towards the end of the over, no square leg. And also, they're not setting the field depending on who the bowler. I mean, look at this delivery. That's Gundy. And that's just 5 wide, just like that. And if that had gone to the square leg area, I would have said, well, that's the casing point. But that is a shocking delivery from a bowler who has been so tidy up until now. Naeem Khan gets that one completely wrong. And just like that, they're on the fringe of, once again, putting a score of 130 on the board. 126 now the score moves to. And they don't seem to be helping their cause, do they? Khan now has gone for 20. So 10 already of this over. Started so well, and this one has been hit high and mighty. That will go all the way. Watch out for the snakes, because that's a biggie. Balle, balle, balle. Over it goes. That's the end of the innings, and they will finish on 130. 132 will be on the board, and once again the Nicosia fighters, just when they look like they could maybe contain, they end up throwing it away. And remember, it was 57 at the halfway point, so the acceleration comes, and once again it's a good little knock there from Rajit, who probably didn't get much of the strike, only 9 balls for his 26, but Prasad Suranga, well, he made sure he got 15 deliveries and he scores 29. Well, there's the flag. Well, they'll be flying that one with pride if they're able to do the double here against the Nicosia fighters. As we have a look at the highlights, it started off well with them taking key wickets at the beginning.
Yeah, but then it all started to fall away once they began dropping way too many chances. We see this one, a very good strike by Akila Kalugala, hit 4 sixes, and a great slide tackle there by the captain. And then a little bit of volleyball, batted up, batted back down. And this was a very hard hit straight towards LV Chowdhury, and then they have to be really careful. That wasn't too far from the Sri Lankan Lions' own cars. They might just drop him to ensure some safety for their own cars, as well, we see this one here. This is a big swing by Chami Kumar, clean ball there. And well, in the end, Srinath Raji, the Prasad Suranga, they would end this innings in style with some very fine hits. 4 sixes between the two of them. Both of them batting with strike rates of 200 and 300.
Yeah, well, Anwar Hussain, one man who doesn't give up. Well, it is International Day of Juggling, and that man was juggling all sorts of things, and including his sunglasses. And once he finally got them over his eyes, we thought we wanted to see him get an opportunity. It never came, but plenty of boundaries did still come, and the Sri Lankan Lions have raced to 132. They certainly are a team when they're on song, can certainly put big runs on the board. They would have been disappointed with their efforts on day 8 when they lost both of their matches after winning 3 on the spin on the opening day, but they're looking to make amends and make it 2 straight victories against the Nicosia Fighters as we have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, scorecard is great viewing for the Sri Lankan Lions fans, but then the bowling card for the Nicosia Fighters a little bit rough. You have to say a very baffling decision to not go with Parvez Mia for second over, especially against Akila Kalugala when we've seen Mia, the right arm off spinner, do pretty well against left-handers. But in the end, a lot of runs given up by the Nicosia Fighters, 13 runs of extra. That's a slight improvement from what they usually do, but still, they'd like to improve in that facet as in the end, the Sri Lankan Lions get to a very healthy score of 132. Once again, it's Akila Kalugala top scoring, but then Rashad Surunga and Rajit are developing into really good top closers for them.
Yeah, and in the words of Victor Meldrew, I'll say, I don't believe it. Parvez Mia, 1 over. He takes 1 wicket for 2, and he never comes back. Captain, what are you thinking? The Sri Lankan Lions, 132 for 3. 133 required for the Nicosia Fighters if they are to register their first victory. Join me, Rika Full, and for the last time, sadly, in this series, Nishbat, when we return in just under 10 minutes' time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to well, look at that, a beautiful view, isn't it? Not a cloud in the sky at this Ipsona cricket ground here in Limassol. And this is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Cyprus, the last match of today, match number 47. And we're halfway through it with, well, it's the same story again for Nicosia Fighters. And they're a team with a bit of fight in them, but unfortunately the Sri Lankan Lions have weathered the storm and once again put plenty of runs on the board, 132 for 3. Once again, Akila Kalagula was in the runs, 36 of 16 deliveries, and Prasad Suranga has been clubbing the ball pretty well as well. He made a fine 29 of 15. That means that once again, the team that have not managed to win a game so far, Nicosia Fighters, come into the equation knowing that they've got to score more runs than they've been able to already in this series. This is the second match between these two. The first one, match number 46, was once again the Lions putting a big score on the board, 141 for 6. Once again, the same contributors, Suranga 35 of 11, Kalagula 30 of 11 as well. And then Rajith, the hard hitter, as he did in this one, scoring 28 of 9 deliveries. And the Nicosia Fighters got to a score of 93, so they fell short by 48 runs. So it's once again probably just too many. But somebody, if one batter can get on song, if somebody like Abdullah Al Tasmin, for example, goes out there and scores a quick fire 70-80 runs, which he is capable of doing. I've seen it. I've watched him do it. It was a breathtaking innings from him last year, which got his team an unbelievable victory. If he can do that out there, then they can get a win here. And who knows, then they can maybe go and do what we saw Everest do in Group A. It's a big ask, but it can be done. Rico Fool here, and I'll soon be joined by Nish Butt, who's just polishing off an ice cream. Thank you very much to Andy O, who's looking after the crew very well. Diana Orris is tucking into hers, and pretty soon, before mine melts, I'm sure she'll polish mine off as well. So I know she's got a bit of a sweet tooth as we get ready for the first ball. It's Riaz, and it's going to be called a wide. So they'll take whatever runs that they can get. It's all right, you can eat it, don't worry. I'll let you. You can buy me a drink later. Not good for your diet, I know. Very shy down on Royce. Tried to get her on the comms a few times, but no, just me and my burrito, she says. That's all I need, me and my burrito. Diana Royce, of course, ECM photographer. Take some fantastic shots of the action, and also some videos out there for you to enjoy as well, as it's a good time to welcome back Nish. Nish, did you enjoy your ice cream?
That was a great ice cream. Little ice creams are extremely underrated, I have to say. You can really just run through boxes of these in the summer and then end up with a large belly by the end of it. So,
is that a free plug? Are we allowed to plug? And this one is played up in the air, and it's going to be a wicket straight away. And nicely taken. We'd ignore what we said. Nice catch taken. As this one, he just pushes it out in the up, and no real power with the shot. And you can see what he's trying to do, but he finds the man. The first wicket goes down. And now that you've been thrown on the charcoal, I'll go and cool off with my ice cream.
And of course, as we polish off some ice creams, looks like the Sri Lankan Lions are about to dust out their bowling efforts for the second time and pick up another victory against the Nicosia Fighters. A great start. Parvez Mia, very disappointing for him, as he departs for just a duck. Of course, we saw him hit some nice-looking shots, made 20 in that previous match. But that simply isn't the case here. That's a fuller, wider delivery by Kamal Reyes, and you can see a little smile there from Al Tasman. He knows that he's been done by a good ball. And of course, if the Nicosia Fighters are to get to this target of 133, you really feel it comes down to these two. You know, they'll have to have a big partnership, anywhere between 80 to 100 runs. Of course, easier said than done. But really, that's kind of pressure that's on their shoulders. We've seen how a lot of their teammates struggle for runs, and both of them incredibly talented cricketers. Abdullah Al-Tasman, more than 1,100 European cricket runs to his name. They're going to need to see him add about 60 or 70 more in this match as he just lets this one go by. And well watched there by Al-Tasman as that one's quite wide by Kamal Reis. So you can see the tactic here. It's to go full and wide. But if Al-Tasman, you know, he can just go outside his stumps, maybe turn the bat handle a little bit, open the face of the bat. There are runs to be made on the offside. Of course, there's no protection on any boundaries square of the wicket. And this time he just straightens a little bit. Kamal Reis, that one clearly going down the leg side. Yeah, this one's places on the back foot, Al-Tasman, and it's going to take a little bit of fielding out at long on, but it's well fielded in the end. Just one run. You see the fielder just backing up a fair bit, trying to prevent it from going for a boundary. And this one again just tucked away by Mahmood towards mid-wicket. It's going to take a little bit of foot fielding, and if they'd run that first single harder, there might have been a chance for a second run. And these are little opportunities, and Nicosia Fighters are going to need to capitalize on if they are to complete the unlikely, which is to chase down this target of 133. Of course, we saw them yesterday. They tied the game. They had the Limassol Zelmi before, of course, losing on the golden ball and chasing a target of 124. So we do know if these two key batsmen click for them, they can make those big runs. As, of course, we just take a look at the field or the Sri Lankan Lions, you can see just how tight it is on the offside, particularly behind point. You've got those three slip fielders who are just slightly wider apart than a conventional slip cordon. They're all there just to prevent any edges from going past them. Yeah, that's a good ball right on the money. It's going to need a quick single. And what on earth was that by Rajiv? He tried to kick it towards the stump, and it looks like he might have stubbed his toe as well. That is a very wayward kick. Soft hands here. It's well played, and immediately the two of them dart off for a single. And boy, that is a very, very wide kick. Goes for the outside the boot cross, and doesn't quite pass it as well as Luka Modric typically would, as it's nowhere near the stumps. And now we're going to see Al-Tasman, of course, is first for deliveries. He was very, very cautious. He tries to dig one in shorter here, Rajiv. It's very dangerous to Al-Tasman. If he gets any kind of bat on that. And as you can see, he tries to jump while playing that shot. If he can just get any kind of bat on that and just ramp it over those three slip fielders inside the ring, he could get himself a four and take some pace off that one, Rajiv. And this one's hit towards long on. And it's fielded by Suresh Nadisha. And of course, one point we made in the previous match, which the Lions were involved in, was even though they took it fairly comfortably, there were some things they could iron out, such as some of the fielding errors they made. They dropped a few catches, allowed a few too many to slip past them, and also gave up a lot of extras. So obviously, once again, they've set a pretty healthy target, and you'd like to see them return to good habits and clamp down on some of those errors they made previously. Yeah, this is very well struck by Kamral Mahmood, who comes down the wicket and meets it on the half volley. Beautiful shot, gone underneath it so well. It's into the snakes again. They'll be hissing as the fielder has to go and try to locate them in that area. As we can see, very well struck. Great balance there by Kamral Mahmoud. And it's gone right over Suresh Nadishan's head. And a much needed 6. First one of the innings for the Nicosia Fighters. Yeah, this one's played away towards the offside, but it's gone straight towards the fielder. And that's exactly why they've been placed there. If he can go either side of these fielders, he will get a boundary. But good fielding. You can see some of the players they've put in there. Kalugala, Sirivardhana, and also Sarunga. There are a lot of cricketers with a good pair of hands. Takes some pace off this one again, Rajith. And you have to say he's varied his pace well throughout this over. He's just made it that much harder for the Nicosia Fighters to pick what he's doing. Maybe that was an opportunity there as well for the fielder, Jivan Vanigasekara. Haven't seen him involved too much in the action for the Sri Lankan Lions. But in the end, they're going along pretty well. The Sri Lankan Lions, they've restricted the Fighters to just 15 runs in these first couple of overs. As we take a look at the standings for Group B, the Lions currently with 4 wins, getting back to winning ways in that last match against the Nicosia Fighters after dropping a couple in a row, and the Fighters still winless. They came agonizingly close to a victory against the Zalmi, but a win still eludes them as they're heading into their 6th match. You can see what he's trying to do. He's going for that. And the umpire has given this one out, so Mahmoud, he is really, really disappointed by that decision. And I have to say, on initial looking, I didn't think that would be out either. And there's going to be a few question marks about this decision, but the umpire, he does determine this is out. And well, Rico's back with me in the commentary box. What do you think about that decision?
I don't see it myself. You can see that the batter, unfortunately, Mahmoud, and yeah, he's going to be disappointed. He's got to go. I don't see anything. I was just wondering when I saw the replay whether it's one of these that hits the toe end of the bat and you don't really realise. But looking at that, I don't see it, to be fair. But you can see that the celebration is started by the slip. It then goes to the keeper, and then the keeper passes it on to the bowler. They all go up, and the umpire eventually puts the finger up. So he's going to have to go, though he's very disappointed. I can understand that. But, yeah, it's very difficult to tell on our replay if there's anything on there. But Kamral Mahmood will have to go. And, well, his mood and the mood of his team is not going to change with that dismissal. Because not only have they really not got off to a good start, but it's another wicket that will go. He'll depart for 9 or 6 deliveries. Nicely caught by the captain, Fathi Rana, behind the stumps. So, a bit of discussion going on there. Not sure what that was about. The new batter, the captain, Hussain, comes out there. And the thing is here now, I think you're getting to a point when we just keep an eye on that rate. It's already at 15. It's about, we've said this before, haven't we, about teams that have had struggles. It's about how you can use this opportunity to your advantage. And one thing they're looking to do here is bat well, bat deep. Oh dear, that's disaster. Well, that's not what's called for. As the captain will go first ball, Anwar Hussain. And we started the day with quite a few ducks, didn't we? A lot of golden ducks. And it looks like we're going to finish one with Derek. Looks like he's had a nice long siesta. Derek, where are you? It's time to come back. And, well, yep. As the captain, Hussain, goes. The last one ball as he chops the ball back onto his stumps. It's the last thing he needed. And that's when I was just in the process initially saying, really it's about accepting you're not going to win this match, but trying to just take something positive. Maybe the captain or somebody can just go out there and score some runs. When it ain't going to be the captain, he's going to go. And it looks like Naheem Khan comes out there, see if he can. All they need is, I mean, you still got Al Tasmin there, and I know this boy can bat. If he can get a half century to his name, somebody else score some runs. Just basically take as much positives that you can from this match to try and really set up some sort of comeback, but they're leaving it really late.
And Al Tasman's going to be under so much pressure while watching wickets tumbling at the other end. This one's a full toss that's just nodded away by Khan. And you really have to say, I mean, for Al Tasman, if wickets keep tumbling at the other end, he's going to come in here and feel like he has to smash every single ball, and that's where he's going to provide opportunities for the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, it's already probably coming close to that. I mean, you look at that rate now. It's by the time this over comes to an end, it looks like he's going to be around about the 16, 17 mark. And, well, what about these bowling fingers from Reyes? He's going to be pretty happy with what he's done so far. And picked up 3 wickets, just 7 runs off his spell so far. And really pleased with this guy as well. I think he's a gentleman that's been transferring us around as well during Group A matches. So he's played his part in getting us from A to B. So a workhorse when he's not on the field. High up in the air. This one is going to elude the fielders and hits the deck and accelerates away. So they get a boundary. And, well, I don't mind that, but you're absolutely right. That's what Tasman is going to feel that he has to do now. Basically, go for any shot he can. Only the second boundary of the innings. The only other one before then was Mahmood's 6 that he scored. And that's the second boundary of the innings. A ball to come in this spell from Riaz. And let's see if he can finish with another. And he might have to bowl this one again. Yeah, he will. Just goes a little bit too wide this time. Steve Cook in the chat. They're saying good afternoon to everybody as well. Hello to Steve Cook, John Gray and crew who've been with us for a long part of the afternoon. And thank you to everybody for all your support of the cricket here. That's a nice looking shot. That's nice he played. It's down the leg side. And Al Tasman just helps this along the way. It's another boundary. And that's the end of the spell. And this one will just bounce once before it goes to the boundary. So score 24. The power play, but the worry is the wickets that have gone down. 25, pardon me, for 3 at the end of the power play.
Kamal Reyes once again with great bowling figures, slightly overcompensated on that final ball. But that is a very, very rare mistake from him so far today. He's been exceptional in both these matches. And of course, Kamal Reyes, those first 5 matches of the Sri Lankan Lions, he wasn't quite at it. But it's good to see him getting back into form here against the Nicosia Fighters. The most encouraging sign for the Lions today is that very, very important players in their team have found their form back again today. And of course, they're going to need multiple players clicking as they head into the latter stages of this group. And it's a nice ball by Janaka. And it's just maybe a chance for a throw at the non-striker's end. No, it isn't, as they scamper across quickly for a single.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think Kamal has been sensational. Took 3 in the first and he 3 for 14 in that player of match performance. And he's matched it in this one as well, as he's taken another 3 for 16. Just getting himself in the wrong areas here, Al Tasman. I think this is where, if I was the captain, if I'm the non-striker, I'm just going to Al Tasman and saying, hey son, bat the 10 overs. Don't worry about anything else. Bat the 10 overs. But you can see he's trying to smash everything big. And as a result of that, he's going to give his wicket away. There's a little bit of a cheeky dance by the man who takes the catch. Sort of goes back towards the rope and comes back again. And that's a Srinath Rajith. And he's somebody that I've been very impressed with as well. Safe hands. And there we go. A little cheeky as he sees us looking at him. A little back step. Just a sign of his cheekiness, but a good catch, and that will be the end of another talented young player.
And this is exactly what we feared really with Al Tasman. As that rate would climb up, as he saw his partners departing at the other end, he'd have to force himself into a rash shot. That's exactly what he does. And unfortunately, he departs, and you feel maybe the fighters' hopes have departed with him as well.
Yeah, you get that feeling. The wickets are falling. That's the 4th one down. They're still in the 20s. And the question is can they get just some sort of partnership? Doubt it'll be a match-winning partnership. It doesn't feel that it could be, but it's all about something positive. It's always important if you're losing matches to take positives away from it if you can. At the moment, I don't think there's too many positives with their batting. With the bowling, yeah, I think they've done some good things with the ball, and you just think on another day, if you take some of the chances that went down, then you're restricting a team like the Sri Lankan Lions to maybe a 90 to 100 score. which, well, on a better batting day, you've got a realistic chance. It doesn't help when your batters are going out there and you're looking to be scoring 13 to 14 and over, and if you don't start well on the power play, before you know it, you're at this stage, and then batters, of course, are throwing the bat to everything and getting themselves out.
And you really, it does feel a lot like Everest, doesn't it? I mean, Everest looked very ordinary at times when Jeevan Lumsel and Arjun Shahi weren't clicking for them, but when those two went on and made those big 60, 70 run scores, we were singing their praises. We were saying it's an extremely explosive side, and really, it's probably going to have to come down to that for the fighters, is getting those two-star players to make the big runs. But the biggest difference between them and Everest is that Everest did all the little things right. They kept extras to a minimum, they took their catches, and they were very focused in the field. We've already seen the fighters, they've given up penalty runs twice this tournament, and they were really close today. They just about got that final ball in with 30 to 40 seconds to spare.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's all about, for me, it's about team dynamics. And even Everest, when they were going for that losing spell, I think even when they lost that third match on the spin, and there were close matches that they lost, they never gave up fight. They kept fighting. They worked well as a team. They never got on top of each other. They always supported each other, whether it was a drop catch, a misfield, if a batter batted poorly. They kept fighting, and because they had that belief, you just felt that sooner or later that would transpire into good performances, and it did. With the Nicosia fighters here, well, we're not quite seeing the same desire and maybe the same passion when they're out there. They seem to be at each other a lot, as you mentioned. As a result of that, they've been a bit sloppy in the field. Penalty runs have been there as well. So they've got a lot of work to do. It's, well, the man who's got been limping around, Roshan Sirwadana, decides, well, you know what, it doesn't matter, I can still have a bowl. Well, he's getting through the over very quickly, that's for sure. Sirwadana, he just floats it up there and lets the ball do the work.
And the impressive thing about the Sri Lankan Lions, since you're mentioning that, you know, Sirwadana is just taking a couple of paces, this is a team that don't really have any express pace quick bowlers, as we see Chowdhury swing and miss at another. And they've managed to do quite well without that. And again, we keep mentioning this point that in T10 cricket, taking pace off the ball is actually a lot more effective than necessarily having those express-based guys. We've seen a few of them go for some runs, like Jawad Shah. This one is very, very well struck, but it's taken a sensational bit of fielding there by Saman Kumara late in the day. He runs across very well, sticks his right hand out, and does a terrific job.
It's a great stop, isn't it? Because you can think of one or two fielders when their team are in the same position, think, it doesn't matter if it's four. But it matters to him, and he saves it. That's what you like to see. As well, one good stop from him, but this one goes all the way through. Well, that's going to be a boundary in terms of 4 byes. It goes through the batter and goes through the keeper as well. So that's one that the captain, Nalin Pathirana, he won't be too happy about seeing that one go for 4 byes.
We saw Pathirana. He did so on the previous match. He took 3 catches. He got a stumping. He was involved in a great run out as well. So he won't want to spoil his near perfect day so far, as we see Siriwardana, his teammate, tosses the ball behind him, and he has to very painfully limp back to get it.
Good delivery, just floated right up there. That will be the end of the over. And yeah, Siriwardana, you see, that's the other thing. One thing I think, and I know that there's a lot of batters, Nish, that don't like this. If you're a bowler like Siriwardana, well, as soon as he gets the ball, he bowls. There's no run-up, there's no nothing. There's no time to think. That over's been done in, I reckon, less than a minute. And that's the other thing. And teams don't like that. I know that I play a lot of cricket when you had a bowler like that. The batter's always saying, hang on a minute, hang on a minute. And sooner or later, you know, you're not ready. You give your wicket away because you're getting frustrated because you're not having time to think. And I like that from Siriwardana. And it goes back to the point that you were making. Sometimes having those quick bowlers doesn't really work for you. I mean, edges go to the boundary. Batters have time to get themselves in. The batters have time to think about things. And also, you're always under pressure, especially when you get a left and right-hander in their combination, where time ends up being your enemy.
Yeah, that's a wider one for Kumar to start off the over, and completely agree with that. For example, I mean, we were watching that previous Limassol Zelmi match where Jawad Shah was very casually walking back to his long run-up. I mean, Roshan Siriwardana was limping faster than him.
Yeah, yeah, very good observation. It's a very good delivery. Well played as well. They'll take the single. There's a Chowdhury. He'll move to 3 of 8 deliveries. Let's see what Naheem Khan can do. As you mentioned, just a couple of boundaries in the inning so far. Mr. Maximo is lurking again. Hello, and I hope you're well. And he's saying, particularly to you, happy last innings. And this one is, oh, well, and I'm surprised about this. I get the feeling this may have been just a little bit high. And let's just see. And it's definitely on the climb. The question, and I think it's hitting him. He's not too far back, so the umpire is deciding, is this going to go on and hit? And, well, I know it certainly hit somewhere that you don't like the ball hitting it, but that doesn't seem to hurt him. What does hurt him, though, is that he's losing his wicket. What's your thoughts on that one?
I think height's a little bit of a concern on that one as well. And to be fair to the Nicosia fighters, they've had a couple of rough LBWs. We saw Mia dismissed on one that we thought might have been pitching outside the leg stump. But, well, I don't think this decision is going to make too much of a difference in the outcome of the match. That required now is ballooned up to just under 21.
So here we go. Yeah, I just think that one probably just a little bit high, but you can see what I like about that is the batter. Yeah, he felt it, and I'm talking about the decision, not where the ball hit him, but it just walks off, and I like that. I know it is frustration, and he's just probably thinking, okay, it's going to be another one of those days, and it looks like it's going to be another one of those innings for the fighters. You can see a lot of tips being given by the non-striker there, Chowdhury, to Ahmed. Ahmed doesn't take note. He skies it in the air, and that will be the end of him. So he takes no interest at all to what Chowdhury is telling him. So Ahmed is going to go for a duck. And that's going to be Surav Ahmed. So he will go for a second ball duck. He just, well, the head was nowhere, was it? Skies it up. And Derek, well, he started the day on a high. And Derek will finish on a high. Surav goes for, well, it's a 2-ball duck. Disappointment for the fighters.
I really love that bright red helmet, though, and I've commented on it a few times over these last couple of days, but it seems whoever wears it is cursed. I'm yet to see any batsman who's come out with it score any runs.
And now you mention it, they might clock onto that. But, well, it's painful to watch, isn't it? Because you probably, as we know, on another day, these guys will probably go on and score big runs, but just nothing seems to be happening for them at the moment. As Islam comes out, and, well, Kumara, he's gone for 2 runs. He's picked up 2 wickets, 2 balls still to go in the innings. Chowdhury is still giving advice. And the batter, you can see Chowdhury just, how many to come? He just wants to get at the other end, but I don't know if Chowdhury himself is going to fare any better. 36 for 6 with a ball to go in the 6th. Well, that's nicely struck away. That will be 4 runs. This ends with a full toss. And, well, he just says, thank you very much. Whips it away. 4 runs. And a good way to finish the over. So the score moves to 40. And way behind where they need to be. And, of course, that rate required is already almost at 24 per over. So it's about, I think for me, it's about surviving, not getting all out. And maybe, again, as I keep saying, maybe one batter making a bit of a personal highlight for themselves. But at the moment, only one guy has got to double figures in this one. And that was Abdullah Al-Tasmin, who, well, just found the situation being such as it was at that point when he was there. I think they needed around 16 that he had to try and go for it. He skies when it gets out. Well, it's now the turn for the man who was giving all the advice to all the other batters, Chowdhury, to show them all how it's done. Misses out on the first one. And this is going to be a quick over from City Wadana. We know that one. Plays it down on the off. He'll take a single. And, that means that Islam, who hit a fine shot to the boundary, his last ball, will be back on strike.
It's really unfortunate that we've been here too many times late in the second innings for the Nicosia fighters and saying the outcome of the match is purely down to damage limitation. And this one's going to take a very fortunate edge for Monirul Islam, and he'll accept that boundary as, ooh, just about crashes at the bottom of our static camera. Don't worry too much, Elvira. I'm sure the camera is fine. And separates that gap right between the slip fielder and the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it's a few people making reference to the press release earlier today about the continued partnership between the European Cricket Network and HCL Software. And this one goes straight through. Well, it's a partnership that is going to make us stronger together. But, well, I don't know where the stronger together fits in for the Nicosia Fighters. They are fighters by name, but not by nature at the moment, as even the man who can hardly stand up is getting through their defences. Is another wicket that goes. Yeah, but going back to that, yeah, it's of course, it's a fantastic partnership. And, well, we've done some good work here with the likes of Amdocs, a team that you know very well. Of course, they are all in that field, all about technology. And I know that Diana Oro's put some questions to Pritaj Singh Dole the other day. So look out for that one. That will come up on the social network as well, all about how technology fits in with the way that sport and cricket is growing, how it can be used at the moment and used in the future. And this one just drops short of the fielder who throws the ball in. So, yeah, great news. And, of course, a big shout-out to all our partners. And, yeah, delighted with the news that we will continue to be working alongside HCL Software. And they're great guys as well, guys and girls, I should say. And we always have great pleasure in welcoming them to our events. And we saw them at the ECL recently, as this one gets played down to the leg side. Comes a throw, and, well, while they're applauding, the batters say, well, okay, well, let them applaud. We'll take another. So, Siri Wardana, his spell comes to an end. He'd be disappointed with the extras right at the end there, but a good fine spell of bowling from him. Only concedes 11 runs, but picks up a wicket. And he's just another bowler that the Nicosia Fighters just couldn't get after.
You really hope he can get over his ankle injury as soon as possible. Of course, he does a very good job in what is a very wide second slip position. You could almost call it third slip because of the gap between him and the first slip. But if he can get his ankle right, we know how good a fielder he is out on the boundary. We got a chance to see some of his fielding heroics before he turned his ankle, and he's electric out at long off. And we know some key fielders in key positions can turn the outcomes of games. I mean, how many times did we see Shahi make a huge difference for Everest, taking spectacular catches out at the boundary? How many runs does Al Tasman save for the Fighters?
And they're all queuing up to get there, and nobody will. That's quite amazing. If you count the wicketkeeper as well, there's probably 5 men in that position, and this ball still eludes all of them. Rajith, who put a good performance in the last match, scored 20-plus runs, 28 of 9, also picked up a couple of wickets. He probably was a little bit disappointed that he couldn't afford to come on Riaz for player of the match performance, but Riaz pipped him with 3 for 14. And he's seeing if he can pick up a few wickets here to add to his batting performance this time round. 26 of 9 to put him in contention.
And for me, that is the biggest positive of the day for the Sri Lankan Lions, is the fact that Rajith has batted so well. We didn't see as many runs from him in the first 5 days, but getting those runs in the middle order today, that's going to serve them well heading into the knockout stages. Of course, we can't expect Kalugala and the likes of Siri Wardana and Sudoon to score in every single match, so they're going to need those runs lower down in the order at important stages in this European Cricket Series.
And this one just loops it over the keeper. It will race away. I think this is going to be 4 off, probably more the gloves than anything else. But 4 runs, they all count. It hits him pretty high up. And it gets the perfect lob over the keeper, Pathirana. Yeah, Pathirana, he's going to be very happy with the response from the Lions today. I mean, they were like Lions today, weren't they? They started well. I remember watching day 1 of Group B. And it was a very positive start from the Lions. They looked strong. And then I think everybody was surprised in the manner in which they lost their first match on day 2 and day 8 of the group, when they were just blown away by McCaw. And then also the Muflons beat them pretty easily as well. They had to come back strong. And, well, you've got to say the bowlers and the batters, they did stand firm. And once again, they've underlined just why they are a team that quite easily, if all their players continue to perform well, well, they're another team in the hunt of lifting that magnificent trophy courtesy of our trophy partner, Local Lifestyles.
Just how good is this group that there are 5 teams in it that we could think could go on to win it all. And one of the big boys is going to have to miss out, and it's going to be a big question. I mean, something worth debating in the chat. Who do you think is not going to get that spot for the quarterfinals?
Hits this pretty well, but the fielder, he doesn't take the catch. Catch goes down, but it doesn't allow the ball to go to the boundary either. But Suresh Junker, I think Junker is going to be a bit disappointed he wasn't able to take this catch. And, well, they might not take the catch, but well, while we're watching this, he gets the ball thrown in, and the batters, I have no idea what they're doing here. Just watch this. I mean, it's not it's like a dummy by the bowler, and the wicketkeeper says, well, thank you very much. I'll just run you out now. And look at this. He just says, thank you. It's easy as that. And a very easy decision by the wicketkeeper. And was that a little bit of a, hey, thank you for coming from the wicketkeeper?
I love the fist bump by the batter. It's a little bit of appreciation for a good bit of wicket keeping, of course. Pathi Rana, he's had a good day behind the stumps, as you mentioned. Took 3 catches in that previous match. A couple of runouts now to his name today. And he's got a nice stumping as well. So a very good day for him as a captain, watching his side record a couple of dominant victories. And then even from a personal point of view, as a wicketkeeper, just getting all these nice additions to your personal statistics.
Yeah, 8 down now. What a lovely dummy that was from the bowler, by the way. Rajith dummies it, and the wicketkeeper does the rest. Oh, how has this not hit the stumps? I think that's too good to do anything. Too good to hit the bat, too good to hit the stumps. It's just a beautiful delivery. That is an absolute peach from Rajith.
Fantastic delivery by Rajith, and this is almost unplayable for a new batsman. Let's take a look at this. It's on a great length, and all the batsman can do is just try to reach out at it. No real foot move, but he's just bamboozled by the delivery, as the fighters are once again in the damage limitation mode in these last couple of overs.
Yeah, and it's very difficult, isn't it, especially with this match for the Nicosia fighters to try and take anything positive from it. I mean, just have a look at that. They're just, I mean, I'm quite surprised that it's going in a straight line. I thought it would be going downwards pretty fast. I don't know how they've managed to maintain that, but still, yeah, I mean, where's the positives in this performance?
That is an incredibly difficult question to ask to round out my final innings here, but the Nicosia fighters, you have to say, I think some of their bowlers, you know, there is some quality there. You can see that if they can hit the right lines and lengths, they're capable of getting some wickets. We know Saurav Ahmed, he could swing the ball both ways. Parvez Mia as well, he's such a good bowler. I mean, they've got this incredible spin option, and they underutilize him, which is a major concern. And I think one positive is that some of the mistakes they do are can be easily rectified, such as some of the fielding errors, the fact that they're too slow between overs, the extras. So maybe that could give some hope to the Nicosia Fighters fans.
It's another wild swing, swing and a miss. Yeah, you're right. I mean, all of the things you highlight, but I think it's also about awareness of the match. I mean, for example, I mean, how do you have a bowler that bowls so well? Parvez Mia takes 1 wicket, all you can see is 2 runs and doesn't get to bowl again. And this is in a match where, you know, 132 were scored by the opposition. I mean, if they had the opposition 58 all out and he only bowled 1 over because the captain wanted to use other bowlers, I get it. But when you're under attack, you've got to use your best bowler. So I think the captain also has got to put his hand up and say, yeah, okay, I've made a few errors as well. And when you're a team that struggles to get consistently 90 runs or above, and you know you're already under attack, is going to be a big score, you've got to deploy your best bowlers early to try and get those key wickets. And I just don't think he did that well. And with the bat, really, in this particular innings, nobody sort of responded well. That's a shocking appeal from the bowler. He knows it as well. In the last match, I mean, we did see, you know, a little bit of fight back. Again, it was Parvez Mia who got 20. A few other batters got to double figures. But, yeah, the batting is going to be the issue. Janika, once again, darts. There's a chance, and he's gone. I think this is going to be out. And once again, it's little things like this. Hey, what the thing is, right, and this is my question here, when you need a staggering amount of runs per over and you can't win the match. Why are you taking on suicidal singers like this? And that's another run out that was should have been avoided. It's all about just trying to stay there and get some runs on the board, not giving you wickets away like that. So even the little things, the basic things, they're not doing right. It's another wicket that goes. And with, well, what's it now? 8 deliveries to go in the contest. They've lost wicket number 9. Sorry, 7 balls to go with that one. So they just barely survived not to be bowled out last time. This time, will they do it? Will they survive again, or are we going to see? We haven't seen too many teams that have been bowled out. I think we did see the Lions, courtesy of a batter that had to retire out, and were bowled out yesterday. I think earlier we saw Everest in one match were blown away, weren't they, when they were giving, when they'd already secured their place in the quarterfinals, they were giving some of the other players an opportunity. And this looks like another possibility of a team being bowled out. And again, it's not a point that Nicosia Fighters will want to go against them. And that's nicely played. That's a nice shot. Hello. There's number 11 says, well, I can hold a bat and I know what to do with it. Nicely played.
Very good looking shot there, Balavi Chaudhary. Takes a couple of bounces and goes for 4. And it's been rather surprising that Nicosia Fighters haven't targeted that boundary more often since we know all the fielders are inside the ring. And again, that comes down to match awareness. I mean, we've seen them try to heave everything towards Cow Corner, and really starts on the captain himself, Anwar Hussain. Yesterday, how many times did you see him try to heave full and wide Yorkers towards square leg? As we take a look at the bowling card here, so once again, very impressive performance by the Sri Lankan Lions. Suresh Janaka, the pick of the bowlers. He's a very simple bowler. He just keeps things nice and easy. Bowls at a decent slow medium pace and always aims it at the stumps.
Final over, being bowled 62 for 9. Can they survive the remaining 5 deliveries now in the innings? It's Janaka, who is, well, just bowled his spell, so that was how it finished. This one's not a good ball down the leg side, so an opportunity for Suresh Nadishan to pick up a wicket. And Suresh, I believe, it's his young lad, Christo, that we saw earlier, and running around and practicing his bowling action. So, well, he bowled better than his father when we saw it's Christo, because at least he bowled it straight. And, well, he's probably, where is the young man? He's probably watching his dad now. Probably saying, Papa, come on, you can do better than that.
I have to say, a big congratulations to you too in advance, Steve. Of course, let's just take a look at this ball. He tries to stroke that one away, but it's going to be an attempt at a quick single, and well, we might have to take another look side on, but the square leg umpire judges he's been dismissed, and that means this Nicosia Fighters team have been bowled out. But I want to take this opportunity to give a big congratulations to Steve Cook, who of course will be getting married on Thursday. So hope you have a great, great married life, Steve, and enjoy your last couple of days as a single man.
Hey, Steve Cook, yeah, congratulations to you and your better half. And hope everything goes absolutely wonderful. And I'm pretty sure, knowing that you're a cricketing fanatical fan, that you'll be in touch with us while you're on honeymoon. So, yeah, it'd be good to hear from you and let us know how it's going. But, yeah, all the best from everyone here, from myself, Nish, and, of course, all of the ECN crew. So that is the end of the innings. And, well, he doesn't do it with the ball, doesn't Dishan, but he gets a fabulous run out. And Vinny Sandhu is just sort of highlighting what a lot of people have been saying, that you've done a fantastic job here, Nish, and no doubt that once we see these highlights, we'll have an opportunity, and you'll have an opportunity to thank all the well-wishers for all the lovely words that you've said. But like I say, once again, just to reiterate, it's been absolutely wonderful to be commentating here with you. And not only do you know your cricket, but you know cricket in Cyprus really well. And to have you as a local expert has been wonderful. And I look forward to us teaming up together again. And I know that a lot of our viewers look forward to it as well, as well allow you to talk us through the highlights.
Well, a bit of a low-light reel for the Nicosia Fighters as we see this very well-taken catch by Saman Kumara. Roshan Sudhivardhan will get a wicket. Of course, we commented on the very short run-up, and how he just managed to fire the ball in at the stumps regularly. And then, well, we saw this nice little dummy, as you pointed out, and then Nalan Bathirana, the skipper, he would run out Naeem Khan. And at this point, it was just a case of whether the fighters could avoid the wooden spoon of being bowled out as a side. And then, well, we see this final wicket right here. That would see Alvi Chaudhary run out. Certainly on this ball. Well, that was a great throw there by Suresh Nadishan. Great diving effort right at the end of the day. And he ends the day in style for the Sri Lankan Lions, who cap it off with 2 dominant victories as outstanding day for them. This one, they managed to take it by an enormous margin yet again. And the Sri Lankan Lions get back to winning ways with 2 wins on the bounce after a couple of losses yesterday. So they're right back in the hunt for a top spot in this difficult Group B, as we'll take a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, and I think that last play really sums it up for the Nicosia Fighters. It ended with number 13, Nadishan, getting the last wicket, and you clearly see his number. And it's been that sort of day, hasn't it? I mean, I don't know if it's more unlucky 13 for the Nicosia Fighters, or just basically they well, they came from Nicosia, but they left the fight behind. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go. But the scorecard, doesn't look very good and very healthy for them, really, does it? But they haven't got a lot of time to rebuild and come back strong, have they? Because, I mean, what's that now? 6 on the spin for them?
Certainly 6 losses on the spin, so they've lost half their games already. That's going to be very hard to see how the Nicosia Fighters come back now.
What about the Lions? I mean, I think when a team wins like they did on day 1, and then when they come back day 2, get those 2 defeats, I think all of a sudden the team starts to internally start to feel, well, did we just start with a fluke? Is this the way it's going to be here now? And really, the way they came out today, they showed that it was no fluke. They played some really good cricket.
It was no fluke, and I think that's just the trend in this group. I mean, we saw the Cyprus Mouflons. They recorded 3 resounding victories against some terrific teams. And then they came out here today and were handed a massive loss as well by the Zelmi. So it's just going to be that kind of a group where I think every result is going to be unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we have a quick look? I don't know if Elvira, we can just put up the fixtures that we've got coming up tomorrow. Of course, you won't be here tomorrow, but I'm sure that there's a couple of fixtures there that you're really looking forward to. And the one, of course, that we were talking about is when the Black Caps are going to be taking on the Mouflons. That's going to be an exciting match. Black Caps starting off with against Makor. That's not going to be easy either, is it?
No, it certainly won't. I mean, we've seen this Makor side really surge over these last couple of days. Their bowling has been such a highlight in every single one of their wins. They have restricted the opposition to under 75 runs. That is a fairly alarming statistic, and that's just the case. I mean, look at it, any of these games. It's very hard to call who's going to win any of them. Yeah, and the final 2 matches, you got those double headers between the Sri Lankan Lions against Nibbles Zami. Zami were disappointing in the first match today, but then they came back with a fantastic victory, didn't they, by 15 balls to go, by 8 wickets, chasing 113 that the Mouflons put on. So they're back on a high, and of course, somebody like Javed Shah, he just looks like a talented player. He was on song, but that's going to be a good one against the Lions. So plenty of good matches coming up there tomorrow. But really today, I mean, we saw a fantastic day, but it's a sad day as well, because we got to say goodbye to you. But I just want to say it's been absolutely fantastic having you on. I know that we've already seen that all of our viewers have loved having you here. They love having you talk about Cyprus and your knowledge about Cyprus, and of course your knowledge about all of those players. I hope you've had a fantastic time, and your opportunity to thank all of your fans. I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. Of course, I've said this has been a major learning experience for me. I mean, most of you don't have any idea how much effort Rico puts into every single game. The research you do for me, the first thing I've been doing is taking notes, looking at how I can improve in future games. But of course, I would like to thank a few people around here in Cyprus. We'll start off with the Cyprus Cricket Association. They've been great hosts. Of course, starting off with President Mr. Mohammed Hussein. Once again, he's been such a great host, organizing all these games over here. Then the ECN Blue Crew. Of course, I've had to interact a fair bit with our project manager, Sam Williams, been WhatsApping him a ton throughout the tournament. It's been really good working alongside him. And then, of course, our own Diana Oro. She's with us here every day in the commentary box. Real pleasure to work with us. She brings a real smile to our face. It was good having her back yesterday. We provided a lot of laughter between matches and innings break. And then a big thank you to everyone we've worked with here at Spring Production. I mean, starting with Martins, Richards, Valentine last week. What an incredible crew. They are such a professional unit. And then the crew you've dubbed the Spice Girls this week. Spice
Girls, yeah.
I mean, how good are Elvira and then those 2 fine camera women, Karina and Masha, or of course Maria.
Maria.
If you'd like to call her that. And It's been so great working with all of them. And of course, the biggest thank you to you. What an honor it's been to work with you. It's been such a great learning experience. And I also have to thank everybody on the ECN chat. It's been really, really good. All the support you provided throughout the week, including Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu. He's always available. I mean, he will call you right after a busy day, provide you with any information you need. And I mean, this is a wonderful community, the European Cricket Network community.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. But once again, you've been absolutely fantastic. I mean, as we fight the mosquito, well, at least you won't have the mosquitoes back in Cardiff anyway. But it's been great. You've been fantastic. You do a lot of work behind the scenes as well. And, thank you for your kind words. But what I can say is that you're a true professional yourself. And I know you do a lot of work behind the scenes as well. You've been absolutely brilliant. I've really enjoyed your introductions. And also, well, you brought a bit of luck as well. Your very first golden ball as well. Like you said, that's probably the highlight for you as well. And we've seen a number of hat-tricks as well. The only thing that is missing is a century. So are we going to get a century?
I think we might get a century, and I'm putting my money on Akila Kalugala to get that. He's been in sensational form throughout this tournament. He fell just 15 runs short of 100, and that was because of a comical run out that he was entirely to blame for. So I think he'll make amends and get 100.
Well, we're getting eaten alive here because it's that time of day. So look, I just first of all, one more time, well done, buddy. You've been absolutely brilliant. All the best back in Cardiff with your studies, and no doubt we will see you behind the camera at some point pretty soon. I look forward to that. I certainly look forward to working with you again. Thank you very much to our global cricket family around the world. Of course, you are the best cricket audience in the world. We love all the interaction. Thank you to everybody that's been on the chat. And once again, thank you for all your support for the European Cricket Network. As always, we always have some match of the end of the day highlights for you, so enjoy those. But an opportunity for me to say good night, God bless, and see you tomorrow. And for the last time, Nish, over to you. Say your goodbyes.
Thank you very much for tuning in, and we hope to see you again tomorrow on the European Cricket Network. Goodbye, take care.
Mosquito.